Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the recovery addict live stream in their court. The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for East Service Latino.
No, I clicked on the wrong thing. Oh my goodness, I missed it. Okay. I messed it up this morning. I am so sorry. I need to know, who won the internet? Who won the internet this morning? I'm sorry, it was on my screen. I just barely clicked, and my brain, blank. It's old age. It does this to me. Yesterday, this wouldn't be a problem. Today, I'm definitely feeling it. It's, man. I love it. Okay, we need to sort of fade out this music a little bit, and I guess we have to do this one. When it has a beat like this, I don't feel as old. Oh man, let's see. You guys are crazy. Oh my goodness.
Happy birthday, at Rob.
Thank you so much, CJ, for the generous super chat. I can tell that I missed some already. It was while I was eating breakfast or something. Some other super chats came in. I did not see them. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. CJ, appreciate you being here. We are going to have a great day. I can't say the same about Aiden Fucci or the Ice Cream Man or even Gwyneth Paltrow. But we're going to have a great day today. It's going to be wonderful. And thank you all for the party horn. Yes, the new party command is a party blower. There's no restriction on how often it can be played and by how many people, so it just keeps going and going, I think. Like that. I'm trying to see. The dancers have arrived. Okay. I think the song never ends. It might be on loop, actually. No, we've got 20 seconds left, 25 seconds. Okay, we're good. Alex stole it. I will say my phone has been blowing up this morning. The burner phone is full of birthday messages, funny gifts, little memes, gentle prods about my age from friends and family. There we go. All right. Birthday party celebration is now mostly over. So thank you for everyone who said happy birthday. There's no way I can individually thank you enough. I am a bit concerned because the internet has not been gifted. And I don't want it today. Of all the things that may come my way this day with my birthday, I don't want the internet. And I can tell you why. Because right now, North America, where I happen to be located, is experiencing an extreme electromagnetic storm from the sun. and that might not be a big thing for most of you because we've all got tinfoil hats. We remember that stream, right? We have the tinfoil hats we can put on and protect ourselves, but the internet has no tinfoil hat collectively. And occasionally weird things happen, buffering, things like that. And I need to dump this on someone. And I think you know who you are. Who was first in chat? Just fess up. I will say I think it's a first-time offender.
Happy birthday, party
offender.
popper, party face with a party horn, hat, and confetti balloon. May your birthday be as special as you are.
Thank you, May. Appreciate it so much. The love is definitely felt on this end. Hang on one second. We have a plumber who's just left. I'm not sure if he has to come in here and walk through the studio, which would be sort of funny. But I won't give out his number, but
Normago just sent a super sticker with 4.99.
Thank you, Norma Go. Appreciate the super sticker with the laughing fox. It's a funny. I love it. Also, Tina P has gifted 5 memberships. Just amazing, Tina. Let me see who were the lucky recipients as well on that one. Where is it at? Wait for it.
Jeanette French 1. Happy birthday.
Jeanette, thank you. The gifted memberships went to Wayne Hatchell, Natalie Bell, Marie, Eddie, and Jeff Rathburn. Awesome. Thank you very much, and appreciate very much, Tina P. Kathy, I see you there. Jeanette French 1. Happy birthday. Jeanette French. Please come to the front of the room. Jeanette has... Jeanette French, you have won the internet today. Of all days, I'm going to go easy on you. It is my birthday, but I need you to really step up and shoulder this load. Congratulations on winning the internet, Jeanette, being first in chat. I think you said "ha," if I remember correctly. "Ha" was how you announced yourself and claimed your throne, your rightful ownership. So, Jeanette, thank you so much for being first in chat. It's all on your shoulders. You're going to do a great job.
Happy birthday, Scott. Musical score, musical notes, birthday cake.
Thank you, Linda.
Happy birthday to the best YouTuber around, Ty, for making this safe community for all of us. Orange heart, orange heart, orange heart.
I'm not even sure how this is going. Holy cow. That was, I think, Linda, we had a double. My family is filing into the room here. I have 5 out of 6 children here. And my wife is holding a cake. I'm not sure. It might go in. Hang on. Let's see if I can. Well, I need to turn on a different mic for this.
We don't need to be mic'd. Yes, you do. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Scott. Happy birthday to you.
James Peacock just sent a super sticker with 3.99.
Okay. Oh my goodness, you guys! I need a wider angle. I thought the cake was the present, which my daughter made. As a matter of fact, thank you very much, little RA. I won't drop it on my laptop. I thought this was my present, and they're telling me I have to get up. 1 second. I don't have a camera angle to show this. This might be a little awkward. They have successfully surprised me with the new chair. Oh my goodness. It's like sitting on a cloud. Does it go up or down? There we go. Perfect. It's like sitting on, can you see this? Do you see this chair? It disappears a little bit. It's a throne. It's like Judge Schroeder's throne. It has padded armrests that don't cut my arms up, which is a change. Oh my goodness. You guys, we might have to do a sleep stream. I think that's what we're going to do. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you all. Appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. Sunshine Sunflowers, thank you so much for the super chat. Linda, I think you sent a double super chat with the same message on both. I can't tell. I appreciate it so much.
Thea Barnes just sent a super sticker with 5.5.
Thea, I love it. I am blown away. Let me tell you this. My wife is able to pull off the most amazing surprises. I have every way to order something in the house authenticates on my phone. Okay, there's no matter what it is, any way you order on Amazon or eBay or anything else, if there's a package, if there's delivery, if the mailman's coming, hey, the phone's ringing. If any of that happens, I get a notice on my phone that's like, hey, your package is this many miles away. I had no clue that I would be sitting in a new chair today, courtesy of my amazing family who got me a throne. It really is. It's a throne. And I love it. It has levers and knobs and stuff. I don't even know what they do. It's probably like got a massager in there somewhere, but it feels
Happy
fantastic.
birthday present, birthday cake balloon. Your family is beautiful.
Did you hear them singing? That was a cappella, pure a cappella. Just no music. Just I hopefully I had turned the right mic on. I actually turned on the GoPro mic so you could hear them a little bit. They are amazing singers. They are absolutely incredible. And
happy birthday,
having
or a
their
party
support
face with
is-
a party horn,
is wonderful.
hat, and
Thank you,
confetti
Katrina.
party popper.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And is Irish Bella, I'm not sure if I put that up on the screen as well. Thank you as well for the birthday wishes. Wow. Thank you, you guys. We've got some fun stuff to go over today as the Gwyneth Paltrow case is continuing. And I realize it's sort of slow at times, and sometimes it's like painful. But I've got an insight that I actually got. I think it was from was it JT? I forget who did the who told me this, and it was, oh man, now I'm forgetful. Just one second. I want to give credit where credit is due. Who did I speak to about this? I think it was on Twitter. It might have been JT from JT Brews Crime, or there are a couple of you that I've had some good little back and forths with. Just one second. Wait for it. Let's see. Okay, not there. I don't know where it is. I apologize.
Happy birthday.
I cannot
RA.
remember. I
March
think it was
babies all around. New to chat, but
Tayo?
love the community y'all have built. Thank you all.
BBN Turner. Thank you so much. Appreciate the super chat as well. Thank you for being here. Your support means the world to me. This is amazing. You guys are absolutely incredible.
Alex stole it as well.
And Alex stole it. Basically the chat I wanted to find, and maybe it was on. Oh, I think it was on Twitter. I think it was a direct message on Twitter. That's where it was. Yes. Phil Foss, who is Tayo Toys on Twitter, suggested something to me that Brandy just tweeted out. Sorry, I'll get right back to you, Phil. Brandy Churchwell just tweeted out, y'all, Recovery Addict 2 needs less than 300 more subs to hit 10K. Let's get in there as his birthday present. We have 16 hours to do it. And she linked my channel. Thank you so much, Brandy. I appreciate that. Going back to Phil sent me something yesterday, and it sort of like was an aha
Happy
moment.
birthday, Scott.
The light.
Birthday cake party face with a party horn. Gail Pet just sent a super sticker with
party
19 with a party horn. Hat. And confetti
And
party
thank
face
you
with
so
a party
much.
horn. Hat. And confetti musical note.
And Gail as well. You are amazing. You are amazing, Gail. Thank you so much. Let me tell you about Phil's. Yes, there's going to be a lawsuit over something that happens today, I'm sure. Phil sent me this text, and it blew my mind. And let's back up a little bit to Alex Murdaugh's trial, because most of us were there together, or at least saw a lot of that. And think back to Jim Griffin. Think back to how he acted in court in cross examinations, and just the paper and looking around and the confused looks and the mumbling. And Phil says, "Recovery Addict,
Alex
you
stole it
don't
as well.
you don't get it, Mr. Owens. It's all an act." He says it's all an act. This guy, you've seen him on cross. You've seen how well he was able to do that. This whole bumbling, I don't know how to lawyer presentation is all an act. And it blew my mind. It's like, holy cow. It could be. This guy could be absolutely pulling the wool over our eyes and making it look like he's the wish lawyer that you don't want to defend you. And it's all an act, because we've seen how great he is. Apparently, he was like the top of his class, or the president of the lawyers club, wherever he was in school. I don't remember. This guy is like a sharp guy. He's smart. He's sharp, and that sort of goes in sharp contrast to Sorry, I'm reading some of your chats, and they're super funny. It goes in sharp contrast to what we've seen, where he's like, I don't want an objection. He's like, oh, you don't get to decide that. Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's my first time in court type thing. It's crazy. And now I'm so excited to watch this moving forward, thinking, is this an elaborate act? Is this a ruse to distract and to really set us, on make us feel sorry for Gwyneth Paltrow as members of the jury, because of her awful lawyer, who at the times he needs to be can be devastatingly good. Thank you for the the sounds. Wow, a whole bunch of members are coming in as well. You guys are absolutely incredible. This is a lot of fun. 1 second, I need to pull up the stream that we're coming to and switch this here. Oops, not that. That's the wrong one. Go live there. Okay. The party horn is just going nonstop. I need some water as well. So why is he doing that? This is something I need to scratch my head about and think about. Why would someone fake everything? This is funny. We've got some water coming in.
Glowing Star birthday cake. Happy birthday from me and Judge Schroeder. Birthday cake, Glowing Star.
Thank you, Not One Man's View, as well as Judge Schroeder. Love having both of you on the live stream. Hopefully you're enjoying the live stream, Judge, as you've got a little bit of break after this last trial. Appreciate you. A little ASMR warning. Katrina, I see the mind a laptop. I will try to do that. Thank you very much, Not One Man's View. Now, yesterday was a long day. It was a long day of with no breaks, really. Oh, that's good water. That is really good water. Big fan of Deer Park Water. Still want a sponsorship from them.
6-volt bus just sent a super sticker with 4.
Thank you, 6-volt bus. I appreciate you. Just in case things go a little bit long here, I've got this is chilled, straight out of the fridge. I've got a brand new jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles that I can devour if court for some reason is so captivating that we can't take a lunch break. We've got that, and it's a little awkward with court because we've never, well, I guess once before we followed a trial that was this far west in the United States, so the time zone's sort of new to us. Most of us expect to sort of get off early as far as the end of the day. Utah is 2 hours behind. And so they run a little bit longer. So it seems to be a longer day. So if I have to delve into the pickle jar, I will to have a little snack. Keep going. You guys are incredible, absolutely incredible. Let me pull this up here. Love the party horn. Those pickles are toast today. Won't last past lunch, says Hold Your Horses.
Happy birthday, Scott. Hugs from me and Buttercup.
Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate it. Give Buttercup a pat for me. Appreciate your super chat and your generous support. Wonderful having you here. We are close to 10,000. I don't think we'll make it today because we need 281 new subscribers, which is a lot to get in a single day, especially when there's not a big court case. But I appreciate everyone who's done your efforts there. It is amazing. Can we move on? All right, we heard you. Who says it? Oh, that was me that said that. Can we move on? I don't know what bot command says that. That was me. What was I saying? Can we move on about? Is it party? I don't know what command says that. I'll have to dig that up. I will not be able to in any way individually thank each of you who wish me happy birthday, both on the phone as well as on chat and via email and through Facebook. Let me just say thank you so much. This is an amazing community. It does, when my wife said, "What do you want to do for your birthday?" Obviously we're going to do some family stuff tonight, but I said I'd just like to, have a quiet birthday and just spend it with a few hundred of my closest friends, and that's what we get to do today, watching the trial. So thank you so much for being here with me. I still can't get over this chair. It is amazing. I wish it didn't. Oh, you can see it there. It's like a throne. It might as well have a logo of our North Carolina state seal on it, because I feel like a judge in this seat. I don't know how they pulled this off. I seriously don't know how this got into our house and delivered without me knowing about it. Impressive. Let's see.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
That's it. 1 second. I'm kicked back, taking it easy today. That's
Bring the jury.
Let's see, the Ice Cream Man. I think the Ice Cream Man is on. Are they on Verdict Watch and Ice Cream Man? Not sure if that's the case here. Let's see.
Alex stole it.
I think we're waiting on that. You need keys to a car? I think I have some. Love you. All right. I think they're on Verdict Watch, or very close to it, for the Ice Cream Man trial. So we'll sort of keep an eye on that. How do we do the sound, says Sunshine Sarah? If you type exclamation point commands in chat, just one person has to do it, not everybody. But if you type exclamation point commands in chat, it will give you a list of sounds. Party is not on there, but any of those names in chat after the command is listed, you put an exclamation point in front of it, and you just type that word in chat, like court or subject matter jurisdiction or party, and that's the one we just heard was party. Commands will send a response from the bot that will tell you what all the commands are. It's a little bit overwhelmed with party requests right now. No dead horse. But these are the commands: late, new, addict, mug, burner, Matthew, Discord, Facebook, SMJ, name, lawsuit, bee, cat, camel, cackle, squirrel, Alex, mouse, peeps, buffer, court, jury, not relevant, horse, and now today only, party. So those are the commands that can be triggered, and some of them respond with a sound, and some of them respond with a text response. It's just a mix. Are we allowed to know how old you are today? As my wife said, halfway to 92, baby.
Hit the like button, everyone.
Yeah, so I'm halfway to 92. And I feel it, man. My memory's not the same as it was yesterday.
3 British pounds and 99 pence.
Thank you so much, Carly. Appreciate you being here. Wonderful having you here in the audience every day. Good morning to everybody. This is awesome. I hope you're having a good day. If there's anyone else that I could share my birthday with, please let me know. The Matthew command. Matthew is Matthew Harris Law, a good friend of the program. The first lawyer we had, that sort of our chat lawyer with us, came on very early on, helped me out. Everything I know about law, I pretty much learned from him. And so that command just links to his YouTube page, where he puts out videos like he did yesterday. He put out just a little short video about, how much does it cost to hire a lawyer, or basically, can you win more money if you hire a lawyer in a lawsuit?
KD214 just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Thank you, KD, for the piece of cake. It looks great. I'm not going to have any cake this morning. I had the 4 cinnamon rolls. Let me just tell you, I had 4 cinnamon rolls yesterday, right? You guys know, because I ate them on air. But they were delicious, and I thought I would really pay the price. But this morning, as I was getting ready for the day, shower and all, and then I'm like, I'm gonna step on the scale. I'm gonna brave it. And I stepped on the scale, and I've lost pounds. And so I'm going to write a new book about losing weight by eating cinnamon rolls. I think one day is pretty much enough of a trial period to authenticate that that's something that's real, and that's something that happens. So I'm looking forward to that new book, and I'll probably go on tour talking about it. I'm sure it'll be a bestseller, especially if it has the cinnamon roll recipe in it as well. So cinnamon roll diet. Yes, I think that's going to be the title as well. But I lost a couple pounds as a result of the cinnamon roll diet yesterday. Welcome, Ivan. See you there. Hopefully your family made it back safely. Patricia says, I'm also halfway to 92. I feel young when I think about how old I am when I say I'm halfway to 92. That just makes me feel younger. I'm still a whippersnapper. I feel like I could do anything today. I mean, it's just I'm sitting here in this chair. I may fall asleep. If we have a slow moment in court, I might just get a little snooze in. Just a little warning, I might snore just a tiny bit. That might happen. I'm still trying to figure out what the different levers do here. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Okay. One is probably an ejection seat.
You demand RA. Happy birthday.
I'm not sure who said that. Hold on one second. That was 7. 7, thank you so much. Appreciate the super chat. You are amazing. All of you are amazing. We have a little bit of time. Like by a little bit, I mean a lot. So we can do a couple things. We can either take a little bit of a break and wait because court does not start till 11. We can try to pick up another case. I think we've got the ice cream guy. I think we're also waiting for Aiden Fucci sentencing, or did that happen yesterday? I'm not sure if that happened.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
But Cinnabons of Steel. Oh, that's the exercise DVD, the companion DVD that goes with the book, Heather. Love it. I think I'm going to go ahead and steal that idea too. That is great. I'm sure the Buns of Steel name would sue me over that. Pretty sure they would have something to say about that. Let's see. Bad news is that the pounds don't show up right away. You might see it in a week. Speaking from experience, Texas Val, I just won't weigh myself in a week. And so I'm just going to, in my head, be much lighter, even though the scale would probably tell the truth at a later point. Ice cream and sentencing. Jenny Lynn, let's do that. Let's pick up where the ice cream man is, just so we have something to watch here. I will say I listened to a little bit yesterday. I sort of like, I have the ability to listen to like all the streams at the same time because of this equipment, and I do sometimes, and I'll like it's overload. I can't follow any one thing, but if something happens in one, I can jump to it really easily. Let me jump over to the ice cream man really quickly and see what's happening there. We'll put a little audio on. They had some spicy moments where the judge and one of the lawyers were practically yelling at each other yesterday, just like raised voices back and forth. It was quite significant. But the way the camera is panning around the courtroom, either we have a new intern on the camera or nothing's happened. Let's see. Oh,
Mr. Keeley.
I had the volume down. Sorry, that was my fault. Look at those glasses. Holy cow! Those are like. Do they have like a pearl holder? What's the style of those glasses that the clerk's wearing? I can see like my librarian in elementary school wearing those and sternly looking at me for putting a book back on the shelf where it didn't belong. I've got the vivid memory in my head of being looked at through those glasses as a child. Jen D, it's your birthday too? Happy birthday. We're twinners. We're twinners, born on the same day and same year. That is awesome, Jen. Thank you for being here on your birthday. Of all the many places you could be, this is a great one. I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's a good one. So thank you for sharing it with me. I appreciate that.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I don't know what's happening. Has anyone followed what? I'm halfway to 92, puppy dog. They're about to get started in Fucci as well. Let me go ahead and pull that up. We can sort of tag team this. Let's see, Fucci. Where's Fucci? Okay, here we go. Pull this one up over here. Auxiliary 3, we've got some volume. Let's turn 3 on as well. Okay, so we have audio from both. Let me make it so you can see both. Let's do a 3 box.
Yes, we are.
So they're starting first, but we'll pull up both of them as well.
Bring the jury.
Box 1 is 2. Box 2 is 3. Box 3 is... Okay. Here we go.
The jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed their
afternoon.
Extra
we're on the wrong
time this
video.
Morning,
we're on the wrong video.
Late start. But as always, I will have to ask you before we do get started.
Yep, we're on the wrong video. Okay. So that's not happening right now. Let's swap this. That's embarrassing. Let's swap 1 and 2. Let me get the right video pulled up. I thought that was it. Ice Cream Man, where are we at? Ice Cream Man. That was embarrassing. Gwyneth Paltrow, Ice Cream Man. Okay. There we go. So we've just got we've got nothing happening here. Looks like white is the color in the Aiden Fucci case.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I think they're about to get underway in the setting. This can be, this might be.
I was kick back, taking it easy.
This might be very, very powerful. A lot of emotion probably here. Apparently they're passing out Altoids up and down the rows as well. No audio yet coming in from this stream. It's live. Just going to make a full screen here. Hang on. Nope. Hit the wrong button. Old eyes. I have to zoom in. Give me a second. So we'll make it full screen there and full screen here.
I'm not a cat.
There's Aiden. It's hard to believe a kid that age can be guilty of such a heinous crime. But he is. He pled guilty, so he's now guilty in the eyes of the court and the law and the rest of us. Aqua is the color for Tristan Bailey's cheering squad. Oh, okay. Old eyes, I can't tell what the color is. I thought it was white for some reason. What did the green shirt say? I think it was Bailey Squad or Bailey Strong or something like that. I think it might be Bailey Strong. Tristan Bailey Strong. Yes, thank you, India Artworks. Also in Florida for that trial. The kid will be in the prison for the rest of his life. I believe that's the case. If you watched, holy cow, if you watched the victim impact statements for Aiden Fucci, the jar with all the marbles in it, or the stones in it, the 114 stones, and then the other stones the family members added, and just that was very, very impactful. And I realized the grandma spoke for Aiden and you know, very heartfelt as well on her side, saying, you know, we're losing a child as well. You know, please don't take him away forever. I think in this case the judge may determine that the maximum sentence is appropriate. Let's see. Lisa, is everything all right, Lisa? I don't know where Lisa is. Oh, there she is. Okay, somebody just said, Lisa, are you good? I wanted to make sure I hadn't missed something. Good to have you here, Lisa. Thank you very much. It was this crime was heinous. I am so glad that Aiden pled guilty. That he didn't drag the family through a full court case trial. It's hard enough just for the sentencing, but dragging the family through that would have been just awful. He is just a child. He's 14. The squeaky toy is driving your dogs crazy. I'll turn it down just a little bit, especially as court's going to be starting here soon. We've got audio turned on for all the courtrooms we're following. If there's any others we need to follow, let me know. I'll add them in a third or fourth box, because we can do that. We can watch them all at the same time. I will say, yesterday I got a copyright claim from someone who does not hold the copyright. And it's so frustrating. It's frustrating. Okay, here we
St.
go.
Johns County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
Thank you all. Please be seated.
Switch it like this. That didn't help.
All right, let's go on the record in case 21 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. Who do I have appearing on behalf of the State of Florida? And on behalf of the defendant?
Rosemary Peoples.
Craig Addick. And Mr. Fucci is also present. We are here today to conclude the sentencing hearing that began on Tuesday of this week. Before I get started, are there any matters that we need to address at this time from the state? Anything else from the defense?
No, sir.
I did receive some filings as of yesterday. I did review all of those filings. There were about 200 pages of deposition transcript. I reviewed as much of that as possible.
Thank you, Natalie, for the super sticker. I appreciate you so much.
Portions of those depositions that I believe were related to this testimony that was received earlier in the week. So I have reviewed all of those filings.
Van.
That were filed yesterday.
Thank you, Van.
Before we begin, there is, I think, one matter that I need to address, and that is Ms. Peoples. As far as the determination, I think that has to be made a factual finding as to whether or not your client actually killed Tristan Bailey. That is typically a finding that would be made by a jury. However, because there was not a jury trial, factual finding could not be made by the jury. And I just want to make sure that there's a stipulation and agreement that the court can make that factual finding based upon the testimony.
I just about kicked the power cord out of the wall for all of this.
Correct?
It spins, but I should not.
Presented in the sentencing hearing.
And
For that
yes,
factual finding.
for the court to make the factual finding. You're waiving your right to have a jury make that factual finding.
Yes, by entering the plea, Your Honor. Yes.
All right. Based on the evidence that was presented during the sentencing hearing, as well as the defendant's plea to the charge of premeditated first-degree murder, the court does find that Aiden Fucci killed Tristan Bailey, which now makes the range of possible sentences for Mr. Fucci a minimum of 4 years in prison up to life in prison.
So the court just found that he was guilty. I mean, right there. That was a procedural step that makes him able to move forward. That he's responsible for her death. He killed her. Thank you, TW, for the Sarah Boone Letter Fund. We're waiting anxiously for that letter. I love this chair. You guys, my family's amazing.
Before I begin to address the statutory factors that the court must consider under 921.1401, let me address the Bailey family, as well as the friends who are here today and who have also been here throughout these proceedings. The loss in which you have clearly suffered is unimaginable. The court was certainly moved by the words and the victim impact statements that were presented earlier this week. I have been through these types of proceedings numerous times. Sometimes family members hope or expect that whatever the sentence is, that somehow or another that's going to heal or provide closure. And I just want to warn you that it's not. It's not how it works. No matter what sentence this court imposes today, it cannot heal you. I cannot bring her back. I cannot provide a closure to this. It may close a chapter of this, but it will not close this for you. You still have a lot of healing to do. And I certainly am not going to take the place of any of your counselors or therapists. But my advice to you is simply this. Understand that the healing process takes time, and you have to move through the stages, and you have to allow each other to move through the stages at your own pace. Comfort each other, but understand that some of you may reach different phases of this healing process sooner than others. Your daughter and your sister are obviously, her body is no longer present on this earth. However, her spirit lives on through each and every one of you. From what this court can tell, she was quite a energetic, happy child. Some of you testified to the fact that when you learned of her death, that part of you died as well. And what I would suggest is that you fill that void with her spirit and her life that certainly lives on through each and every one of you. Allow Bailey Sunday Fun Days to return to your home. Allow laughter to return to your home, because in depriving yourselves of that, frankly, you're continuing, it would continue to victimize Tristan, because that's not what she would want. She would want that happiness and the laughter to return, and the joking between her siblings. That's what she would truly want. You have to try to let go of some of the anger that you still feel. I think that's a big part of this process for you. Mr. Bailey, I want to address something that you mentioned, and that was the process of these court proceedings. I know it's been a long 22 months for your family as well as for this community. Justice at times can move a little bit slowly for those who are thrust into it. For those of us who practice it and live it and work it every day, I assure you that there are constitutional safeguards that are in place in this country, and they're there for a very important reason. And sometimes that takes time to work through that process. And that can be frustrating, it can be agonizing at times. But we strive to make sure that we get things right the first time, and that we do things the proper way. And I appreciated your comments, and I appreciated the patience that your family and the community has shown to the court system. These attorneys have worked diligently. They have had, on both sides, they have, this is not their only case, sadly. This is the only courtroom in all of St. Johns County with over 300,000 people who now live in this community. We have one felony courtroom. So every felony, every murder, it takes place in this courtroom. And these attorneys are assigned to cases throughout this circuit. I trust and I believe that they have done a diligent job in this case. And again, I recognize that it can certainly take some time, and I appreciate the patience that you've shown, and I hope that you understand the necessity in making sure that things are done the proper way. Pursuant to section 921.1401, the court, in determining whether a life imprisonment or a term of years equal to life imprisonment is an appropriate sentence, the court must consider the following factors. A, the nature and circumstances of the offense committed by the defendant. B, the effect of the crime on the victim's family and on the community. C, the defendant's age, maturity, intellectual capacity, and mental and emotional health at the time of the offense. D, the defendant's background, including his or her family, home, community, environment. E, the effect, if any, of immaturity, impetuosity, or failure to appreciate the risks and consequences on the defendant's participation in the offense. F, the extent of the defendant's participation in the offense. G, the effect, if any, of familial pressure or peer pressure on the defendant's actions. H, the nature and extent of the defendant's prior criminal history. I, the effect, if any, of characteristics attributable to the defendant's youth on the defendant's judgment. And J, the possibility of rehabilitating the defendant. I have considered all of the evidence that has been presented for the during this week. The testimony that was presented, the victim impact statements, the evidence that was submitted, the filings, and I have analyzed each and every one of those factors as well as any other factors that may be relevant to these proceedings in order to determine an appropriate sentence for this case. The statute requires the court to make specific findings on the record, which is what I will now do. I'm going to begin with factor C, the defendant's age, maturity, intellectual capacity, and mental and emotional health at the time of the offense. This defendant was 14 years old when this act was committed. It is well established, and this court accepts fully that an individual's brain is not fully developed until they reach sometime in their 20s. There is no question to the science behind that. This court recognizes it, accepts it. The court finds that the defendant himself was of average maturity for his age. Based on the testimony that was presented, there were comments about that he was of average maturity, that some of his friends looked upon him as even more mature than the average 14-year-old. He did have a learning disability. His grades suffered as a result. He struggled in school. Resources were put into place to assist him, which he did respond to. The Dean of Students testified about his work with Mr. Fucci, and that there were some things that were done to assist him. He did have some discipline issues at school, but he had a good rapport with that dean, seemed to have a good plan in place. The court has heard the testimony and received some testimony about his emotional health, which kind of segues into the next factor, which is the defendant's background, including his or her family home and community environment. The defendant had a fairly normal home environment. He had two parents who were very involved in his life. The testimony from the grandmother was that his father never missed time sharing, his mother never missed time sharing. I want to comment on the grandmother who testified, who came into this courtroom and testified. That took a lot of courage. That was not easy for her, but it did show this court that he had a good, stable home environment. So there had been some discussion about from his girlfriend, that she felt as though maybe there were some things that were going on at home. Based on all of the testimony and evidence, this court does not find that he suffered from any type of physical or emotional abuse. It does not appear that there was any significant alcohol or drug abuse inside the home.
These are all factors the judge has to weigh in on.
Additionally, the court reviewed the letters that were submitted by his mother and his father, in particular the letter from the father. The court was also moved by, indicated that there was a strong father-son relationship. I'm going to skip factor E for just a moment and move to factor F, the extent of the defendant's participation in this offense. This court does find that the defendant was the sole participant in this offense. He was 100% responsible for this murder. This court does not believe that there was any encouragement or enticement from anyone else to get him to commit this crime. As to factor G, the effect, if any, of familial pressure or peer pressure on the defendant's actions, the court received no evidence that would suggest that there was any familial or peer pressure on the defendant's actions in this case. The nature, factor H, the nature and extent of the defendant's prior criminal history. This defendant has no prior criminal history. The court did receive, and there had been some discussion about whether or not the court could consider any prior or post-bad acts. I want to make it very clear that the only consideration that this court is giving to any of the information that it received related to any prior acts in school or fights or any of the statements or acts that occurred after his arrest while he was incarcerated were received and considered solely for the purpose of analyzing the factors in this statute. It in no way, shape, or form does this court has this court considered those matters in order to enhance his sentence. It is simply to apply them and apply those issues to these particular factors. The effect, if any, of characteristics attributable to the defendant's youth on the defendant's judgment. I've already considered his youth. I don't find that there were any other characteristics of his youth that really played a part in this crime. J, the possibility of rehabilitating the defendant. I would say that the defendant has shown some ability to modify his behavior. That was shown in school through the Dean of Students. However, as Dr. Pritchard noted, this crime is extraordinary. His behavior was so unusual compared to individuals his age that there is a poor prognosis for rehabilitation. Let me move to factor B, the effect of the crime on the victim's family and on the community. The effect of this crime that is had on the victim's family and on the community is significant. There is no greater loss than the loss of one's own child. The nature and circumstances of her death have caused an even greater trauma on her loved ones. Her siblings, parents, and extended family members all provided compelling victim impact statements relating their personal struggles with coping with her death. It has caused them deep and emotional and mental health problems. They are no longer able to function as the family they once were. It has also had a tremendous impact and effect on this community. This court has reviewed all of the letters that were submitted by her friends, teachers, coaches, and others. Approximately 150 letters were received. I have read all of them, and all of them strike a similar chord. This was a devastating crime. It was devastating to the children of this community. It materially changed an entire community. Some of the letters indicated and discussed children who were teenage children who could not sleep in their beds alone and had to sleep in between their parents for fear of what happened in this case. One of the letters I read mentioned the exhaustion of any mental health resources. The supply was in such need that the need was so great that the supply of mental health resources, there was an insufficient number of counselors. Individuals had to wait weeks or even months before they could get in to see a grief counselor. I would submit that this case is probably the most difficult and shocking case that this county in St. Johns County has dealt with. In the 20 years that I have been, or 16 years that I have been practicing law, and the 30 years that I have lived and worked in this all of Northeast Florida, this case is one of only a very small few that had this level and this type of impact on the community. This court gives this factor great weight. As to the last two remaining factors, the effect, if any, of immaturity, impetuosity, or failure to appreciate the risks and consequences of the defendant's participation in the offense, and the effect of the crime,
Ann Wolf just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
And the nature and circumstances of the offense committed by the defendant. These factors are somewhat combined.
Thank you, Ann. Thanks for the birthday cake. That's my phone, sorry.
114 stab wounds, 49 defensive wounds, 35 wounds to the head and neck, 29 to the back and shoulder, and 6 fatal wounds. This court has reviewed and seen more than its fair share of autopsy photos. The autopsy photos in this particular case were particularly difficult. The 49 defensive wounds indicate that Tristan Bailey was conscious, that she was aware, and that she was doing everything she could to fend off this attack. She suffered a painful, horrifying death from someone that she trusted. Her screams were most likely stifled by her own suffocating lungs. He lured her into a secluded place in the woods near his home, a person that she trusted, and he led her there under false pretenses. There was a heightened level of premeditation in this case. Based on the prior statements that he made to his girlfriend and his friend, he indicated that he was going to kill someone. At which point he determined that it was going to be Tristan Bailey, I don't know. But there was going to be a victim. He indicated that how he was going to do it, that he would take them into a wooded place, that he would stab them, he would kill them and then run away so that he could keep on killing. He told his best friend that he wanted to kill someone to see what it felt like, and he wanted to watch them bleed out. This particular crime was committed with the weapon of choice as a knife, which he nicknamed Poker. That required a up-close, personal, type of murder that is rare. It's unique. The court accepts that in 2019, of all juvenile arrests, only 7% were violent and only 1% of those were homicides. This crime is clearly an outlier, and it was shocking, and it is shocking to the conscious.
Thank you, Katerina.
This court finds that the defendant's participation in this offense was not the result of immaturity or impetuosity. He understood the risks and consequences of his actions. He previously told his girlfriend that he was going to do this. That clearly shows that he had been planning it. He attempted to cover it up by disposing of the murder weapon and throwing it into a lake. He then attempted to conceal evidence by hiding his shoes and shirt and jeans, taking a shower, stealthily entering his home, and then the actions immediately after with the Snapchat videos in the back of the police car and the story that he made up about pushing her and her hitting her head, which was clearly refuted by the video evidence in this case. All of that shows, and this court finds, that this was not an immature or an impetuous type of crime. It makes it unique. it makes it extraordinary. What is also very troubling is that this crime had no motive. This was not done out of greed. It was not done in retaliation, retribution, or revenge. It was not a crime of passion. It was not a crime that was committed because he felt rejected by her. It was not done in a fit of uncontrollable anger. There was no reason. There was no purpose. It was done for no other reason than to satisfy this defendant's internal desire to feel what it was like to kill someone. It was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense for moral or legal justification, and it was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. This factor and this factor alone makes this case and this defendant more than just unique. It is for this reason and all of the reasons previously stated that leads this court to the conclusion that there is only one appropriate sentence in this case. Mr. Fucci, if you and your attorneys would please rise. Counsel, is there any legal reason why this court cannot impose sentence at this time?
No, sir.
Mr. Fucci, having entered a plea of guilty to the crime of first-degree murder, I adjudicate you guilty of the premeditated first-degree murder of Tristan Bailey. I sentence you to life in prison. Because of your age, you are eligible for review of the sentence in 25 years. I order the Department of Corrections to notify you when you are eligible to apply for your review hearing. Madam Clerk, if you will please impose the minimum fines and court costs. Mr. Fucci, you have 30 days to appeal the legality of this court's sentence. If you wish to appeal but cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You will be taken back to the Duval County Jail and then transported into the Florida State Prison System. We are adjourned.
Wow. Man. That is, family's just in tears. The comments the judge gave the family, the advice. This is a judge who's been in this situation many times, but never with this brutality at this young of an age. He's presided over many trials with very troubling set of facts. But him to take time in the beginning and speak directly to the family and friends, and just say, just so you know, I'm going to give a sentence and it won't fix it. I mean, you've been fighting for this, and you're going to get it, but it won't fix it. It won't make it go away. You know, it won't close the book. It changes the chapter, but just some incredibly wise words, some caring words. As he pointed out, the defendant, Aiden, who the camera crew in the courtroom has chosen not to show, will be eligible for parole after 25 years. It's my understanding, even though the judge spoke the way he spoke, it's my understanding that because he is under the age of 18, that he will spend until he's 18 in the juvenile system, and then be transferred to the adult correctional system. That's my understanding, but there will be no chance of anything other than that. Cachette, how does hearing this hit you as a father? Oh my goodness. It's hard. I mean, we sat there and we see the family here. The woman in pink, I'm surprised, but she appears to be filming. She's with the family, so maybe that's with their wishes. But maybe there's somebody on audio on a speakerphone. Yeah. Wow. There's a heavy start to the day. We're going to switch audio.
You swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step.
I'm not sure. I'm going to turn this off for a second. I want to make sure I've got the right feed. It's the wrong one again. It's the wrong one again. Oh, my goodness. We'll figure out how to do this. Oh, my goodness. Why is it not... Okay, so this should be live.
Displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, you should select yes in the special finding form. A firearm is legally defined as, and that'll become, I'm going to read you the verdict form in just a moment, and that'll become clear at that point. A firearm is legally defined as
jury
any
instructions
weapon
here.
is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. The term firearm does not include
we've just jumped over to
firearm unless the antique firearm is
to the ice cream murder trial. We've got a couple things happening today. It's a crazy day. These are jury instructions for the ice cream murder trial, which also just wrapped up. This is an interesting trial because it's my understanding the defendant has been in custody for the last 10 years. And because of the delays and everything else, this will be his first conviction. Is that correct? He has not been convicted before?
If you find that Michael Keatley committed manslaughter,
Gail, thank you for becoming a new member.
You also find beyond a
appreciate
reasonable
that.
doubt that during the commission of the crime, he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a weapon, you should select yes in the special finding form. A weapon is legally defined to mean any object that could be used to cause death or inflict serious bodily harm.
Thank you, Baby Bear. I appreciate it. Thank you to all the people who are wishing me happy birthday. There's no way I can respond to all of you. It has been amazing.
Carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use
Aiden Fucci received life in prison. He will have an opportunity for a review after 25 years.
Offenses of first-degree murder and second-degree murder. It applies to counts 1 and 2, and the victim in count 1 is Sergio Guitron, and the victim in count 2
Carrie, thanks so much. Appreciate you being a member as well. Welcome. Please take a seat.
Or second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, he discharged a firearm, and in doing so,
we're still waiting for the feed from Gwyneth Paltrow's case in Utah.
Yes, in the special finding form. If you find that Michael Keatley committed first-degree murder or second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he discharged a firearm, you should select yes in the special finding form. If you find that Michael Keatley committed first-degree murder or second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable
birthday
doubt
boy
the commission of the crime,
thank you, Thomas. Appreciate the super chat.
you should select
We'll see you
yes
tonight,
in
my
the
friend,
special
for a
finding
podcast.
form.
We should probably get something ready for that.
Defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant, A, carried a firearm on his person, or excuse me, B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. This next instruction applies to offenses of attempted first-degree murder and attempted second-degree murder. It applies to counts 3, 4, 5, and 6. The victim in count 3 is Gonzalo Guevara. The victim in count 4 is Daniel Beltran. The victim in count 5 is Richard Cantu. The victim in count 6 is Ramon Galan. If you find that Michael Keatley committed attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, he discharged a firearm and in doing so caused great bodily harm to the victim.
Thank you, Minsky.
Select yes
Appreciate you.
in the special
Thank you so
finding
much.
Forms. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. If you find that Michael Keatley committed attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he discharged a firearm, you should select yes in the special finding forms. If you find that Michael Keatley committed attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he actually possessed a firearm, you should select yes in the special findings form. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive.
That was incredible,
The frame or
Bradley.
receiver of
Good-
any such weapon,
good judge
any
there.
firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique
Happy
firearm
birthday
is
to one of a
used in the
kind.
commission
Enjoy
of
your
a crime.
special day clapping
To actually
hands with
possess
light
a
skin tone
firearm
waving hand
means
thumbs
that
up
the
orange
defendant,
heart.
A, carried a firearm
Thank you,
on
Cajun
his
Girl.
person, or B,
Much
had a
appreciated.
firearm within
Thank you
immediate
so much.
physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. An issue in this case is whether defendant was present when the crime allegedly was committed.
Michelle, my burner phone
If
has
you
a
have
Utah number,
reasonable
but I'm in
doubt
North
that the
Carolina.
defendant was present at the scene of the alleged crime, it is your duty to find the defendant not guilty. Michael Keatley has entered a plea of not guilty. This means that you must presume or believe he is innocent. This presumption of innocence stays with him as to
Caroline,
each
yes,
material
that's the
allegation in
possibility.
the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome his presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving that the crime with which he is charged was committed and that he is that person who committed that crime. Michael Keatley is not required to present evidence or to prove anything. Whenever the phrase reasonable doubt is used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is
Antique
not
firearm
mere
is a gun that's made
possible doubt or
before,
speculative,
like on or
imaginary,
before
or forced doubt.
1898.
Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty
1898.
if you have an abiding conviction of his guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction of his guilt, or if you have a conviction of his,
Thank you, Kathy.
of his guilt,
Thank you so much for the super chat.
Is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find him not guilty because your doubt is reasonable.
Yes,
It
this is
to
the
the
ice cream
evidence
murder trial.
introduced in this
Ice cream
trial
man murder
and to
trial.
it alone
I don't have all the
that you
facts
are
to go over with you. I wish I
for
did.
proof.
But,
A reasonable doubt as to
it
the
overlapped
guilt
with our
of
previous
Michael
trial.
Keatley may arise from the evidence, from conflicts in the evidence, or from a lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find him not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find him guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence
The Sarah Boone
is
trial,
reliable.
Thea,
You should
it has a
use your
hearing on the
common
31st
sense
of
in
March,
deciding
and then it's
which
slated to
is
start
best
April
evidence and
10th.
which evidence should not
But
be
we won't know if that
relied
will
upon in
hold
deciding
until
your
after the
verdict.
hearing. So
You
it
may
could push
find
out a little
some
further.
of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You
Carl,
should consider
25
how
years.
the witnesses acted, as well as what
I'm not
they
sure if
said.
YouTube will be around in
Some
25
things
years.
you should consider
We'll have to
are,
figure out a way.
Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the
Happy
witness's
birthday, as we
testimony
say.
agree with
Dix
the other
Lagrune
testimony
Tartzone.
and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
I'm not sure if
Has any pressure
the
or
voice got
threat
that
been used against the witness
the
that
Dutch
affected
right.
the truth of the witness's testimony?
Thank you very much, Dutch Girl.
Did the witness
it's a wonderful
at
day.
some
Thanks for
other
spending it
time
with me.
make a
Appreciate it.
statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the
I'm
number
gonna
of
I'm gonna do a
witnesses
quick
it is
search
called
for a
or
little bit of
upon the
information because I'm
witnesses it is
curious on
offered,
this case. So
but
give me
instead
just a
upon
minute.
the
We'll
nature
listen
and
to the
quality of
jury
evidence
instructions for a
presented.
second.
The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Spanish has been used during this trial. The evidence you are to consider is only that provided through the official court interpreter. Although some of you may know Spanish, it is important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must base your decision on the evidence presented in the English translation. You must disregard any different meaning. If during testimony there was a question of the accuracy of English interpretation and steps were taken to resolve any discrepancies, and despite these efforts a discrepancy remains, I emphasize that you must rely only upon the official English interpretation as provided by the court interpreter and disregard any other contrary interpretation. You have heard testimony of eyewitness identification. In deciding how much weight to give to this testimony, you may consider the various factors mentioned in these instructions concerning credibility of witnesses. In addition to those factors, in evaluating eyewitness identification testimony, you may also consider the capacity and opportunity of the eyewitness to observe the offender based upon the length of time for observation and the conditions at the time of observation, including lighting and distance. Whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was the result of influence or suggestiveness. The circumstances under which the defendant was presented to the eyewitness for identification. Any inconsistent identifications made by the eyewitness. Any instance in which the eyewitness did not make an identification when given the opportunity to do so. The witness's familiarity with the subject identified. Lapses of time between the event and the identification.
Okay, so I can sum this up once he's done
and the other
with what this case is about.
The offender, let me start that over, I apologize. Whether the eyewitness and the offender are of different races or ethnic groups, and whether this may have affected the accuracy of the identification. The totality of circumstances surrounding the eyewitness's identification. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against Michael Keatley. It is not necessary for him to disprove anything, nor is he required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove his guilt by evidence. Michael Keatley exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should be concerned that Michael Keatley did or did not testify at trial. A statement claimed to have been made by Michael Keatley outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence whether his alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making your determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to 1. Whether when he made the statement he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2. Whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude that this out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. These are some rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law. Everyone is depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or because you are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in any way. Your duty is to determine if Michael Keatley has been proven guilty in accord with the law. It is the judge's responsibility to determine a proper sentence if he is guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous, which means that each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your responsibility. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that makes you think that I prefer one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you, and they are as follows. I'm going to hold it up briefly. It's multiple pages. I don't expect you to be able to read it from there, but this is the verdict that will go back in the room with you. It will be on top of the stack of instructions, and it is paper clipped, all of the pages of it. It reads as follows. State of Florida versus Michael Keatley. It then has the title verdict form. Under that,
Happy
it reads,
birthday,
the jury
RA.
find as follows as to
Party
count
face
one.
with the party horn.
In parentheses,
Hat,
it
and
says
confetti party
victim
topper
Sergio
birthday
Guitron.
king.
And then in parentheses, it says check only one letter and
Thank you,
answer
MCAT.
all associated
Appreciate you.
questions under your lettered selection. Choice A reads, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. And then under that, there are 4 questions. 1 reads, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? And then there are choices for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? And then choices for yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? And then questions for yes or selections for yes or no. Question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Sergio Guitron? And then choices for yes or no. Choice B reads, the defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense. And then there are 4 questions. Questions read, number 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? And then choices for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? And then choices for yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? And then choices for yes or no. Turning to page 2 of the verdict form, at the top is question 4 of choice B. It reads, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Sergio Guitron? And then choices for yes or no. After that is choice C, which reads, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. And then 1 question, which reads, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a weapon? And then choices for yes or no. And then choice D, which reads, the defendant is not guilty. Under that, it says, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, in parentheses, victim Juan Guitron. And then in parentheses, check only 1 letter and answer all associated questions under your lettered selection. Choice A reads, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. And 4 questions. Question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? With selections for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? And then selections for yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? And then selections for yes or no. Question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Juan Guitron? And then selections for yes or no. Under that, choice B reads, the defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense, and there are 4 questions. Question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm, with choices for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm, with choices for yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm, with choices for selection yes or no. On the 3rd page at the top, question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Juan Guitron? And then choices for selections yes or no. Under that is choice C, which reads, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. And under that, 1 question, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a weapon? And then choices for yes or no. Under that selection is choice D, which reads, the defendant is not guilty. After that, it reads, read the jury find as follows as to count 3. In
He's almost done
it says
here.
victim Gonzalo Guevara. And in parentheses, it says check only 1 letter and answer all associated questions under your lettered selection.
Got it, Mustang guy.
Choice A reads, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the first degree as charged, and then there are 4 questions. Number 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? Then choices for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Under that, choices yes or no. Under that, question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? Under that, choices for yes or no. Then question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause great bodily harm to Gonzalo Guevara? And then choices for yes or no. Under that, choice selection B says the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense. And then 4 questions. Question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? With selections for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? With selections for choices yes or no.
Thanks,
Question
Deadhead.
3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? On to the next page. Question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Gonzalo Guevara? With choices for selections yes or no. Under that, selection C, which reads the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. And 1 question, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a weapon? Under that, with choices for yes or no. Then selection D, which is the defendant says the defendant is not guilty. Under that, it says, we the jury find as follows as to count 4. In parentheses, victim Daniel Beltran. After that, there are parentheses that say check only 1 letter and answer all associated questions under your lettered selection. Selection A reads, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the first degree as charged. And then 4 questions. Question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? Then yes or no. Then question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? With choices for yes or no. Then question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? With choices for yes or no. Then question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause great bodily harm to Daniel Beltran?
Jury's going to be out for 12 hours just doing the
Under
paperwork.
that is selection B, which says the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense. And then 4 questions. The first question, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? And then selections for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Then selections for yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? Then selections for yes or no. At the top of the next page is question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Daniel Beltran? Then selections for yes or no. Then selection C, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. And question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a weapon? And then selections for yes or no. And then D, the defendant is not guilty. Under that, it reads, we the jury find as follows as to count 5, victim Richard Cantu, check only 1 letter and answer all associated questions under your lettered selection. Choice A reads, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the first degree as charged. And 4 questions. 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? And then yes or no. After that, 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? And then yes or no. Then question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? And then yes or no. And then under that, 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause great bodily harm to Richard Cantu? And then selections for yes or no.
It was my
After
daughter
that
who
is
made the cake
choice
for me.
B, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense. And question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? With choices for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? With choices for yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? With choices for yes or no. Then on the top of the next page is question 4, which says, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Richard Cantu? With choices for yes or no. Then selection C, which reads, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. And one question, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a weapon? With choices for yes or no. And then selection D, which reads, the defendant is not guilty. Under that, it says, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 6. In parentheses, it says victim Ramon Galan. After that, it says check only one letter and answer all associated questions under your lettered selection. Choice A reads, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the first degree as charged. And question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? With choices yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? And choices yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? Choices for yes or no. Question 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause great bodily harm to Ramon Galan? And then questions for yes or no. And selection B reads, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense. And question 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? Then choices for yes or no. Question 2, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Then choices for yes or no. Question 3, did the defendant discharge the firearm? Then choices for yes or no. At the top of the next page, question number 4, did the discharge of the firearm cause the death of Ramon Galan? And choices for yes or no. Then selection C, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. And question 1, did the defendant personally carry,
these are a lot of papers.
threaten, or attempt to use a weapon? And then choices for yes or no.
I would estimate that this might be the most difficult part for a jury, is sitting here and sorting through all the papers or listening to them being read to them.
March 2023, and then there are 2 lines, one for the foreperson of the jury.
Lady Writer, I had a yellow cake with chocolate frosting made by my daughter. The only request I had, very nicely, was I asked that my wife crack the eggs because I don't like eggshells in my cake. Thank you, Debbie. We do have a video out of the Utah courtroom now. That's the state seal right above me on the top right. That's the Gwyneth Paltrow case that's starting. It's going to be day 4. Okay, so here's finals.
What the attorneys say
Let's,
is not evidence.
This is closing statements.
On the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time.
Tell me, do you want me to stick with closing statements here or cut over to Gwyneth Paltrow as soon as that goes live?
After the defense has given its
How do we feel about that?
Argument. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. May I please support?
Certainly.
They gave me an awesome chair. I've got a brand new chair here.
Members of the jury, on November 25th of 2010, the defendant, Michael Keatley,
We'll go to Paltrow.
dressed
Okay,
as a
we'll do
law
that.
enforcement officer, armed himself with his modified Glock 45 caliber weapon and started hunting for creeper. By Thanksgiving of 2010, he had already conducted his own investigation.
I'll do that, Tish.
He had healed enough
She'll be
that
back
he
in a
could
minute.
drive back in his ice cream van through the streets of Ruskin, Waimama, and there was one thing that he wanted. He wanted to know who had shot and robbed him. And by November of 2010, he believed that that was Creeper, based on a rumor, based on his own investigation. Person after person after person came into this courtroom and testified on that stand and said that he was looking for Creeper. He was asking about Creeper. He had already done his investigation.
That feels like Zoom too
He had
much.
researched him. He researched him on his computer.
Happy birthday to
He
you,
researched
RA.
Ocean Mist.
Thank you, John.
And he knew
Thank you so much.
exactly where to find him. States Exhibit 113, that composition notebook. After he had researched Creeper, he found out that his name was Omar Bayon, B-A-I-L-O-N. This was written in his notebook, found in his house, with the exact address of Omar Bayon, 507 Ocean Mist. He knew exactly where to find Creeper. All based on a rumor, all based on word on the street. That's exactly where he went to on November 25th of 2010. That is the only reason he was on that porch. That is the only person he asked for on that porch. This is not 507 Ocean Mist, the address on that notebook. This is 604 Ocean Mist. This is the Lucas home. This is where Juan and Sergio Guitron were hanging out with their friends when they were gunned down the early morning hours of Thanksgiving of 2010. You heard from two of the victims, Gonzalo Guevara and Daniel Beltran, and they told you. They said they saw a dark van, dark green, dark blue, solid one-color van come from this direction, from the left of this photo, the first time it came around. The crime scene is in the center of that photo. Around the loop, from where that vehicle came, is 507 Ocean Mist, Omar Bayon's house. That is where the defendant went first. And you heard from Omar Bayon. You heard that he was there at his home, but he was in bed. Him and his girlfriend were sleeping in the early morning hours of November 25th of 2010. Lights were out. Defendant went to that location. Who knows how long he parked there, looking for any sort of activity. When there wasn't any, because the lights are off, he drives around the circle, and what does he see? He sees 7 Hispanics out on that porch. And you know he is looking for Hispanic males. He believes Creeper is a Hispanic male. He believes Creeper is a Mexican. That is what he has told people he knows. That he is looking for Creeper.
Rockin' Dawkins
that he may
SE
have
just sent a
tattoo on
super
his-
sticker
on
with
his
20.
arm, that
Thank
he's
you, Rockin'
Mexican,
Dawkins.
that he
Appreciate your
lives
support.
on
Love the
Ocean
super
Mist.
sticker.
You saw the photographs from his printer, part of his investigation. Mr. Guerra, another person he accused of doing this to him. Other Hispanic males. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office inquiries on his computer because he believed that Hispanic males were responsible for shooting and robbing him back in
That's
January.
amazing. Thank you so
of
much,
2010.
Rockin' Dawkins. Thank you, thank you.
All of these victims, Ramon Galan, Richard Cantu, Gonzalo Guevara, Daniel Beltran, have all come in this courtroom and testified about what they remembered. This happened over 12 years ago. And they remember a lot about what happened. That had to be one of the scariest moments of their lives. When that person approached, when the defendant approached dressed as law enforcement and in close range started shooting them one by one by one. You heard Daniel Beltran and you heard Gonzalo Guevara testify how they were next to Richard Cantu and saw the killer shoot him in the head.
DD
You heard
had
all of
420
those
just
details, how
sent a
they were
super sticker
ordered
with
down to the
0.99.
ground on that porch, told to
Thank you,
face
Deadhead, for the slice of cake.
away,
Appreciate it.
told to get down on the ground, give them their IDs. And that's what they did. They were unarmed. They did what he wanted, and he shot them anyway. They have testified that there was a lot of drinking that happened prior to this incident, that there were drugs that were taken, cocaine and marijuana. And you can use that when you evaluate their testimony. But we ask you to look at all of the other evidence to see if that supports and corroborates what they say, what they said happened. And if you look at that crime scene,
We're waiting for
you
Gwyneth
know
Paltrow's case to start.
that they remembered the details of this night, that they remembered
Thank
those
you, Tracy.
details vividly
Let me get
because
fat
they
with all
were
this
in
cake you
fear
guys are
for
sending
their
me.
life. They said that they were playing cards, that they were seated around a table, that they were lined up on that porch and shot while they were down on the ground of that porch. All of that blood on the porch corroborates what they said. Daniel Beltran testified how he was shot several times. And after he was shot, one of those shots went through a window. After it went through the window, he actually, still fleeing for his life, threw himself over the side of that porch while the defendant is still shooting from the porch, shooting at him. And that somehow he is able to crawl and run and go through the side of that house. And that he tries to fling himself over a fence and that he breaks it. Can't get over the fence, he gets a chair. He's able to get over the chair. State's Exhibit 31, where that yellow tape is. Those are bullet holes. They were facing the house. The killer was behind him. That is evidence that they are telling the truth. Those are close-ups of those bullets. Mr. Guevara's ID, he had pulled it out because that is what was demanded of them. The killer was looking for a creeper, and he wanted to see their IDs. Daniel Beltran fled across that backyard and dropped his ID because it was out. That's the fence he broke. He was bleeding at the time when he broke that fence. That's the chair that he put up against the fence so he could fling himself over it. The crime scene is evidence. What they said supports, that crime scene supports what they said happened that night. Those details were still fresh in their mind when they testified in front of you. The judge read to you what was the instructions for the elements of first-degree premeditated murder. To prove the first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The victim is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Michael Keatley. There was a premeditated killing of the victim. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding.
As she's going over the rules of what killing means. We are watching right now. We're waiting for the Gwyneth Paltrow case to start. Utah starts a little bit later because they're a little bit behind us time-wise. We are currently watching a case out of Florida with the ice cream murder trial, ice cream man murder trial. with the ice cream man who was robbed, who apparently sought out or is accused of seeking out vigilante justice with the people who robbed him. It involved killing 2 people and shooting several others. And so this is closing statements. The jury's had their instructions this morning, and now the prosecution is giving their closing arguments. As soon as we get video from the GP case, we're going to cut from this case. We're going to return over to Gwyneth Paltrow, and we do expect Gwyneth to possibly testify this afternoon, which will be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. But we'll stick with this one until that top right corner video starts having some motion.
Entered his right back, went through his body, perforated his heart, his lungs, and his pulmonary artery, and then exited out of the left side. The trajectory of the bullet was back to front. Again, the information from the medical examiner's office corroborated what the victim said. He was shooting them from behind. They were facing the home. Juan Guitron shot twice in the back. He killed them after deciding to do it. He made the decision to pull the trigger. That is first-degree premeditated murder. But you know his plan started well before November 25th of 2010. Attempted murder. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Michael Keatley did some act intended to cause the death of the victim that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. Michael Keatley acted with a premeditated design to kill the victim. The act would have resulted in the death of the victim, except that someone prevented Michael Keatley from killing the victim, or he failed to do so. In this case, with regards to Ramon Galan, Daniel Beltran, Richard Cantu, he failed to do that. They were able to get life-saving treatment. Again, he was shooting them close range.
Ohio Mama, you missed that earlier this morning. He received life in prison. He'll have a review at 25 years.
That is attempted murder, first degree. He would have killed them had they not got medical treatment. State's Exhibit 146. The reason that is up there, because when I talked to you and read you those instructions about murder and attempted murder, the one thing the state never has to prove is motive. It would be hard to prove motive in most cases because you're talking about why a killer kills people. What is the reasoning behind it? What is going on in their mind? The law never requires the state to prove murder. But in this case, the evidence of motive is overwhelming. And it all goes back to what happened in January of 2010 to the defendant. The defendant was a victim of a robbery and attempted murder. And it is truly horrible what happened to him. He was shot multiple times for $12. He was working. He was driving his ice cream van, just trying to make a living. And a young black female approached him as a distraction, and then 2 armed men wearing ski masks broke into his van, stole $12, and shot him multiple times. There is no justification for that. It is unfair. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office responded to that crime. You heard from Deputy McMurtry. He was the first responder. You heard how we took an interview from the defendant, a brief one, and that he was transported to the hospital for his injuries. And you have heard a lot of evidence of how severe those injuries were. You heard from Dr. Halpern that he had a horrible blast injury to his right arm, that he had another gunshot wound to his left hand. Those injuries, nerve damage, were horribly painful. Back in January of 2010, when this first happened,
Susan Blankenship just
use
sent a
either
super sticker
hand.
with 5.
Thank you, Susan.
Those were devastating
Appreciate the
injuries.
super sticker.
It changed his whole life. He went from living on his own to living with his parents. He couldn't feed himself at that time. He couldn't use either hand. The impact to his life was devastating. The judge instructed you cannot base your decision on sympathy. What happened to him was horrible. The decision in this case is whether or not the defendant killed Juan and Sergio Guitron and the attempted murder of all of those other victims in this case. The same goes true with the victims. You can't use any sort of sympathy about the pain and the fear that they went through to base your decision. It has to be based on facts and evidence. Back in 2010, in January, when the defendant was shot and a victim of a horrible crime, he reported it to law enforcement. He did all of the right things. And you heard about that case. You heard about that investigation because it is motive in this case. It is unimaginable to go through what he did and get no justice for
Happy
it.
IRF Day to you. Happy
But I
birthday
wanna
to
talk
you.
a little
Happy
bit about
birthday
what
to RA.
happened
H.
on
Happy
January
birthday to
23rd of
YYOOOUU
2010.
smiling face with
The
smiling
sheriff's
eyes
office
and
did
hugging
respond.
hands.
They did transport him to get
Tish,
medical
thank you for
attention.
singing to me.
He, unfortunately,
appreciate
was
it.
the only eyewitness.
Appreciate your support.
And
You're
those
amazing. Thank you so
two
much.
assailants, those two gunmen, were completely, their faces were completely covered with a ski mask. He will never be able to identify them. He said that they were armed and that they had gloves on. The sheriff's office processed that scene. You heard about swabbing for DNA, lifting for prints, but you also heard from Ricky Navarro. He was the fingerprint analyst. You don't get fingerprints when people are wearing gloves. That is why those two criminals wore gloves, so that nothing would link them to that crime. You heard about blood being on the street, blood being in his van. He bled. He was the only one who bled. That is his DNA. Again, the assailants are covered, ski mask, gloves. They're not leaving their fingerprints behind. They're not leaving touch DNA behind. Those are the sources of DNA. That
Thank
was
you,
always
Susan, for the
going
super
to
chat.
be
Thank you
a
so much.
difficult case to
Appreciate
make.
your support.
He was able to give a description of a vehicle. No tag number, just a generic description of a vehicle. The only way the sheriff's office could have made that case, because there were no eyewitnesses, is if one of those assailants, or that girl, those two gunmen,
James
confessed to
Peacock just
someone.
sent a super sticker with 3.99.
Criminals don't confess to people when they rob people.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it.
So there was a reward that was offered, $5,000 reward. Any information, 2 black males, 1 light-skinned black female, age 17 to 20, driving a 92 or 93 light-colored Buick. That was information provided by him. He called the sheriff's office to check on his case. All reasonable. He heard from Detective Nolan. Called a few times. There were leads they followed up on. It led to nothing. That had to be maddening. Because he's still suffering. He still cannot use both of his hands. He's still in pain. And he's gotten no justice. And every time he calls the sheriff's office,
Kakamajo just sent a super sticker with 4.99.
Okay, we're going to switch over to Gwyneth Paltrow's case as it's starting right now this morning. I apologize for the sudden whiplash. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for the super chats, for the super stickers. Kokomojo, thank you so much as well. Just see that one come in. We're waiting for audio. It's not. There we go. It's my fault. It's this nice chair. I'm just relaxing and loving it. My family got this chair. Complete surprise. Tabitha singing happy birthday as well. I appreciate you, all of you. Utah's live. We're switching over right now. Waiting for that. I think we're waiting for the jury to come in, honestly. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look at this. That's me in the chair.
Josephine just sent a super sticker with 9.99.
My memory fails me that it was a formal motion versus an informal conversation. I'd be interested in plaintiff's memory on that.
The judge is like, "Are you for real?" Thank you, right on, Josephine.
Some discussion of it. I thought there was a motion. I mean, it's not.
Your Honor, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I recall there being conversation about it. I mean, some argument and discussion formally, and I don't recall whether there was a. I think
Happy
there was some
birthday,
kind
buddy.
of a motion
We
from
all
the
love
plaintiff.
and appreciate you. Have an awesome day.
Thank you, Jen Hoff.
And Peter's telling me
appreciate you so much. Thank you for the
it
super
was
chat.
discussed, but perhaps didn't make it into the written order. I'd be interested in plaintiff's memory of that and the courts.
Mr. Bueller, do you recall that? Not right now, Your Honor. Okay. Maybe you could find it, Peter, in the papers, and we can address it during a break.
And mostly, I guess, it sounds like I'm not restricted then from talking about it. That mostly I was concerned, like, am I in trouble for bringing it up? But it sounds like if it's not in a written order, and if they have brought it up, then I'm okay. That was my goal in bringing it up.
Mr. Bueller?
It depends on what they bring up. I'm not sure what he's proffering right now. It's hard to talk about something I don't know about yet.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Bob Sykes was kind enough to call me last night and say that they intend to call Gwyneth Paltrow before Terry Sanders. Is that still the case? Sanders' son.
That's supposed to be a private phone call, Steve.
I didn't know that, but I do need to bring this up because
Seriously?
if
That
they're
was
supposed to
be a
rest
private
today,
phone call.
Bob, if you tell me this needs to be private, I will keep it private, but you didn't say that.
Want a minute with counsel and talk about it?
If it's not going to be this morning, we can do it this afternoon. Why don't we wait?
Okay. Thank you.
Wow. That was supposed to be a private phone call.
Complimenting you for being upfront with me, so it wasn't a diss.
Please, no more compliments from you.
Wow.
Any more issues before the jury comes in?
No love lost between these two.
Can you cue up the video and get it ready? I just want to plug it in. And are we ready to bring the jury in? All right, we're ready.
This is interesting. I'm watching this today in the light of the suggestion that it's possible that Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer is putting on an act that he is not the bumbling lawyer that appears to be his first appearance in court or first civil case ever that we think he is. and that this might all be a pretense for the jury, for the court, for the whole system, and that he may just be the dark horse that comes through strong in the finish. So that'll be interesting. You've got to think that Gwyneth Paltrow has the funds. There she is right now. I wasn't going to say speak of the devil. That wouldn't be appropriate. But that she has the funds to pay for a very good lawyer. And that this, instead of like one from Wish, but holy cow, the box fort that they've set up behind them, the wall behind them is remarkable. Pamper Glamper says, why don't you get the day off for your birthday?
Birthday cake, enjoy the journey to 10,000 addicts.
Pamper Glamper, there's nothing I'd rather do than spend my birthday with a few hundred of my favorite friends. So that's why I'm here. Thank you. Carol Connolly, happy birthday. Enjoy the journey to 10,000. It might maybe next week. It might be a little bit. We've got a ways to go. And we're losing slowly as you watch the counter. See, I can show you the counter. We lost one more.
We're ready to continue with
thank you for your support.
Richard Baum's testimony by video.
Oh, my goodness.
Glad to see everybody made it despite the perpetual snowstorm that we have outside. So, thank you. Mr. Sykes, you may proceed.
This is more of the green screen, unfortunately.
It says name Bain.
Bain. Yep. I found the recline button on my chair, so I might sleep through this part.
Earlier you testified that you believe there's only one way this crash could have happened, which is that Ms. Paltrow hit Terry Sanderson from behind. If
I like that the video.
If another expert like Irving Scher says otherwise, how would you think of that opinion if that was the case?
Well, I would disagree with it, and I would like to know what the basis of his opinion was. That's basically the short answer, but if he came up with a different opinion, then maybe he considered other information that I may not have had in formulating that opinion. So I would certainly be interested in knowing what the basis of that type of an opinion.
And do you recall a defense expert, Robert Hush, MD?
Yes, that's the neurologist.
And his report is, the actual written part is less than 6 pages, maybe 5 even. And most of it is, or much of it is the review of his, the things he reviewed. Is it your understanding that Dr. Hush did not examine Terry Sanderson personally, correct?
That's my understanding.
What does that mean to you regarding his opinions, this Dr. Hush?
I have always, myself, have insisted on examining the patient directly to corroborate the medical records and to get more insight, because medical records are just what they are, records. If you have the source in front of you that you're able to query, I find that that is very, very helpful. So some people or some of my professional colleagues don't do that, and I feel that they may be at a disadvantage in doing it that way. But my preference has always been to examine the patient.
I'm just going to read you what his report says. This Dr. Hush.
It's Dr. Hesh, actually.
Hesh, okay.
Nobody can pronounce names.
Dr. Hesh. He says on page 3, the persisting neurological symptoms Mr. Sanderson reports since the February 2016 ski accident are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions. How would you respond to that?
I would disagree with that. I mean, even though he does have a history of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, I do not feel that he had those symptoms beforehand and they became prevalent after the closed head injury. So you have to...
Happy birthday party popper present
you
balloon.
have to be able to...
Thank you very much, Jiggly Jules. Appreciate the super chat.
That
very much
timeline, if you will, or that clinical history.
Then on page 4, he says under part 2, I am not entirely convinced that Mr. Sanderson experienced a mild concussion. How would you respond to that?
Well, that I would definitely disagree with that. I mean, we have evidence of him having the disorientation afterwards. So certainly there were concussive symptoms noted shortly after the event, which would define the concussion. And it's like I said, the issue has always been whether or not these symptoms are permanent or transitory in nature.
Then on page, bottom of page 4 under number 3, he says the persisting symptoms Mr. Sanderson attributes to the ski accident are subjective ones, confusion, memory problems. Objective criteria do not establish that Mr. Sanderson experienced a permanent neurological injury during the ski accident. How would you respond to that?
Well, keep in mind, in this particular type of patient, you have the objective evidence of the witnesses, the before and after witnesses, and of course you have the medical records. So that is certainly more objective because you're getting it from an observer. So that would certainly be objective in nature.
What about this? The ski patroller Whitney Smith, who saw Terry Sanderson showing mild disorientation within about 10 or 15 minutes of the crash. How would that affect your response to Dr. Hesh?
Well, once again, that's an observer that observes someone that's disoriented. That would be an objective finding.
And then he says on page 5, Mr. Sanderson's neurological function is normal, and his records and imaging do not provide any indication of neurological or any indication for neurological treatment. Any response to that?
I would tend to defer that to his treating physicians, but certainly there is evidence in the records that he has ongoing neurological problems that need to be addressed. To what extent that they're being addressed, I would defer to his treating physicians.
Okay, next, the next defense expert is Stephen Edgley. Were you able to review his report?
Yes, but I don't recall who he is right off the top of my head.
Okay. He's board certified with, he claims, with the American Board of Physician Medicine and Rehabilitation.
Oh, PM&R. He's a PM&R specialist. I remember him, yes.
He says something different than Dr. Hesh. He says, compelling evidence on page 3. He says, Dr. Edgley says, compelling evidence indicates plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. How would you respond to that?
Well, the concussion is mild. I mean, it certainly would result in some catastrophic finding like persistent vegetative state, death. I mean, he was able to get to the clinic, but so I would consider it mild as well, but the loss of consciousness certainly was present.
So when we say mild, is that kind of a sometimes deceiving term for some people, in your opinion?
Thank you.
Objection leading.
Well,
how would you, let me rephrase, how would you describe mild when it comes to a traumatic brain injury? Can you have, the question is can someone have profound problems from a mild TBI?
I wouldn't say profound. I could say significant problems you can have with mild TBI, depending on what the problems are. But as far as he's able to take care of his personal hygiene, which I queried him about, he's able to get about, he's able to travel, these types of things. So, and keep in mind, he was a high-functioning individual before this. He was a retired optometrist, so with a rather high IQ. So he's able to function pretty well, but certain things that he enjoyed doing before the accident, he can't do afterwards. And this can impact him. Now, how significantly it does, I defer to his before and after witnesses and to his treaters. But certainly there was a change.
How does an MTBI affect a person, or what is the range of effects? Can it be, you said, can it be significant or?
Well, let's back up. There are numerous classifications of TBI, and different organizations have come out with this based on Glasgow Coma Scale, length of amnesia, these types of things, loss of consciousness, findings on cranial imaging. It boils down to functionality because that's what the brain does. It allows us to function, interact with our environment and other individuals. So, a catastrophic, I'll just start from the words and go backwards. Catastrophic means
we're about halfway done with this video for the day.
State or death.
Because you look at the slider on the bottom, we've got a few more minutes.
Take care of your own personal hygiene, so you need
it. Will get better.
Care. That would be serious. Moderate, you're able to take care of your personal hygiene, but you can't hold down a job or do anything outside of that. That would be moderate. Mild, you're able to take care of your personal hygiene, but you're able to venture outside of the home and interact to a certain degree, but it's been effective. Now, how you perceive it as being significant or not depends on the individual person. So you can have significant problems with a mild TBI, but it's certainly not going to keep you housebound, and it's certainly not death or persistent vegetative state. So mild, that's what it means by mild, okay? I will tell you this. Anytime you have a traumatic brain injury, that is not good.
So that's the takeaway. Traumatic brain injuries are not good, according to the rocket scientist and neurophysicist. I don't know what else he is. This guy is incredibly smart. He's literally a brain surgeon and a rocket scientist.
How about, or what are your opinions about some of the other experts for the defense? There's two neuropsychologists. One is Galit Askenazi, and the other one is Angela Eastfold. Have you had a chance to review theirs?
Yes, and I guess they were going to critique the treating neuropsychologist, if you will. And obviously they have differing opinions, but, the level at which they're talking about, I mean, the guy has issues. And keep in mind that one of the problems that you have with patients with TBIs, if they have the wherewithal or the insight that they realize that they have lost something, some type of function, is a loss. And so they tend to develop psychiatric manifestations of this loss in the form of depression and anxiety. And if they have a previous history of that, it just makes it worse. And so it's kind of like an exacerbation of those symptoms as well from what we call a non-organic standpoint. So you have to take that into consideration. And I see that there was issue taken on both sides with regards to those non-organic issues. But the fact still remains is that the brain was not functioning the way it was after the accident as it did before the accident. And so that's where the organic diagnosis of the mild TBI comes into play. So keep in mind that as humans, we do carry the psychiatric side of things with illness as well.
What does that mean, psychiatric?
Well, we're all emotional creatures, right? So we respond to our environment in different ways. Some people are more stoic than others, and others tend to, bare their souls. So if they suffer a loss of some sort, it can manifest itself according to the DSM-5, if you will. That's the psychiatrist working handbook, if you will. Keep in mind, neurologists are boarded by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. And the reason for that is that neurochemistry is so in depth that permeate both specialties. Our training has a significant overlap. Neurology training is 2/3 neurology, 1/3 psychiatry, and vice versa from the psychiatrist. So there's a significant overlap because the clinical manifestations sometimes are subtle between one diagnosis and another.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. Just gifted 5 memberships. Congratulations to the recipients there. Scarred Owl, Leslie Vermillionaire, Kendra Talbertson, and Michelle Brannon.
So, just in summary, Terry Sanderson, in your opinion, suffered a mild traumatic brain injury or closed head injury in this ski crash, correct?
A mild TBI as a result of a closed head injury.
Okay.
Mild TBI.
And the evidence from the broken rib x-rays indicate that he was hit from the back side. Or what are your opinions regarding that?
He was hit from the rear on the left side to the right and then made contact with the ground.
And when someone suffers those kinds of broken ribs, what manifestations would you expect to see from those broken rib injuries right after the trauma that causes the break?
Chest wall pain and pain on breathing. And if it's severe enough, you would actually have shortness of breath.
Katrina shoveling snow threw her back out, right? I'm sorry.
Why don't we take a quick break for like 3 minutes, and then we'll probably finish up, and then James can have you, if that's okay. Thank you.
Well, let's make it about 5 so people have a chance to.
The break. We're going to skip through the break.
Okay.
I don't know why they didn't edit this out.
Going out quicker. The time is 2:04.
Okay, so now we're. Oh, great. No, it's a new video. There's going to be another video, and it sounds like it's about to go on Cross. Cross should be
Back on record. The time is 2:09.
Was exactly a 5-minute break.
Dr. Bain, how is it possible for a neurologist, for example, to come to a reliable opinion in a case such as this without an examination of the patient, in your opinion?
Well, obviously it depends on the diagnoses, but certainly it would be more difficult without the patient. But it depends on the diagnosis that you're considering.
Well, how about in this case of Terry Sanderson?
Well, you want to know if his symptoms have persisted, if you're going to make the opinion that his symptoms are permanent or not from a neurological standpoint. So I would think that it is important, but it's like I mentioned before, I have professional colleagues that don't do that.
Okay, in a case such as Terry Sanderson, how persistent do you believe his symptoms are, in your opinion?
Well, as of April 28, 2021, they had been persistent for 5 years. Now, after that period of time, I'm not a treating physician of his, so I can't comment on his clinical timeline after that.
One of the defendants, handpicked neuropsychologist Angela Eastfold, testifies, or in her report, discusses Terry's persistent concussive symptoms as being better accounted for by a history of comorbidities, risks, factors like hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, untreated obstructive sleep apnea.
Thank you, Jay Thomas.
The list goes on, but I'm going to just start one at a time and ask you for each one. Do you think any of these things I'm going to list better account for Terry's persistent concussive symptoms? Hypertension.
No.
Hypercholesterolemia. I assume that's high cholesterol.
High cholesterol, hypercholesterolemia. No.
Sleep apnea.
No.
Prostate cancer.
No.
Erectile dysfunction.
No.
Restless leg syndrome.
No.
Migraine.
No.
Bilateral hearing loss.
No.
Chronic insomnia.
No.
So in your opinion, none of these things I just listed would account for any of the problems of persistent concussive symptoms that Terry Sanderson is suffering?
No. I mean, he did not have these symptoms before the accident, and certainly he had some of those medical conditions before.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, we finally get the cross.
Okay, that
Mr.
means
Owens.
it's my turn, Dr. Boehm. Thanks for making time before trial here. As you know, because you've done this before, a big part of what I'm going to do is make sure I understand your opinions, and then if there's any point at which you've said something that differs from your deposition, then I might point that out. And I believe you have your deposition transcript with you, correct?
That is correct. I do.
Okay.
But could we have the time we're beginning here, James?
Sure. 2:13 is what I have.
Thank you. I just announced the time a few minutes ago.
And you have the transcript of the deposition that
no worries.
I took of you
no worries, my friend.
years ago, correct, in this case. Actually, I don't remember if it was multiple years, but it was a while back.
I'm loving
June 21, 2021 is what I have.
That's correct. That's correct.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so I'm glad you have that with you. I have the exhibits to that, and I can pull those up if we need them.
Under that.
Okay, so let's start, though, with just some couple quick follow-up questions on your background and training experience. So one of them is just, has a court ever excluded your testimony from trial?
Not from trial, no. I mean, I had a motion of limine that we were going to have an evidentiary hearing on, but the case settled right after that, so we never had the evidentiary hearing.
Okay.
And that's all I'm aware of.
Okay. And then this is just a quick question about billing. We don't have to spend much time on it. I have your fee schedule, which is the document that describes what you charge for your work in this case. And you charge varying things for
He goes
an
straight to the money
exam or a
question.
deposition,
Let's hear it.
records review. But can you give me a sense of how much you've charged the plaintiffs to this point?
I think I've only charged my retainer, which was $4,000 a few years back. Now I am charging $5,000 for the preparation and the testimony today. So that I have. Now I don't know if I received that $5,000 yet. My administrator would know that, but I would expect that I've received $9,000.
He has people that count his money for him. That's what I hear.
Thank you. And then what about time spent? Do you know how many hours you've spent working on the case?
No, I just jot that down, and my rate changed last year. So before, when I was hired on this case, I was only charging like $400 an hour.
Appreciate it, Ashley.
So I would imagine I've spent clearly 10 to 15 hours for sure on this matter.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Have you ever worked as a biomechanics expert in snow sports science?
Snow sports science?
Yes.
No, no one's made themselves out as a snow sports science.
That's not even a thing.
Institution that actually hired me on something, but no.
Okay.
I would have to say no to that.
Okay. And speaking of such institutions, do you belong to any organizations that do work specifically in snow sports science?
No, I'm a member of the American Academy of Neurology, the Biomedical Engineering Society, and the Society of Automotive Engineers only.
I see. And have you ever performed research that focuses specifically on biomechanics as applied in snow sports like skiing?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't design skis.
Right. Okay. And I just want to make sure I understand the way you see your role in this case. At your deposition in 2021, you told me that, and I'll use your term, the main thrust of your testimony would be your biomechanics opinions. Do you remember that?
Or biomedical engineering opinions. Yes, I feel that way now.
Okay, great. So the term biomechanics, let's make sure we understand it because it's not one, at least that I use all the time. You just clarified it. When we're talking about your biomechanics opinions, we're talking about biomedical engineering. Is that right?
Right. Biomechanics falls under biomedical engineering. Okay, so just get that straight. And it, like I said, is a very wide-ranged field, and people are doing all kinds of research in all different aspects of the field. So biomechanics, keep in mind that biomechanical engineers tend to deal with inanimate objects for the most part, whereas biomedical engineers tend to deal with not only inanimate objects, but also with humans.
Right, a human subject. Okay.
Right, I still don't understand.
So,
thanks for explaining that. Brandy, you're amazing. Brandy's
so
working
as you just said to me, you see your role as
people over here.
Providing mainly those biomedical engineering.
I mean, the medical records gives us the diagnoses. I mean, his rib fractures have healed up. I mean, we know that. But he has this persistent concussive symptoms that we see throughout the medical records. My job wasn't to treat and diagnose him and come up with a treatment paradigm. My job was to determine how that happened. And I think I've pretty much put that out with obviously the information that I had available to come up with my opinions.
Right. And so I think you've already said this earlier in your testimony today, in terms of the neurological symptoms and the neuropsychological evaluations, you're happy to defer to the treaters in Mr. Sanderson's case.
Well, they're the ones that made the diagnosis. And so I find that after evaluating the patient his history is consistent with medical records from which the diagnoses were made. So I'm not going to refute that he has a mild traumatic brain injury due to a persisting concussive symptomatology or the fact that he had fractured ribs in the past that have since healed up. I'm not going to refute that at all. I would say that it is consistent with that. To me, the main thrust was, well, how did all that happen?
Right. And in terms of what does he need for treatment in the future, or whether his symptoms will persist in any degree in the future, you don't have opinions about that.
Objection, compound.
I defer. Yeah. I'm just going to make a general statement. I defer all future medical care and the cost thereof associated with that care to his treaters. So I have no opinions on his future medical care needs, nor do I have any opinions regarding the functionality, i.e. what he can and cannot do as a result of his diagnoses seen in the medical records, which I concur with. So I defer that to others.
Right. Right. And how his symptoms will continue into the future, what the nature of them will be, that kind of thing.
That is correct. I mean, I defer that to his treaters or the overall long-term prognosis of his symptoms. So right. Once again, I defer all of that to his treaters.
Okay. Another thing that I think you made clear in your deposition to me in 2021 that I just want to make clear here today is that you don't have any opinions about whether anyone was skiing unreasonably and caused the collision, correct?
Absolutely. I have...
Absolutely or absolutely not?
No comments on how people were skiing, the density of the skiers, or how that they were conducting business that day, the day of the accident. No.
Right.
It boils down to how, from an engineering standpoint or a biomedical engineering standpoint, how did he develop the symptoms that he has? That's reflected in the medical records.
Right. So in other words, you have opinions about the mechanics of the collision, but not who should be responsible for it.
I have no liability opinions in this matter.
So the answer to my question is yes. Is
that is correct.
B-O-E-H-N,
I'm not pointing the finger. I'm just pointing to Newton's 3 laws of physics and the engineering calculations that are consistent, that give you the plausibility opinions that the fall in fact caused the clinical symptoms that Mr. Sanderson had.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay, and at the end of that 2021 deposition, you told me I've provided the opinions that I plan to provide at trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as I hear it today, you haven't provided any new opinions that are in addition to what you provided during that deposition testimony, correct?
That is correct. I mean, and I read through, fortunately I was provided my deposition just 2 days ago, so I read through it, and the last part of it, you did ask, were there any other opinions? And I said no, and we covered it.
Okay. And you, at that time when you provided those opinions, you'd said that you did not feel like you were missing any material that you needed to come to a confident conclusion. Is that right?
For my opinions only. Okay. Right. When you just consider my opinions, I had the necessary data that I needed. Now,
right.
If there's some other extenuating circumstance, i.e., he fell off the chairlift before all this happened, 20 feet to the ground, I would like to know that. And so, but I have no history of that. So unless there is some significant departure of the information that is provided to me, my opinions still stand true today as they did back in 2021.
Right. And in fact, in the deposition, you told me that you would let me know through plaintiff's counsel if you came across new information that affected your opinions and you did not find such information.
I did that. That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. Okay, I think you made this clear, but again, we're talking in a sort of strange way here to a jury that's not present, and it's hard for me to get a sense, are they following? So I apologize if I repeat some questions. But
no, go right ahead.
As I understand, you believe Mr. Sanderson is one of the rare patients who experiences concussive symptoms beyond 18 months. Is that right?
I wouldn't say rare. He's in the minority. Less than 5% fall under that category. So rare in medical terms is less than 0.1%, and that's based on pharmaceutical studies. So it's really not rare, but it's certainly in the minority.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. I was just using it in a kind of colloquial sense, but
understand.
But that's obviously a very small minority. 95 versus 5, obviously, it's a huge disparity.
20 to 1. 20 to 1.
Got it. Okay. And it seems like you base this opinion on the post-concussive syndrome. Is that okay to call it that?
Yes, syndrome is a compendium of symptoms.
Okay.
That's the definition of syndrome.
Okay, so maybe we could just say you base your opinion on the persistence of his concussive symptoms.
That is correct.
On testimony,
as far as it being permanent.
Right.
I mean,
okay.
Red Pen, I'm trying to respond individually to every single text I got.
The question becomes,
I have so many.
Is it permanent or not? Only time will tell. You see?
Right.
And then the medical records provide that timeline.
Right. And so you point to the medical records and then testimony from family members or friends that knew him before and after as the evidence supporting this post-concussive syndrome or persisting symptoms opinion that you have. Is that right?
And Mr. Sanderson, because I saw him.
Oh, correct. And your evaluation of him.
So that answer is yes, to include.
Okay. I believe in your deposition you said that you thought Mr. Sanderson's narcotic medication might have exacerbated his symptoms following the collision. Is that right?
Narcotic medications can definitely make, in layman's terms, anyone a little goofy, if you will. So you can certainly have exacerbations of certain behavioral elements, if you will, from narcotic use. It just depends. I would have to defer that to the treaters because they're the ones that prescribe that to them, and so they would have a working knowledge of how that medication was affecting.
Okay. And then in your deposition, I think you said that you did not refer to the fMRI, not MRI, but fMRI in any, you didn't use that in formulating your opinions at all. Is that correct?
The F, the small f in front of the MRI means functional MRI. I do not use that in my practice, nor was I trained in that element, and therefore I don't use it in my practice, and I defer the use or any opinions from that device to others.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to go through, as plaintiff's counsel did, I want to go through and just make sure I have a good sense of what you reviewed to formulate your opinions for the deposition that I took. So I'm going to just go through it.
Sorry, I think I missed this one, Linda. Thank you so much for the super chat.
So what page are you going on? I think, page 13, I think it is.
Sure, I'm trying to. I don't have it. I have kind of some notes here. I don't have the deposition transcript, but I can definitely. Page 20 is where some of this occurs, and then
page 14 has a lot of it too.
Sure. Okay, and then page or exhibit 3 to your deposition
I don't have any of my exhibits.
Yeah, maybe I'll pull that up because that will make it more simple.
I think that would be helpful since I don't have it.
Okay, so when you gave your opinions to me in that prior deposition, and as you said today, those are all the opinions that you have provided in your testimony.
There you go. Now, I do have that page, but if for some reason my copy does not have an exhibit sticker on it, but
that's okay.
And that's what I read into the record today. So I have that. Yes.
Great. So I'm just looking at that deposition section at the bottom, and it lists out the people whose testimony you had read in preparing your opinions.
That is correct.
And I'm just going to note a few names that are not on that list just for clarity's sake. So Terry Sanderson himself was deposed over multiple days. You did not read those transcripts, correct?
Not before that first deposition. That is correct.
Right. And you did not read Gwyneth Paltrow's deposition.
No, that is also correct.
And I did not. And then you didn't read Eric Christiansen's, the ski instructor who was at the scene of the collision, correct?
I don't know if I had that before or since, but he was. He reported that he wasn't an eyewitness to the event, so I can't tell you with certainty here. I'm looking at the deposition itself, and I'm seeing if I said that or not back then. I don't recall.
On page 20, I asked you. I said you haven't read anything from Eric Christiansen, and you said no, I have not.
Okay, then I hadn't. Then okay, so you found it in my deposition.
Yeah, great.
I don't have any direct recollection of that deposition, so I have to refer to the transcript.
That's fine. That's why we take the transcripts. And then another name that is not listed here is Carrie Oakes. She was another ski instructor who was at the scene. I don't see that she's listed here. So you did not read hers.
I don't recognize the name.
Lynn Francis just sent a super sticker with 3.
You did not read
Thank you,
Brad
Lynn.
Paltrow. Appreciate it. And he is Miss Paltrow's husband, who was also there that day of the collision.
No. I don't recognize that name either. So I'm sure I did not have that deposition.
And then the same thing for the Miss Paltrow's children, who are Moses and Apple. They were there as well. You didn't read their depositions, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
The children deposed as well. Interesting. I don't know their ages.
Hadn't seen or read the comments Mr. Sanderson made at a press conference held about this case, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that, no.
And you had not read letters Terry Sanderson sent to Deer Valley Resort in August 2016, the year of the collision, correct?
No.
And so, therefore, you didn't compare his various statements about the accident to assess credibility or look for inconsistencies, that kind of thing. Is that correct?
I did not have that information to even analyze.
Right, okay. And the same thing for Mr. Craig Ramone, whose testimony you did read. His deposition transcript is listed there.
That is correct.
And you've referred to him as the eyewitness today, correct?
That is correct.
And
that's what was indicative of his testimony that he saw, but I don't have any independent verification of that other than what he said in his deposition.
Right. And did you compare the claims that he made in his deposition testimony to claims he made in a prior interview?
No.
Okay. And then
I'm not aware of any prior.
Okay. So you didn't do any special evaluation of his credibility. Is that right?
I only had his deposition, and that was it.
Okay. And then,
I mean, I assume since they're under oath, everyone's under oath, they're telling the truth.
Well, that's fair. I understand that if that's all you have, then you go
That's all
by
I
it.
had, yes.
Yeah, and you were not aware, I believe, at your deposition that multiple witnesses had testified that Mr. Sanderson had not lost consciousness. Is that correct?
I haven't read any other witness statements.
Okay, so you weren't aware of those testimonies, correct?
No,
Okay.
that is correct.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
And then I guess at the time of the deposition, you hadn't read any opinions from defendants experts.
Just
Is
popping
that
in to
correct?
wish you a happy
That is absolutely correct. They were
BDAYOMG.
not
Thank you for
available.
all you do. Really.
Okay.
I hope you get all the cake in the world and find some money on the ground. Some pickles. Party face with a party horn. Hat. And confetti.
Despite
Some
having not read
pickles.
those,
Thank you,
the
Alyssa.
various things we've went
Appreciate
through just now, you felt confident
Love the kind
providing
words.
opinions because
Money
you
on the
based
ground.
those
That's metal
opinions
detector,
primarily
that's what
on your physics application, right? Your application of
correct.
laws.
And
of
my,
physics.
and my under. Someone speaking?
Yes, doctor, please wait for his whole question to get out. You keep cutting him off.
Yeah, I thought his question was over, so
Yeah.
And also, please wait for me to just insert an objection, so a short pause would help.
Right, yeah, and I
Everyone just
apologize,
long
Dr.
pauses
Bain.
now.
It's probably clear that I'm where I'm going, and it takes me a while to get there, so just
I
thanks for-
understand. And you're going to have to repeat that question again now.
Right.
Then everyone needs to pause.
Let's see. Oh, I was saying, despite the fact that you had not read the various things we've just gone over, you felt confident offering opinions about the mechanism of the accident because of your application of the principles of physics, basically.
Physics, engineering, from a biomedical standpoint, and understanding the human anatomy. Yes, that
Thank
would
you,
be
Alyssa.
correct.
Right. And the main piece of objective evidence that you're using there
Congratulations on
to
your
apply
membership.
the principles of physics to get your answer is the rib images or the fractures that you see in the rib x-ray. Is that right?
That is correct. In fact, I made the comment, if those weren't present, I couldn't tell you how the accident occurred, because then we're just dealing with the closed head injury only. And that could have occurred any number of ways.
I see. And
We're almost halfway done.
I believe from your deposition, I saw that it's your understanding that Mr. Sanderson initially thought he had caused the accident. Is that correct?
Something like that. Yeah. I think that I read somewhere around there that he thought that he may have caused the accident. Now, I don't know how, but certainly that's what he was saying. But then again, in a state of confusion or disorientation, who knows what someone is going to say. But I did note that.
And
thank you, Kesev.
Other materials that I didn't ask you, I didn't point out here
the party
that you had not read. One of them was the deposition of Michael McMahon, the medical provider who treated Mr. Sanderson in the urgent care on the day of the collision. You hadn't read his deposition, is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to need some more water.
These are things I don't believe were clearly addressed in your deposition, but I wanted to clarify
sure.
In case you had opinions on these. Were you aware that Mr. Sanderson testified that there was an unnamed woman skier that he worried about hitting just prior to the collision?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
And were you aware that he has claimed that the impact of the collision caused him to go airborne?
I think he may have said that, but I can tell you from a physics standpoint that did not happen. I mean, airborne in that he fell down. I guess you can technically say you're airborne, but it's not like he was
the expert witness
propulsed
testifying
into
against
the air from the ground, like doing a ski jump. That did not happen.
I see. So, Mr. Ramon, you've given testimony today, and you did in your deposition, that, in your opinion, the force had to be from Ms. Paltrow had to be from the left side, from the back. Is that correct?
Yes, it had to drive. I mean, I'm not talking about directly from the left side, but it had to have a Y component to drive him to the right side. And that's okay. So it had to have been from the left. There had to have been a left to right component force application to cause this.
This guy's literally a rocket scientist
and a brain
surgeon.
That Mr. Ramon claims that Ms. Paltrow hit Mr. Sanderson squarely in the back.
Happy birthday,
I
hope you
think
get
that's
spoiled party
from what I
face with a
recall,
party
but
horn.
once again, if
and
he's standing
confetti
to the
birthday
side,
cake, French fries.
he wouldn't know exactly how it is. But keep in mind that our center of gravity is right down the center line of our torso. And if there's any Y component to the right, it's going to drive you to the right. And if it's enough to drive that center of gravity outside of your torso, you're going to fall. So it may appear to an observer that someone's being hit directly from behind, but in fact there is a Y component to the force application.
Under your scars, thank you so much. We've got some great friends up in Canada. You are wonderful.
Were you aware that
Appreciate all
Mr.
of you.
Sanderson reported to his primary care provider a few weeks before the collision that he felt like he was getting old all of a sudden? That's the quote from a medical record.
I don't recall that, but
I am halfway to 92.
You don't dispute it,
I'm not going to dispute that. I mean, a lot of people his age do say that. They say it to my face in my clinic. And I don't have a medication for that.
I understand. I'm sure everyone wishes you did.
Oh, well, I wouldn't be here if I did.
Were you aware of Mr. Sanderson's vision problems when you formulated your opinions in this case?
Yes, I do believe he had some vision problems. And once again, being hit from behind, obviously the vision is, you don't have vision at the back of your head. But suffice it to say, like when I was going through the different scenarios, I determined that he was struck from behind. So his visual acuity would not come into play in that analysis.
However, that visual acuity was connected to a 2009 event that was the cause of some MRIs that he received or underwent. Do you recall that?
He underwent
misstates prior test, misstates facts.
HTD. I hope you have a great birthday and
He
tons of
underwent
fun with
cranial
family
imaging
and
back
friend
in
this weekend.
2009.
Thank you, Jojo Peter. I appreciate it so much.
Now I don't know what
Definitely
the working diagnosis was at that time. It could have involved vision, but I don't have any recollection.
I see. And I should stop sharing this page, but it is because I think we're done with it. But
oh, there you go.
Oh, sorry. Did you?
No. I recognize all those sheets.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm just going up to this first part of Exhibit 3, which is your handwritten notes, I believe,
Yes.
from the evaluation that you performed on Mr. Sanderson.
That is correct.
And here, you note that if I can find it, I'll look here. I apologize. I can't evaluate your.
I remember my notes, so just ask me.
Right. Well, I was just going to say I can't browse them probably as quickly as you can. But the first point here under the, I assume this is kind of a patient history, correct?
Yeah. The PTH is past traumatic history. PMH is past medical history.
Got it. Okay. And so the past, let's start with the past medical history.
Right.
You mentioned here, I believe, that he had some experience with migraines, correct?
That is correct.
But you don't note that he'd had a stroke-like event or a TIA type event here that I can see. It might be that I'm missing it.
No, he was, that would have been in his patient intake form, and let's see what he had on that. And he did circle the stroke, which was a TIA. And basically, I wrote, now here's that sheet right here. And
I can find that.
I made some notes to that. And basically, what he described was an ophthalmologic, layman's terms, eyeball migraine.
Okay, and
my eye has a headache. Is that what he's saying?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what that was. And I see patients for that actually quite frequently. And that does necessitate some cranial imaging just to make sure that you're not dealing with a stroke. But certainly he had a, there you go, an ophthalmologic migraine versus a central retinal artery TIA. So the description, when you have a stroke, you tend to lose something, so we call that negative phenomena. A migraine is associated with positive phenomena, i.e. you see the lights and everything. Some individuals will have a neutral phenomena, and you can't tell if it's a central retinal artery TIA or an ophthalmologic migraine, and that's why he underwent the workup.
I see. Okay. And this is just for the record, is page 20 of Exhibit 3 to your deposition. And this is, as you called it, I think, an intake form where he's kind of circling various medical conditions that he's had in his history, and then you put some notes on top of that.
That is correct. I reviewed that with him, and I made some extraneous remarks besides some of the circled items on that list.
Terry and Gwyneth
you were
will be
aware
testifying
that in
this case.
2009
Maybe both
he
today.
had this neurological event that required some evaluation by MRI and other treatment.
That is correct. And keep in mind, a TIA is not indicative of brain damage. You see what I'm saying? It was a transient ischemic attack, which resulted in no damage to the brain.
Okay, and so in your opinion, was the vision problem that he had, it's not connected to this 2009 event?
Say again, repeat that again.
Yeah, sorry, I could ask that with more clarity. In your opinion, does Mr. Sanderson's vision problem that he's had over the years relate back to this 2009 workup?
Probably not, because that was a transient event that got his attention, and he reported it to his healthcare providers, who submitted him to a workup.
Okay, so let's go back to the, sorry to scroll like this, it's kind of dizzying, but I just want to be quick here. I know you got things
looking for the stick figure in the margins. Watch for this.
That first section that you described as the traumatic history for Mr. Sanderson, I note that there is a mention of a closed head injury. I believe that's what CHI stands for.
That is correct.
And he had that.
I'd like to clarify the record a little bit for you. I see the brackets before and after. That's before the ski accident and then after the ski accident. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that out to you. So I did get that kind of history from
Redacted channel on YouTube has the membership button on the About page, which works on iPhone. Would you be able to add this so I and others can join easier, please?
Closed head injury at age 10, correct?
That is correct.
I can try, Jay Thomas. I'll check. Okay. I don't know how to do that. I'll have to look that up.
But as I recall from your deposition, he did not tell you about a fall that had occurred after the accident, and that would have, I guess, been put in this after section of this history. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you very much for the super chat.
Fall, but then again, the way I asked the question, had you been exposed to any traumatic events requiring medical care? And so if he received medical care, then his reporting would have been in error. But if he did not receive medical care for that incident, then he was correct in his report.
Okay. And in his testimony, he described this fall as causing he hit his head and it caused a roughly 45 minutes period of loss of consciousness. Is that typically something that would require medical care?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
I would think so, if someone was knocked out. Now, obviously, if it was just him there and he reported that, then the question is, how do you know it was 45 minutes? And then he may have said, well, I'm okay, and he didn't seek care. But if something like that, if it were witnessed, I would imagine they would be dialing 911.
Okay. So it seems like in your evaluation of him, he denied having any significant brain-related event or treatment before the accident, aside from, I guess, that closed head injury at age 10. Is that right?
Correct. That is correct.
And then he denied having any similar events after the accident.
That is also correct.
Okay, I'll stop sharing this for a second, and we may need to go back to it, but I want to get to this set of questions I have about your biomechanics opinions, in particular. As you
sounds like we're moving on to another subject, so let's take a short recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. It looks like he just woke up. So he's squinting a lot from the bright lights. Okay, we are almost done with this testimony. This is the gentleman who's testifying. Dr. Boehm is his name. He is an expert testifying on behalf of the plaintiff. The plaintiff is Terry Sanderson. Terry is the individual who collided or was collided with by Gwyneth Paltrow, according to his allegation. And so he's testifying about all things brain related and TBI related. He's being asked about more things than that. But this guy literally is a rocket scientist and a brain surgeon. Works in both fields. He's worked on rockets that I think it was Morton Thiokol, which is a company in, I believe, in Utah, northern Utah, that worked on like space shuttle rockets and things like that. High tech stuff, stuff that left the orbit, or that left the atmosphere. And then he also does amazing high end brain surgery type things and analysis of treatment of brain injuries. So we've got him. The one thing he's not good at is Zoom. He's got a green screen behind him, but it's just the lighting is awful, the camera's awful, and there's still just the green screen behind him. He didn't understand that you actually have to do something to make the background change. Someone asked about my background. My background is a courtroom in Wisconsin. I borrowed it from Wisconsin. They offered this to me because they gave it to everybody who was participating in trials of any nature to use to indicate who they were. So during the time of all the Zoom hearings, these can be downloaded. So I have a green screen behind me as well. This is how you do it. This is how you green screen. So I have a green screen behind me, and the judge whose courtroom this is was kind enough to let me go ahead and put my plaque up on the wall, which actually I have right here. So this plaque is a gift from Debbie over at Creative Bee. She made this for me. Complete surprise. It is amazing. So if you type !B in chat, like 6 Volt Bus just did, thank you so much, 6 Volt. Debbie has an Etsy channel, an Etsy page where she makes plaques like this, or it's not just for YouTube. It can be for a work a benchmark, an award for an employee, or an award for your boss, whatever it is. Highly recommend her. The quality of this is absolutely fantastic. It is wonderful. Debbie is wonderful as well. She's been a big supporter of the channel. So I shout out her page as often as I can. And if you have need, if you're an employer or if you have a friend you want to give an award to brighten somebody's day or recognize them for something that was amazing, I definitely say reach out to Debbie at the Creative Bee on Etsy. She's fantastic. Anyway, the judge was nice enough to let me mount that in the courtroom right here, which I did. So that's why it's there. Let's see, my background is 1 hour earlier. You guys have been fantastic. We are keeping the party horn you're hearing. It's my birthday, so I'm letting you all blow the party horn all day long. You can do that by typing exclamation point party in chat. No space, just you put that in there and it will trigger the sound effect, so we can all party together. I'm super excited. My family got me a new chair. I'm sitting on it right now. It feels like a throne. What's amazing about this is I can feel my legs. The circulation is not cut off like it normally is. So it's fantastic. It does both spin and recline. I'm afraid that because it is so comfortable, because it's so elegant and just perfect, it's padding and everything, I may sleep on stream on accident. The party thing is going to just go and go. I think it takes a second to reset. Everyone is blowing the party horn. Let's see. What triggered that one? I need to fix that one. Okay. Anyway, so let's see. Under your scar says poll. Do we want to poll on the Gwyneth Paltrow case? Because this is a little bit different. This is not a guilt or innocence type thing. Because this is a civil suit, we were taking this case as sort of like a rest period after we had some pretty heavy stuff in Alex Murdaugh and everything at the end of that, and I'm trying to remember who we had just before, who we had after Alex Murdaugh. My brain is shot. Old age has really set in already. I cannot remember the trial we had just a couple days ago. I see you laughing at me. I hear that. Thank you. Who was that laughing? Who was that? La 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 lee. Thank you very much. But anyway, we wanted to have a little break. We had some heavy stuff, and yes, it's very good for my back and butt. This was going to be the break trial, and we were just going to take it easy. It's a civil case. It's out of Utah. Utah does things a little bit differently. Civil case is a little bit different. It's not us versus the state, or us versus the city, or even us versus the federal government. Or in this case, it's one person against another person, and it's still a jury trial. It's decided by a jury. The judge is there to rule on admissibility of evidence. The jury is going to rule on damages, because it's not going to be a sentence. One guy's not going to go to jail, or Gwyneth won't go to jail, depending on the outcome of this. Instead, one party may owe the other party damages, and they've asked for certain damages at the beginning. Gwyneth asked for $1 plus attorney's fees, which, based on performance, that's 50 cents. So $1.50 for Gwyneth's side. The other guy Terry wanted $3 million, and that got knocked down. I think it's down to $300,000 now, because elements of the case that would have caused that settlement to be larger got thrown out. Namely, that it was a hit and run type incident. That was gone. Yes, my family completely surprised me. I had no clue. They came in to sing to me. I was expecting the cake. I knew that was made. It is a yellow cake with milk chocolate frosting made by my 10-year-old daughter. She didn't make the frosting, but she made the cake. And while they were singing to me, they wheeled in a brand new chair for me. So it's the throne. It's amazing. Let's see, where are we at? Anyway, so in this case, we've got this incredibly smart guy testifying on behalf of the plaintiff. He's an expert witness. He makes a fair amount of money doing this. He's testifying over video because he has his daughter's wedding, I believe in Florida, that's going on right now. And so this video was from a couple days ago, or maybe last week. So it's fairly recent, but either way, there's no excuse for the green screen. That's awful. If you go on social media, you'll see all sorts of clever ways people have fixed it for him and put him in a different background and put different things on his head to cover the baldness and everything else. They've really had a go at this one. And we like to do that as well. He's an expert. It's not like he's a an innocent victim of a family member of a victim or type thing like that. Because he's an expert, we like to poke fun just a little bit, like we do with the lawyers. All in good fun. But it's fun to see him and listen to this. It'll be more fun when he goes. Unfortunately, he's been a little bit dry on the testimony. Let's see. Have you heard about the James Tolliver Craig murder case in Colorado? Killed his wife recently. Yes, I think, Michelle, you're talking about the dentist that poisoned his wife over time. That's very recent. I think we just have a preliminary. Yes, you said it right there. Preliminary April 7th. I'm not sure. I'd be surprised if we have the trial, even if he doesn't waive his right to a speedy trial. I'd be surprised if it happens this year. Usually it takes 6 to 9 months type thing. Well, it just depends what Colorado's timeline is. And we still don't know if he's going to even plead guilty or not guilty. Okay, $1.50. I agree on the lawyer's fees. That I was being generous. I rounded up, Monique. Only 40 to go to 9,800. We're almost there. We are excited. We've had a lot of growth on the channel. There's a lot of new people, and welcome to everybody. This is a fun place. This is a civil place where we can hang out, and even though we have some disagreements, at the end of the day, we're still friends. We can still sit together and enjoy trial. We are sort of like the court of public opinion.
Taking it easy.
I'm kicked back, taking it easy all day now in this chair. The sound effects you're hearing are happening from my end, but they're triggered by you. There are commands in chat that you guys can activate. The party sound effect is triggered like that. That's a party horn. That's today only for birthday. That'll go away tomorrow. Well, we're not going to do anything tomorrow because it's Saturday. But we're going to make that go away for next week. Tonight, though, we do, even though it's my birthday, we are doing a live stream podcast, Weather Watch and I, who I was supposed to have on the channel this morning, and I completely panicked because the plumber was here this morning, and so I was not ready for anything. He was looking at the broken pipe issue. It was crazy for those of you that are here when that happened. But he was here, and he saw what it was involved, and he's like, here's my card, just email me, and he left. So I'm pretty sure that's the last time we'll see him. I don't think we'll ever get an email quote back from him. That's just the way things work in North Carolina, unfortunately. Thank you, Ted, for the happy birthday wishes. Everybody, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. It's been fantastic. I've tried. If you reached out to me directly on the burner phone, I have tried to respond to you and thank you individually for the happy birthday wishes. I've tried to do all of those. I'm still a little bit behind. I see I just got one from Adam Nusky as well. So, but I'm trying to respond to everyone personally. That's what I like to do on the channel. It gets a little harder as the channel grows, but I want to, even if it takes a lot of time and all weekends, we're going to get that done. I am still working on the membership button. Somebody said I can add a membership button to my About page. I'm researching that as we speak.
The jury's on its way back.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be quiet then. Your spouse's birthday today, Jen. Happy birthday to him.
Let the lawyers know.
He is 365 days behind you. Well, it's he's young as well. Then, halfway to 90. Tell him that. See what he thinks. Sassy just got your mug, light blue. I'm using the light pink today. I have the light pink mug. Because it reminds me of like birthday colors and frosting and sprinkles. That's why. I have not cracked open the spicy maple bourbon pickles yet. They are still cool. I might have to put them back in the fridge before I eat them.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Adam Nusky says he spotted an RA note on the doctor's notes, the yellow legal page notes that were shown there. That's funny, Adam. Thank you. Miss Beasy says, you are the calm voice in my ear while I work, so glad I found you. 23 years in the legal world, 8 as a victim's advocate. You're doing the good work, Miss Beasy.
Mr. Sorensen.
Thanks for joining us here. Appreciate the kind words.
Wayne, do you believe that your account of the accident is the only possible account, not just that it's the most probable, but it's the only possible account, correct?
Given the set of facts that were given to me and the nature of the injuries that he sustained, that would be correct.
This is a good idea.
And the basic opinions are, one, Mr. Sanderson was hit in the back from the left, and two, some of his ribs fractured on his elbow as he hit the ground. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
And so you took that information about the rib fractures and performed calculations with a few assumptions. Is that right?
The assumption was that he fell, which we know he did, so I guess that's not an assumption. And then I knew his anthropomorphic measurements, which gives you the force calculation. So there really wasn't much in the way of assumptions. It's basically classical physics at that point.
Okay. Well, one assumption that I noted was just, for example, and I'll just use your term. Sure. You said you've guesstimated that Miss Paltrow weighed 130 pounds, for example.
Yes. Yeah, that is correct. And I don't want to be insulting if she weighs more. So I just said 130 pounds, and I think
she's going to be
that
asked
was
her weight on the stand.
A reasonable guesstimate. Obviously, if she weighed any more than that, then the calculation would be more and more severe, if you will.
Okay. And then you also performed, as you explained to me in your deposition, you performed a calculation that assumed that Miss Paltrow was hit by Mr. Sanderson. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
And you ruled that out because you would expect the rib fracture to be in a different place if that had occurred. Is that right?
Not only that, but the force application is just not enough.
Oh, well, in your deposition, you said that, I'll just read it here, it's on page 32. You said, if that was enough force to do it, which that's borderline, so you seem to acknowledge that it might be enough. I actually did the calculation. You'd expect the rib fracture to be in the anterior chest, not the posterior.
And that is also correct. The location is really the telltale sign. But I also did some calculations on how fast he would have had to be going and striking her at a dead stop and that kind of stuff as well. So once again, hitting her from behind is not going to give you the fracture location that we see in the medical records.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I understand this part of your deposition testimony then. It says, if that was enough force, Mr. Sanderson hitting Miss Paltrow from behind,
right?
Happy birthday, RA2
and then
channel.
falling that way. You said that that's
light
borderline. That, and as I understood it, that meant that
thank you, Taco.
That might be enough force to do it. It's borderline. It might not be.
And because I don't know how fast they were skiing.
Okay, right. Okay, that's helpful. And then you, in terms of the calculations you're talking about here, some of the other scenarios that you're ruling out, as I understand it, the pages you provided to us that have the calculations,
yes.
I don't recall any of those having the calculations that you're referring to. Do those pages contain? So like when you said I did a calculation about when Mr. Sanderson hit Miss Paltrow, if you assume that scenario.
Yeah. I mean, that's he would have had to been going pretty fast on his skis, and then again that would have brought in the assumption of how fast he was going, and I don't think anyone can give you that number.
Okay, so in other words, if we go to these calculations again in Exhibit 3 of your
deposition, for the head. That's for the head.
Right, and these calculations do not include the ones that you're referring to where you're ruling out certain possibilities. Is that right?
No, that is correct. Yeah, this is. Yeah, for the head, I wanted to make sure that it was greater than 100 newtons of impact force. And so I did that for the head. And then for the ribs, I wanted to make sure that we were in the vicinity of 4,000 newtons, which we were. So I wanted to make sure that the force magnet, I mean, we know he fell to the ground. We just wanted to know what the magnitude of the force application was in doing so, and is it enough to do that? And the answer is yes.
Okay. So the calculations about the other scenarios you ruled out, did you write those down on some other pages somewhere else?
No.
Or did you just do them in your head?
Yeah, I mean, once I had these
Giant blue
calculations here, because I was thinking about the different scenarios, then it became a speed issue or kinetic energy issue. And so one of the things I did not have was the skiers' initial speeds at the time of impact. Either way.
Do you think that would be important?
Another thing that you assumed, well, sorry, as we're here, just it will be more efficient. These calculations, we haven't gone over them, and I'm not going to ask you to go through them in detail. I'm certainly no expert on these particular equations, but these are the equations you've used to provide or to make the conclusions that you've provided today. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll stop sharing this again. Maybe we'll go back to it. But one thing that I did hear you say today that seemed to be inconsistent with something you'd said in your deposition was that the skis, you said today that I think that the skis stayed on both skiers during the collision. But as I understand your deposition, I understand your deposition testimony to mean that, or to say that the skis actually came off. Do you remember that?
No, I mean, the skis, I mean, that's just from the rotational analysis that I did. You would expect, but you just don't know how tight the strappings are on those skis, and that's another assumption that you would have to make.
I think the word is
And
bindings.
so really, whether or not the skis stayed on or not really didn't play into the analysis.
Okay, so I want to be fair to you, so I'll point you to page 31.
To you, meaning I'm going to discredit you.
Of your deposition transcript. And you say there, obviously the skis came off because of the bindings. And
I'm looking.
He has monitors all around him as he
Page
sits in his
31,
lair,
right?
his evil lair. So he's looking at one of the big screens around his throne.
Yeah, he would twist and fall down. Right. I mean, for some reason, I thought the skis came off. So, and I wasn't there, so I don't know. But certainly, skis coming on or off is not going to impact the calculations on the ribs or the head.
Right. Okay. Got it. Okay, I'm getting close, I think, to the end of my questions here.
Sure.
Thank you for your patience with them. So another thing I wanted to ask is about imaging.
Sure.
I understand it that you did review the actual MRI images from an October 2017 MRI that Mr. Sanderson underwent. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you noted in those images that there was disease associated with aging, correct?
Oh, yeah, and he also had a history of migraine headaches, so you're going to see extraneous white matter findings in the subcortex, which you do see. I also noted the enlarged ventricles and the atrophic changes seen. I really did not have any criticisms of the interpreting radiologist's findings on that study.
Okay, got it. But you didn't review the imaging taken in an MRI of 2009. We already kind of mentioned that workup, correct? You didn't see those images.
No, I did not.
And then you haven't looked at Dr. Gibby's 2021, March 2021, so it was done before your deposition. You've not looked at those images.
That was
correct?
the functional MRI, and that's a different beast altogether, so I don't interpret those.
Right, so actually there was a functional, but there was also a straight MRI, and
I did not see that, no.
Okay, got it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on what you had reviewed imaging-wise.
Sure.
In terms of this issue about whether a neurologist, what limitations, what reliability issues there might be with a neurologist providing opinions about a patient that he or she has not actually evaluated personally. I wanted to ask whether you know about the legal rules about how a plaintiff's expert, or sorry, a defense expert might be able to evaluate a plaintiff. You don't know anything about that, correct?
Well, yes, like in the form of compulsory medical examinations?
Sure.
Yeah, I do that actually quite frequently. And once again, when I get involved in defense matters, I typically do not provide any medical opinions on patients that I have not evaluated myself personally. Now, if I've done the CME on them, then I'm in a position to do so. But that's just been my personal preference over the years. And certainly I get hired to provide engineering opinions, and you don't necessarily need to see the patient for engineering opinions, because engineering opinions are plausible in nature, and you can't make medical causation opinions from an engineering standpoint.
Okay, so maybe I should ask my question more pointedly. I mean, you don't have any knowledge about whether there was an opportunity for Dr. Hesh to have an examination?
No, I have no idea on that, and I have no opinion on that as well. So that would be between you guys and the experts.
Okay, and then, and you, as you said, you have colleagues who I assume you respect and trust who don't perform these expert roles in the same way you do, where you
that is correct.
They don't insist on an evaluation, in other words.
That is correct. I just tend to be more detailed in that vernacular, if you will. That's just the way I've always been.
Covered a lot of these things already. I'm just going through my last bit of note.
Sure.
Make sure we've gotten it all.
Haven't covered them yet or tried them yet, but I need to.
There was
I saw them in the store, so they're here.
Some discussion of this disorientation note that Whitney Smith, the ski patroller, put on plaintiff's exhibit. Let's see, I think it's exhibit 1. Yes. Page 2. Do you remember that?
I do. I do.
I don't have that right in front of me. I don't know if you can share that, Lawrence. Is that something you could share again?
You're talking about
this is not how you share a document over Zoom.
That's correct. Page 2.
I'll just hold it up to the
There's a section
camera
that says, "What did you do?" And Lawrence had you actually read it out. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Would you like me to share that?
Yeah, that would be helpful, Lawrence, if you would. Thank you.
You just have to buy Bob a Coke Slurpee.
Oh my God.
Okay. I don't think that'll break the bank. Happy to get you one, Bob.
That's a health food, you know.
Don't do it.
So while Lawrence is pulling that up, I'll just ask you, as I believe you testified earlier, your opinion is that this note about disorientation, you read that to be indicative of loss of consciousness. Is that right?
Disorientation or indicative of a concussion.
Okay, so if you go down, Lawrence, to the second page, there's right there in the middle, there's this assessment says, "What did you do?"
Yeah.
Assessment, mild disorientation, and as I heard you earlier, you said that this is indicative that he lost consciousness, but maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, I mean, disorientation, keep in mind, consciousness is volitional interaction with your environment. If you're disoriented, you don't have that. So it's really technically a interruption of consciousness for that individual. You don't necessarily have to have your eyes closed, but certainly it is a symptom of concussion.
I see. So as a layperson, I would expect someone like Whitney Smith to write out loss of consciousness if there was someone that actually completely, closed their eyes, they're blacked out.
Yeah, you don't have to have your eyes completely closed, blacked out to call it a loss of consciousness. I can't tell you the number of times on Sunday afternoon, a football player would be hit in the head, and he's just standing out there not doing anything. We immediately know there's something wrong, and we run out there and we say, "How are you doing?" And then he calls me his mom, and we know that that's a lot. Then we bring him onto the side,
probably because of the
and we know
visual
that
similarities.
that is a loss of consciousness. Clearly, disorientation, to whatever degree, is indicative of not having volitional consciousness with your environment.
Okay. So, but if we were to distinguish that kind of disorientation from being completely knocked out, as the conventional or colloquial term might be, you're talking about two different things there, correct?
Well, consciousness is consciousness. Keep in mind there's different levels of consciousness. Out cold is one level, disorientation is another. Okay,
right.
And I mean, you can see that in the boxing ring, if you will.
Yeah, right. No, that is all perfectly clear. I just want to make sure that we're clear about what you're saying this mild disorientation means. You're not saying, I take it, that this means he was knocked out for 5 minutes.
No. I'm not saying that he was knocked out cold. No.
Right. Okay. And I just want to point this out because I believe it was read incorrectly. I don't mean that you were intending to read it incorrectly, but I just want to make it clear at the second part of that section. It says reassessment, disorientation lessened. So you had said he still had it, but I just wanted to note it was lessened.
Yeah.
Didn't you see that, correct?
Well, because of the pictures of you guys on my screen, that's blocked out. Lessened.
Oh, got it. I see. So I see.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. It had lessened. There you go.
Okay.
I see it now.
Right. Okay, got it. I just wanted to make sure you saw that. And
sure.
If you also go to the first page, if you would, Lawrence, there is a note. Sorry, it's maybe a little bit down from there, Lawrence. Yeah, there you go. So there's a section that says possible injury. Do you see that?
The judge is looking at the jury saying, should I wake them up?
It's
Should
under
I wake
the
them?
injury.
Yes, possible injury, and you're going to have to move it over to the left just a little bit because it says other.
Okay, right. So there's one X on fracture, as you see there, and I take it that means the rib fractures.
That is correct. Right rib fracture.
But then, and there's one on strain or sprain, but there's not an X on concussion. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And do you have any opinion as to why that wouldn't be X'd out there?
No, I didn't complete the form, so I don't know why.
Right. Okay. And I think in your deposition testimony, I asked you this, but I'll ask you it again just to make sure I understand your testimony on it. There's various claims about Mr. Sanderson's loss of consciousness, how long it lasted in the record. Did you see that he described his loss of consciousness in different ways at different times?
I think that is possible. I mean, certainly he described the loss of consciousness, but I think there was 3, 5 minutes. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't completely consistent all the way through, but except for the loss of consciousness.
Right. And even in some of the records plaintiff's counsel showed you today, there was, the early on, like in this document, right after the collision, there's no discussion of how long he had lost consciousness or that he had lost full consciousness. But then later there's a progress note that says loss of consciousness for approximately 5 minutes. You read that earlier. It's the next day. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you did note that there were some differing reports about that loss of consciousness, correct?
About the time, yes.
Right. And so in your, I take it you don't have any deep, specific opinion about exactly how long he lost consciousness or whether he was knocked totally out, anything like that. Is that right?
No, that is correct. He just had a loss of consciousness and that's it.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm done. Let me look through one more page here.
Certainly.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, you can stop sharing, Mr. Bueller. Thank you. I've been calling you Lawrence, but I don't mean to be casual.
You can call me. You can get casual, James, if I can be casual with you.
Okay.
May we take a short break, Doctor?
Yeah, I'm actually done. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Egan. And yes, a break is welcome.
I'd say 5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Going off record, the time is 3:13. Okay, we're back on record. The time is 3:24.
No.
Did you want to make your announcement, Lawrence?
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
I'm bored.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate
They came back for a thank you?
appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Seriously?
Thank you, sir.
We're back on the record.
Okay, this concludes it. The time is 3:25.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sykes, are you ready for your next witness?
Let's hear it, please.
You may proceed.
We will go ahead. We will call Mark Hearth.
Thank you.
Mark Hearth. This man has a side business where he moves pianos by himself. I think Mark lives in Park City. I'm just calling it right now. It might be early for me to say this, but I think he lives in Park City. Just a guess.
Hi. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Would you start by stating your full name and spelling it all?
Yeah, it's Mark Stephen Hearth. Mark with a K. Stephen, P-H-E-N is the way it's spelled. And Hearth is H-E-R-A-T-H.
Is that a Patagonia jacket? This,
Hey,
I
Mark.
think that's required wear.
I'm Peter Sorensen. I haven't had a
in
chance
Park
to
City.
stand up before the jury yet, so I'm introducing myself to them, but also to you. And,
Okay.
why don't we start off by you telling us a little bit about your education? So where'd you go to high school?
I went to high school in Bogota, Colombia, in a school named Colegio Nueva Granada. And I was there because my dad was a diplomat. And I graduated from there, and then I went to college in Colorado.
And you anticipated where I was going. What college in Colorado?
Western State College in Gunnison, Colorado.
Western Slope.
And what degree did you obtain from?
He might
History,
live in
political
Vail,
science.
Colorado as well.
And then after that, what is kind of your work background? What did you do after college?
After college, I worked a couple odd jobs in Denver, and then I put a package in with the Navy and got hired to fly in the Navy.
So you're a Navy pilot.
I was a Navy pilot for 15 years, yes.
Okay, and what aircraft did you fly?
I flew the A6 Intruder, which is no longer with us. It was decommissioned.
He crashed it.
It's an attack airplane, and I flew later on I transitioned to the Guard and flew the F-16.
But you did land
This isn't
successfully.
really relevant, but what was your favorite to fly?
F-16.
I left them both.
Well, hard to
Are you
choose.
married?
I am.
Okay. And where do you live?
Well, we bounce around a little bit because obviously I'm here in Salt Lake because I love to ski. But we have a summer place up in White Salmon, Washington. We're residents of Washington. And we have a house in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay. So you kind of split time between the three places here.
Best of three places, yes.
Okay, so I'll take a partial win on that one.
And we're here today because we're talking about a ski collision involving Terry Sanderson on February 26th of 2016. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So let's give a little bit of background. How did you first come to know Terry?
I came to know Terry because my brother married Shea, and that was around the 2000. I think it was October 2004 they got married, and soon after that I met Terry. And I'd already been coming to Salt Lake, so it was a natural thing that when my brother came to town that I met him that way.
You said Salmon, Washington or Salmon, Idaho?
You are Terry Sanderson's, this might get a little confusing, his son-in-law's brother.
That's
Terry
correct.
Sanderson's son-in-law's brother. Okay.
All right. And so how long have you known Terry?
Over 15 years.
And over those 15 years, how did your relationship develop?
Well, we started, I met him because my brother and I and one of my sisters used to come skiing. And so then we started actually staying at Terry's because it made sense. And then he was gracious enough to allow me to, because I used to be a storm chaser, to come and stay at his house. So it grew through skiing because we used to ski together as well.
Fighter pilot and storm chaser. This guy's an adrenaline junkie. I see it already.
Occupation, you could fly in.
That's correct.
That's a nice life. How many days roughly in that time period, that 2016, 2015 time period, were you skiing a year?
It would depend on the storms and stuff, but I would say somewhere between 25 to 30 days of skiing at that point a year.
And how would you rank yourself as far as your ski level goes?
Fairly advanced.
Okay. And in the times you got to come in and stay with Terry, did your family get to know Terry as well?
So my son, who also flies in the Navy, when he was 12, I brought him here for what I call his powder qualification trip. And that was about the same time that I'd met Terry.
Trip.
So soon after that, we started seeing him and I at his house. And so Terry knows my son, he knows my daughter, and he knows my wife really well.
And what do your son and daughter call Terry?
My son calls him Uncle Terry because my son decided to go to the University of Utah, and so he would spend a lot of time with Terry.
He's a Ute.
So he came to know Terry too?
Very well.
And so is it fair to say that Terry treated you as family?
Absolutely.
You guys had a loving relationship?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that feeling was mutual?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You've already described some of the skiing that you do. I assume, did you go with Terry when he was skiing, or when you went skiing, did you bring Terry with you?
So when I knew Terry back before the accident, he had a meetup group that he met with a lot, and it was primarily at Alta, if my recollection serves me. But I'm more of I ski both mountains, so some days I would ski with him, some days I wouldn't. But I've skied with him at Alta, Snowbird, and other places as well.
Gotcha. So in that time you've skied with him, did you get a chance to see his skiing level?
Yes, I did.
And how would you rate that?
Advanced to intermediate.
Did you ever notice him
Not as good as me.
Did you ever see him get in an accident or have any collision or crash?
I did not.
Describe Terry's personality a little bit for us before the accident in that time period of 2014-15.
Before the accident, very outgoing, loved a good conversation, very conversational. Just really enjoyed being around people. So, I mean, he had the meetup group that he did. He'd go out and go dancing. So he's very, very, very active. Go to concerts, stuff like that.
Did you ever do any of those events with him or participate in any of those activities?
I was too busy skiing.
That's fair. So you found him to be intelligent?
Absolutely. Intelligent, witty, sharp, always interested in what you were doing and asking questions about what was going on in your life. So he was interested in you?
Yes.
Yes.
And how would you describe his personality? How would you rate him?
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8
Were you ever present at his house when he was having any sort of parties or social gatherings?
He said
I wouldn't
party,
call them
right?
parties.
Party.
Maybe like he's a big basketball fan. March Madness, really big on that. In fact, I know
missing it right now.
he has a group of guys that they go to March. They used to go to March Madness games.
So they travel to go see the
Travel to see March Madness games, and so he enjoyed watching football. So you might have 3 or 4 people over the house, but I wouldn't call it a party.
Gotcha. So you'd watch the games with him and just
Right.
gather together?
Every time he says party, the party sound goes
Have a
on.
barbecue or something like that?
Right.
Gotcha. In those times, did you see Terry being social and interacting with these friends and people?
Oh, absolutely. He was completely social. That was one of his strong suits.
Roughly how many days before the accident do you think you spent staying at Terry Sanderson's house?
Well, if you do just basic math, it's got to be somewhere over 50. Yeah.
So you got to observe him from kind of sun up to sundown when you weren't skiing.
Absolutely.
And you got to know him pretty well.
I did.
Would you say it was a pretty close friendship?
I would.
Did you ever worry about Terry when you went skiing with him?
I did not. It was clear to me that that he had been quite the athlete when he was younger, because he was a very strong skier.
Did he ever tell you about any of his younger athletics?
He did not.
But you saw him to be very capable of anything that the mountain would throw at him.
Yes.
And prior to the accident, did you ever see Terry being forgetful?
No.
When you guys went packing up?
Message for you, sir. It's like a Monty Python.
When you
restaurant.
guys packed up to go skiing, did you ever see Terry forget anything that he needed to go skiing that day?
I have no recollection of that, but we all forget stuff when we go up the mountain.
But he could make do if he did forget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nothing like that stands out to you.
No, it does not.
Let me back up just a little bit. You've got, and I mentioned it kind of in passing, but what do you currently do for employment?
I currently work for FedEx
Or a
as a
model.
pilot.
So you retired from
FedEx
the military,
pilot.
and now you're working for
That's
FedEx.
correct.
I was going with model, Patagonia
So
model.
you're able to come in and chase those storms, as you said earlier.
It's one of the benefits, yes.
Gotcha.
I do the slurping sound every time somebody that we can make fun of
You were
drinks on
not
screen.
with Terry
That's for me,
skiing
sorry.
that day when he was.
I was not.
Okay. How did you first come to hear about the ski collision?
I actually got a call from Terry that evening. He told me he'd been in an accident, didn't give any details at that point, and just was concerned about how he was going to get back from Park City. And then I didn't hear back from him, so I have at that point, I had no idea. I still don't know how he got back to, who brought him back down the mountain.
So he was confused when he called you about how he was even going to get home.
He had no idea.
Did you offer any suggestions?
Well, I was pretty convinced at that point I was going to get another call and to come up and help him out, but I didn't.
Do you recall him asking you to be at the ready or to be ready to come help him?
I don't recollect the exact verbiage. He may have said I might need a ride, but yeah, I just was kind of anticipating that might be the case.
And was it a long phone call or was it relatively
Very short?
Yeah. Just kind of informing you about the accident and that he might need a ride home?
That's correct.
Do you recall him telling you anything about his injuries?
Not at that point.
And you didn't hear again from him that day?
That's correct.
When did you next hear from Terry?
It was the following day.
Okay. And did he describe anything to you in that phone conversation that sticks out to you?
Yeah, he said he'd gotten, had heard a scream and got hit by behind, and had fallen face forward and gone unconscious on the snow, and then had to be removed from the slope in a toboggan.
What was your reaction when you had heard how he had kind of characterized things?
Say that again, please.
What was your reaction to hearing how he had characterized what had happened?
Well, collisions are like in my opinion, the biggest risk we take on the mound. So being hit on the mound doesn't surprise me at all.
Did it surprise you that he had injuries from this?
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. It surprises me that what he had said at that point in time was that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him, and that kind of, okay. And then that she and whoever she was skiing with left the scene of the accident. That's what surprised me.
And why would that surprise you?
Your Honor, that's double hearsay.
Now, double hearsay.
How he knew, how Terry knew that had happened. Double hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I think he's just describing his memory. And why would that bit of information surprise you?
Well, because my roommate in college's mom got hit on the slopes, and the kid tried to escape, and they chased him down in Colorado. I don't know the law in Utah or Colorado right now, but
his life.
You don't. It's like a hit and run, and so it's a serious offense. It's just something you just don't do.
I don't know. You can't say that.
We
approach. Boom, boom, boom. We might have a mistrial right here. Right here. There was an agreement that the term hit and run would not be brought up. There was an agreement because of, he said, hit and run. He said it's like a hit and run. That was thrown out. That was you heard at the beginning. Well, you actually heard the lawyers say it a couple times, but they're livid right now. Mr. Owens is not very happy about the phrase "hit and run." He actually said to the jury, he said, "You won't hear that phrase," and then he said it 3 times. But they had an agreement that would not be brought up. That would not be included. That charge was thrown out. That allegation was dropped. So, yes, hope Georgia has bingo. Georgia has bingo. Hit and run was your bingo. Awesome, Georgia. Let's see what happens here. I don't know what they're saying. We had no idea who was going to testify to that. We didn't know who was going to say that. Was witness told what he couldn't say it? Probably not. Terry's counsel probably is happy that he said it. They're trying to see what they can get away with, because they're not allowed to say it was hit and run. But if someone brings it in, they're like, "Hey, we had no idea. We had no idea it was going to go that way." Once felt my body. I went skiing once. My body felt I could enjoy the view better if I was surfing on my stomach. I ran into a tree though. Oh, no fun. I've never been snow skiing. Well, one time I think I bought some skis at a secondhand store, like a thrift store, and the boots were way too big for me. And I put them on and I climbed up the little hill in the back of my yard. There was a little retention basin. And I climbed up the hill there, and I put the skis on. I tried to scoot forward. It didn't have any poles. I didn't know, poles were probably helpful. So I scoot forward, and I'm like, the skis are like just the way they are. I'm just letting them do their thing. And I scoot forward and go off the edge, and the skis were a little bit pigeon-toed, I guess you'd say. And one went over the other, and so I'm like stuck there, and then they just sort of kept going, and it was just like somebody had taken a vice grip on my legs and were just like twisting at the knee. And it was like that. And I'm like pretzeled up with my skis, can't stand, can't jump, can't do anything. And I just like tip over, like timber type thing. And luckily, it tipped the right direction and it released and didn't like break my knee. But I took the skis off there halfway down the hill, and I never put skis on again. That was the only time. I've skied about 5 feet. Even though I've lived for many years in a state that says they have the greatest snow on earth. So that was my ski slope experience. The skis were, my feet were, I don't know how to separate. I still to this day, I cannot even water ski with 2 skis. I don't know how you keep them straight. I guess I just wasn't born with those muscles in my legs to like keep the skis from, how do you do that? I guess I have too much play in my legs to keep the toes, pointing in the right direction. So I've been up on a single ski, water skiing. I definitely can kneeboard with the best of them. Have some great experiences kneeboarding in a glacier lake. That was cold. Snowboarding, done a lot of snowboarding. By a lot, I mean like several times. I can count probably on one hand. But it was a lot for me because I had to hike to the top of the mountain by myself. I didn't actually pay someone to drag me up to the top, with a ski lift or something like that. I hiked to the top in the snow, and hiking in the snow is not easy. But got to the top and then surfed down on my snowboard. So I snowboarded down, not really surfing. Amazing powder. It was like I was falling through a cloud. It was beautiful. It felt very much like my chair feels right now. But that was my experience in snowboarding with snowboarding. Much easier to stay upright with a single board. Matthew Harris says, Miss Trail, my ears were burning. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if the judge just says continue. Well, he's still up questioning, so it looks like we're continuing. Witness is like, what was that about?
Thank you for your patience, sir.
No problem, sir.
So, members of the jury, there's no claim in this lawsuit based on a so-called hit and run. There is no claim before the jury based on a theory of hit and run. And the witness should refrain from using that terminology.
Now he knows.
The term is stricken from the record, and the jury should ignore the witness's use of that term. Thank you.
If he says it again, we're in trouble.
Did you ever notice that Terry had problems with his eyesight?
Yeah, I was aware of.
They were able to get by it.
Problems with one eye.
Okay. Did you ever see that affected his skiing at all?
Negative.
Did you ever witness him making decisions on what days to ski based on his eyesight?
Well, I think he preferred to ski on nicer days like we all do.
Sure.
Yeah, because visibility can be challenging for anybody.
But you never saw, for instance, a time where he said, I'm not going to go up today because
no.
of my eyesight. Okay. So going back a little bit, when Terry finally did describe what happened to you, or what happened to him, excuse me, to you, did he ever tell you that he lost consciousness?
He did.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that, and I think you said this already, but that he was taken off the mountain in a toboggan?
He did.
When he spoke to you a little while after this accident, did he tell you that he was sore, that he was still having pain?
Absolutely.
Where did he describe that pain, if you recall?
Well, he had some broken ribs, so main torso area.
Gotcha. And did you see him, or what? Excuse me. And when was the next time you actually physically saw him?
That's a very good question. My recollection, it probably would have been within 2 weeks of the accident.
Okay, so not
immediately.
Immediate, but
no.
And when you saw him next, did you notice anything physically different about Terry?
Not so much physical, other than walking slower and stuff, but mentally for sure.
Okay, and what did you see that was mentally different?
Just slower, trying to digest stuff and conversation and stuff, and decision-making type stuff.
So in just 2 weeks or so, in between the last time you had seen him, you saw noticeable difference in his cognition, his ability to think.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you notice any other differences in that time you saw him?
Well, he lost his some of his motivation and excitement for. I mean, he's recovering from a major accident, so he was moving slower, less motivated, less excited, less enthusiastic.
And did he describe that he was feeling different at that time to you?
Yeah, he was. He knew he didn't have his full faculties at that point.
And how did he describe those things to you? How did he convey that information to you?
Well, he said that, you'd start doing something, for example, like an easy task, and then just kind of stop and go, well, why did I come over to this part of the kitchen or the house? So he was having issues with memory.
Gotcha. And when you saw him, was Carlene Davidson there?
No, she was not.
So this was after Carlene had left and he was having these kind of troubles?
Yes.
After the accident, has your relationship with Terry changed?
It has. We had a very strong relationship, and I was actually staying at his house for prolonged periods through 2015, but it just so happened that we had made a transition for the 2016 season, so I was actually not staying at Terry's at that point. So that, so I wasn't seeing him as much or doing as much with him.
Would you still keep in contact with him, though?
Absolutely. I would, going from Arizona to Washington back and forth, I always stopped and stayed at his place in the fall and spring.
Just to check in and keep the friendship going?
Right, and I also go out to dinner with him on a regular basis.
And when you checked in the next time, and we're talking now after that 2-week visit that you had seen him, following that, what changes did you see in Terry?
The biggest changes I saw is in conversation. Like I said before, he was a great conversationalist, and it became difficult because his comprehension had gone down. You get confused. You start talking to him, and he thought you were talking about maybe someone else, and then you realize that he wasn't following the direction of the conversation. So confused, comprehension, and then after a few instances like that, you could tell he was getting frustrated with that.
This is a ski friend
so
of
did he show
Terry's.
little signs of frustration
Yes.
or anger? And how would that manifest that you saw?
You could just see it, on it. He just kind of shake his head and then try to get back into the conversation.
Did you ever witness that he was more depressed?
I didn't actually witness that he was more depressed, but I witnessed that it was like a day and night as far as before and after the accident. He wasn't going, to my knowledge, he hasn't skied. I think he tried to go skiing a couple of times, but he hasn't skied really since the accident. And I can't speak to going out and dancing, but it doesn't sound like he's been nearly as active. So,
But you have not skied with him since the incident?
I have not.
Have you ever talked about skiing with him?
I talked to him the first year after skiing, after his accident, about skiing. But it was clear to me that was kind of a dead-end road at that point.
Just because he wasn't interested in it, or
he wasn't mentally prepared to ski again.
There's a dog barking in my yard, and we don't have a dog, so I was trying to figure out what
did
was
he ever
up.
describe to you how, you said you think he may have gone a couple times after the incident. Did he ever describe to you how those times went for him?
No, he didn't.
Did you ever see him be more paranoid after the accident?
Yes.
Describe that for us. Tell the
Well, very basically, he, visiting his house, coming through on our trips to the north and back to the south, all of a sudden there were cameras in the house, multiple cameras in the house, and it was clear that he was videotaping both, visual and audio, and it was just, I found it to be unusual and
Apparently, I'm paranoid too.
a little disturbing, from my end.
Gotcha. So he didn't have those cameras in the house before?
No.
Maybe I did. I don't know it.
Did you ever see him be have problems with headaches or dizziness?
I didn't witness that.
Do you ever say that he was having those problems to you?
I can't recollect that he's ever said it to me.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it.
I think earlier you said that you felt like his motivation had changed. Can you describe what that meant to you?
Yeah, basically it's motivation to, you get up in the morning and have a hard time getting motivated to get going and get any basic stuff done, or in his case, go out and do stuff socially.
I think the jury's heard testimony that Terry was kind of and this is my term, but kind of a fiery guy before. He was high energy.
Very high energy, yeah.
Was that the same after the accident?
Negative.
I got my chair. I got a throne for my birthday, a brand new chair, leather chair. My family loves me.
Did you ever hear, and it's been brought up a lot, and it will continue to be brought up, but did you ever hear anything about a GoPro video of this event?
No, I did not.
Has Terry ever said anything about that to you?
He has not.
So, to your knowledge, there's never been a GoPro video of this event?
That's correct. To my knowledge, there isn't.
I want to see Terry's helmet and see if it has a GoPro
So
mount
just to
on it.
recap, you would say that this ski accident has greatly impacted yours and Terry's relationship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How so?
It's not enjoyable to be around Terry like it used to be. He just because of the fact that he's confused a lot.
I can translate. Our
And
deep
we
and
talked
abiding
about
friendship
paranoia,
is based solely
and
on
he's
our ability
more
to ski.
anxious around people, and so you can only take Terry in small doses now.
So this almost familial relationship you guys had has been forever altered, in your opinion.
That's correct.
That's all I have for you, Mark.
Thank you.
Right, here comes the cross. This might get good.
May have a few questions. The other lawyer may have a few
Oh,
questions.
absolutely.
Clark Kent is now
Mr.
going to
Egan?
question G.I. Joe.
Yes, thanks, Your Honor.
How's it going?
It's Hearth?
Hearth, yes.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hearth.
Pleased to meet you.
My name's James Egan. I have a few questions from the defense. How long were the stays that you had with Mr. Sanderson prior to the accident? You described staying with him, I think,
Right.
50 plus times in the years prior to the accident.
Usually they were like 4 or 5 days at a time.
Okay. And then only limited interaction with him after the accident, is that right?
That's correct.
In person?
That's correct.
When you described your understanding of the accident as you received it from him, I just want to clarify, was it your understanding that that was his own first-person understanding, or that he had received that from someone else?
That was his first-person understanding of the accident.
So he didn't tell you, I was told this by somebody else.
He did not.
This is what happened. You use the word paranoia, which maybe is not a term that can be used technically, perhaps in a medical setting. You described cameras and kind of obsessiveness about people maybe watching him. I'm trying to make a sense of what you mean by
Well,
paranoia.
Back to the paranoia, I also used being anxious around people. And so it also came out in the relationships.
Okay.
When I saw him in relationships after the accident.
Okay, so if he denied in medical records after the accident, he denied paranoia, would you be surprised?
No.
Okay,
Not
would
at
you
all.
dispute that?
I wouldn't be surprised at
Okay.
that at all.
Okay, I've got
And
a visual
would you
aid for you
dispute
here in a minute.
there are medical records that show that he acknowledged taking medications prior to the accident for lack of motivation? You wouldn't dispute that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of prior history with a stroke-like event that caused the need for MRI scanning of the brain?
No, I do not.
What about brain imaging findings years before the accident that are consistent with aging? Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not.
What about cancer diagnosis?
I think he had prostate cancer.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
What about heart palpitations or heart trouble before the accident?
Not aware of that.
Microvascular disease?
Don't know about that.
Were you aware of any medications he was taking before the accident?
I was not.
Osteoarthritis?
Nope.
Knee problems?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
A foot drop?
A foot drop?
Yeah. Are you aware of what that is?
Nobody even knows what that is.
Okay, just as I understand that kind of, malfunction of the foot such that you're sort of pulling your leg slightly.
No, I never actually witnessed or saw that or heard him talk about it.
Okay. Respiratory problems?
Nope.
Sleep apnea?
Not aware of sleep apnea, no.
Insomnia?
Nope.
Okay. Anxiety before the accident, and I mean in the sense that he was taking medication for that condition, not just that
You're
he was
telling me he
anxious.
was taking medication?
Yeah. Were you
I'm not
aware
of that, no.
You're not aware? Okay. Were you aware of any post-accident travel that he did internationally?
Well, he did a lot of traveling before the accident, but I would be, no, I'm not aware of any. There may have been a trip that he made, but no, I can't remember.
Okay. It sounded like you were going to say you'd be surprised if he traveled after, or am I putting
Right,
words
yeah,
in your...
yeah.
There's a record that the jury's heard about a few weeks before the accident. It's a medical record where Mr. Sanderson reported to his physician that he was getting old all of a sudden and not doing things that he used to do. Do you remember him expressing any similar sentiments prior to the accident?
No, because when I knew him before the accident, he was still active.
Okay. And your wife is Shea, correct?
No, that's
my
brother's
your
wife.
brother's wife, correct. Okay.
My wife is Lori.
Yes, sorry.
Good to keep that straight.
So, she, I believe, has described your relationship with Mark as, you are Mark, with Mr. Sanderson as one-sided.
One-sided?
Have you ever heard that?
I have not heard that. In which way was it going, supposedly?
So I'll give you a little more, maybe, and then you can tell me if you have a similar understanding. There was testimony that Mark was finding out when my dad, Mr. Sanderson, would be gone so that he could be in the house without my dad there.
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
No. My visits were based on storms.
Okay. And then there was a sense that Mr. Sanderson was frustrated with you because of that one-sidedness, and that he thought it was not worthwhile to have a one-sided relationship, and that was the reason you guys stopped having a relationship. Is that...
That's not true on my side. If he felt that way, he never expressed it to me.
Okay.
He was fine with our one-sided relationship, is what you're saying. It seems, I shouldn't mock this guy. It does seem suspicious that as soon as something bad happens to his friends, the friendship ends. Most friendships I've had, when something bad happens,
I think you said that you went to the
friendship.
home of Mr. Sanderson after the accident, maybe 2 weeks following. Is that correct?
Well, I think we met up for dinner.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
Did you have any interaction with Carlene Davidson during that time?
I had interaction with Carlene, but I couldn't say it was after the accident.
Okay.
For certain.
So Mr. Sanderson didn't talk about who was caring for him in those weeks just after the accident?
I don't recollect
that
aspect of it, no.
Hello, Brett. Welcome.
I believe that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting close to
Mr. Sorensen.
Two final witnesses, maybe. As soon as they're done, I think we've
Hearth,
got Terry and
Mark,
Gwyneth.
Do you discuss medications and medical conditions with all of your friends?
No, I think it's a very personal thing, and I don't think I should be discussing or asking that kind of question with anybody.
Do you ever read your friends' medical records?
I do not.
Okay. And would it surprise you, and I know that there were some questions about this one-sided relationship, just barely, would it surprise you if Shea Hearth actually said, I don't know if I would call it an estrangement. I don't think Mark knows why my dad hasn't been reaching out towards him. My dad would be civil to Mark, I believe, so it wasn't like a horrible thing that happened between them, as far as I know. He just thinks, I think my dad has forgotten how much Mark has really been there to help him through all of this. Would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. That's all I have for you.
Thanks.
Mr. Egan, anything else?
No.
All right.
Okay,
and is
next
this witness under subpoena? So we can release him from the exclusionary rule? Okay.
So we can
You're free
stay
to
in the
go. You have
courtroom.
no further responsibilities here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Plaintiff may call their next witness.
This might be really exciting really quickly.
Shea Hearth.
Okay, so it's the wife now, Shea? Or is that the sister? He's probably going to get a run in before he has to jet out of town for FedEx. It was an interesting witness. I like that one. It didn't seem that there was a huge emotional connection to Terry, and maybe that's because it's faded over time. But it seemed like he was just, yeah, whatever. We skied together. I stayed at his house when I came through. Went out to dinner. It was what it was, type thing. Oh, the judge is like butter. This judge, he's amazing.
How's the jury doing for a break?
Why are you asking the
Why don't we
jury?
take a short break? Or did the jury say they wanted a break?
Who asked? Did the judge ask that? Or?
Okay, we'll take a short break then, and then we'll proceed to lunch.
Because I have show and
after,
tell
or
right now
we'll
I want to do.
Stay in the
It's-
courtroom
it's
until
applicable
lunchtime
to
after
the
that.
case.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I want to just make sure they don't have any business to conduct. Specifically regarding that the hit and run thing, which just I think they nearly asked for a mistrial there. But the judge struck it from the record. He basically did the strongest remedial.
Go a little afternoon before we break for lunch.
Okay, so he's done there. He did about the strongest fix he could. Let me show you what a GoPro is. For those that don't know, a GoPro camera is called a GoPro because it's actually made by. I'm going to turn the focus so you can see it here. It's actually made by GoPro. This one is really scratched up. Come on, did I just turn the focus off? I did. Hang on. There we go. Now it'll focus. It's called a GoPro camera because it's made by a company called GoPro. It has a little. This is a Hero version 8. It's black, I think it is, and the camera models are almost all called Heroes. There are a couple variations of that. This one has a really scratched lens, as you can see there, because I beat it up. But it has two buttons. It's got a button on the side to turn it on, and a button on the top to toggle through. But if I turn it on, hold the button, it powers up. It flashes, and you can see on the screen it's a Hero 8 black. It turns on. On the back, it has a screen, which has a... wow, that looks awesome. I'm just kidding. It's got a screen that shows you... I'm trying to figure out why the court... Oh, it greens it out. Okay. It shows you what you see. So the camera appears on the back. This can both take videos, and it can take still images. These are fun cameras. They're really good. You can change the zoom a little bit. You've got like a 1 to 2 power zoom, so very little zoom, and it's a digital, not optical zoom. And it stores on a little micro SD card. It has a built-in battery. This particular GoPro, so I break everything on my desk. It has what's called a media mod kit, which adds a shotgun mic that faces both forward and backwards. It's really good for mounting on a helmet. Literally, they wear them on a helmet, and it'll look forward, and you can, like, if you're riding a motorcycle and stuff, and then you get to see like the arms on the handles and stuff of the motorcycle. If you're skiing, you can do like a chest mount, and you can see the poles and the skis, and it just gives you a view as if you're that person. It's called the first person view. But it can record, and it's got a little touch screen on the back, so you can interact and change some settings there. This, without the media mod, which also has the added feature of having some external microphone, USB, and HDMI output, which is basically, this is exactly the camera I have right here. This view you get right now is from another of these exact cameras, exactly the same as this one. Anyway, without the media mod, the camera gets a little bit smaller. It's even more lightweight. So I can open up the case and pull the camera out right here. And now here's the case that it was in. The camera itself is very small and extremely lightweight. And it normally has a latch I could put on there and cover it up. But it still functions. It doesn't need any of that thing. Without this case, the camera is waterproof. You can dive with it. It's very durable. It's just amazing. It's an amazing camera, and these guys entered the market, and it took off. It took off in the sports world where people want to film what they're doing. It's not good for filming something far away. So you want to film something close up, or from the person. The cameras themselves can be, depending on the version, pretty expensive. I can give you some links if you want some. But I don't have any special deal on them, and I'm not sponsored by them. I've owned about 5. My best story, as far as what I've filmed with one of these cameras, I was hired as a cameraman to film at it was an essential oil convention in Utah, I think, or was it? It's in like the center of Utah. It's a big, huge lavender farm. Somebody help me here. What's the company name that? I don't remember. Anyway, it's an essential oil company. It's in Utah. The owner is there. He has a huge lavender fields there. And for this convention, they had a jousting contest. Yes, I did not misspeak. They had a jousting contest where they brought in, big charger horses and knights with shields and lances and everything. Young Living, thank you, Lady Rider. Young Living, they brought in, similar to doTERRA, but it was Young Living. Lady Rider was right. Karen, Sarah, I appreciate that. So they brought in this all these knights. These guys trucked in all their horses and all their gear, and so they're in full armor on these huge horses. They've got lances, and they're in an arena with all the stadiums. And we, being the camera crew, the Young Living wanted us to film it. They wanted us to capture the event, and so we're like, we can do that. And we set up cameras in the stands and things, and I'm like, well, this is the sort of thing you really need a camera catching the action. And all the cameramen got together. We're trying to discuss how we're going to do this as the event's getting closer. And I mean, we're there already and in the day, but the actual jousting is going to happen later. And I'm like, well, doesn't anybody have a GoPro? And everyone's like, no. I mean, I've got one at home. I've got one. I'm like, I've got some in my truck, and I've got all the accessories. We can mount one of these cameras to the lance. And we did. We took one of my GoPro cameras. We mounted it to the lance, so the knight has it. We had him turn it perfectly, so when he tips the lance down, the camera comes down, and you're looking down the lance at the other rider who's charging towards you. Okay, it was amazing, amazing footage. Right up until the moment it got slammed by the other knight. And the GoPro mount broke. The GoPro went flying, still recording, landed in the dirt. I think a horse stepped on it. I'm not sure. The footage was good. Destroy the camera. Destroy the camera. It's not meant to take that sort of abuse. But the footage was fantastic. And you can you get the footage just by pulling the little memory card out. And it's got a little micro SD, and you can put it in a computer, and it's either video and MPEG-4, or you've got still images, everything. So it was sad the camera got smashed, but they bought me a new one. The camera crew bought me a new one. So that's the GoPro. That's what we're talking about. This is a GoPro camera. And so every time they talk about where's the GoPro footage of this ski wreck, what they're saying is somebody up there was probably wearing either a chest mount, which is it's worn like a backpack harness with a little plate on the chest. And so the camera just sits there. You don't have to hold it. Or it's a helmet mount where you've got a little glued clip on your helmet, and the camera goes up there and it will film what you're doing. So someone up there supposedly filmed this whole event, this ski crash with Gwyneth Paltrow. And there was a link YouTube, like a URL that linked to wherever this file was on the internet. Maybe it was a YouTube video, maybe it was on Vimeo or some other place. But there was a link that was emailed out, and now that footage is missing mysteriously, and nobody knows anything about the image. So anyway, that is GoPro. There's your background. You've learned all about that today. You can now go back to work. Let's see. Any questions about that? It will all be on the test, by the way. Everything's on the test. Yes, Young Living is an essential oil company. The owner, though, has some... this is one of his hobbies, is jousting. And not going to say bad things about him, but being behind the scenes, the owner was jousting, and I happen to be personally aware of the intentional manipulation of the materials used in jousting that would ensure that he would be the victor in this outcome. This was not a fair fight. It was a staged production where he was going to win. Can you say scored lances? Yes. Anyway, that's it. We're coming back from the break here right now. So let's go here.
Juries are on their way.
Okay, somebody asked a bunch of questions and I missed them. I apologize. No more test, please, I beg of you. It's all on the test, Diana. You should be cramming every night. Texas Val, your commentary in the video is hilarious at times. Makes it even more fun to hang out here. Thank you, Texas Val. Appreciate you guys being here on my birthday. It's a fun day.
Don't you plan on breaking around 1:15 for lunch?
Okay.
Or, give or take, depending on where you're at.
1:15.
You assume he won't be done, Your Honor. We'll be on the next witness by then.
True.
Color Me Abstract says that a friend has dementia or Alzheimer's. It could very much lessen a friendship.
Mr. Sorensen? Thank you.
Finds the witness credible.
Hi. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth,
Now
and nothing
before
but
the
the truth,
court.
so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good morning.
These witnesses all say "I do" like
Would you
they're getting
start by
married.
I
do.
Getting your mouth,
They're so
your
excited.
body toward the microphone position, and then give your full name and
Just turn
spell
your mouth.
your name, please.
My name is Shea, S-H-A-E, middle name and maiden name Sanderson, S-A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. Last name is pronounced like Harris with a lisp. It's Hearth. H-E-R-A-T-H.
Interesting way to
Shay.
give.
Hello.
Just as a little preliminary matter, as we're talking, just remember to say yes or no instead of nodding or mm-hm's. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I know you're nervous.
Yes, I am.
So that's okay. But what I say is less important than what the jury hears you say.
Okay.
So we're talking right now, but if you wouldn't mind addressing the jury when you're asking your questions, or when you're answering your questions, excuse me, that would be wonderful.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Why don't we start, since you've already said your name, by telling us where you went to high school?
I went to high school in Soda Springs, Idaho.
Just over the border
And
to the
it's
north.
A small little town.
And then where'd you go on to college?
I started at Utah State University in Logan, Utah, and transferred up to University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho.
Okay. And did you graduate from college?
I did.
Okay, and what was your degree?
I have a bachelor's of landscape architecture.
Ooh, I could use her help.
And briefly for us, give us, after college, a little bit of your work history.
After college, I took my first job in Beaverton, Oregon, which is funny because it's really close to where I was born in Hillsboro, Oregon. So I was returning back to where my roots were. And I worked for a small family-owned business. My boss was about 72 years old, and his daughter also was my boss, but he was the most joyful man I've ever known. He made me laugh every day, and he passed away recently, and he's going to be missed, but he's with me in my heart.
Say, why is she emotional? But clearly, if he just passed, that makes sense.
We have tissues here.
Oh, thanks. I will be needing those. Do you need some too?
Do you need some? He's like, nope, I have no heart. I won't need them.
You are one of Terry Sanderson's daughters, aren't you?
I am.
Okay, she is one of Terry Sanderson's daughters.
Give us the birth order, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I am the eldest of 3 girls, and my middle sister, Polly, has testified already. She's 3 years younger than I am, and I call her my baby sister, but she's not a baby. Her name is Jenny B, and she is 9 years younger than I am.
So she's the oldest.
I was a mom to her, essentially.
And would you describe your sister relationship as a close one?
Very, very close relationship with my sisters. More so with Polly because she was only 3 years younger than me, and I missed out on about 9 years of my little sister Jenny B's growing up. It was kind of surprising. We would see each other.
I just put a
on
link to the
vacations
cameras in chat.
between, but I didn't get to witness her growing up.
That's a GoPro Hero 9. It's the next version up. Has a screen on the front and the back.
Were you roommates with Polly?
I was roommates with Polly, and she had a hard time waking up in the morning, and so often I had to go into her bedroom and shake her because her alarm would go off for a long period of time. She was my best roommate. Yeah, and friend.
What was it like growing up with Terry as your father?
So I really idolized my dad growing up because he was an extrovert. He was gregarious. Everyone seemed to love him. He had this zest for life, and he just wanted to know so much. He loved to immerse himself in learning more and more about, especially in the health industry. He would read through his medical journals and stuff. But he was a very engaged dad. He would always show up for our events and usually stay and talk with everyone in the community afterwards for hours and hours. So luckily it was nice I could just walk home because otherwise I would be there forever. Let's see. Could you read?
I think you've answered my question.
Okay, good enough.
So,
I'll keep going, otherwise
it's okay.
stop me.
It's okay.
I will tell you that things did change later on as I grew up. My parents had a really good marriage the first probably 10 years of their life, but then things they started drifting apart. And so my dad became more of a workaholic towards the latter part of their marriage. That was really I think we could feel that as a family, that things weren't good between them. I was grateful to have my sister Polly when those things would happen. But yeah, we had a happy childhood. I was loved. I was hugged. My dad was very strict, very much. We lived in a small town, so you had to behave yourself or otherwise word would get out. Oh, he was highly demanding, yes.
Would he set expectations and hope that you meet him?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He expected a lot of us girls, and he also kept us incredibly busy, singing voice lessons and acting and dancing. And so my mom was the taxi driver, but she also had a full-time job.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So did you have the opportunity to work with him in his eye clinics as well?
I did. Actually, I was so blessed because there weren't a lot of jobs in my tiny little town. My dad hired me as a 6th grader. I cleaned his office 3 days a week. And then gradually, as I got older, he would teach me more and more of the business. And so I would work with the ladies and help them out and, verify glasses and make sure they were the right prescription, that sort of thing. And I cleaned lots and lots of glasses. when I was a sixth grader and probably 7th and 8th grade.
So you got to know your dad from a father perspective, but also see him interact in a business perspective.
I did, and he was amazing. So well organized. He ran that office like a tight ship. He just, everyone had a job to do, and they did it with a smile on their face and love in their heart. And I learned a lot working with him, just about character, really. And I remember him one time, I was going down the hall, and he said, "Shea, you need to walk with purpose. When you go somewhere, walk like you know where you're going and what you're doing." And I thought, that's a good way, to live your life instead of stumbling through life.
That's good advice for trying to get into a courtroom, too.
We've heard, I think your sisters have testified about his desire to mentor. So did you feel that same feeling growing up?
Absolutely. My dad was all about trying to fill our we sisters' heads with as much information as we could. Every road sign that had information on the history, we were pulling over and reading that, going to museums. He really, I think he was very much about character development in us girls, the importance of honesty, just being a good human being. I think that's mostly what I have to say.
Just a little bit. What was your dad like physically growing up? Did you ever notice him to be deficient in any way?
My dad could do anything. In fact, he tried doing a backflip on the trampoline after I had shown him how I could do a backflip. It didn't turn out so well, but he could do almost anything.
Did he sustain any injuries from the backflip?
How old was he at the time?
Oh.
Frames like 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's very important about this backflip on the trampoline.
Yeah, just to establish its relevance.
What time with
my back flipping?
Yes.
I broke my arm in 3rd grade. It would have been before 3rd grade, so I was
Apparently
10 years old, so
backflips
1980s maybe.
The arm break.
Thank you. So you moved out of the house after college and you didn't return, is that correct?
That is correct. I did come home for summers to work a summer job, though.
Was that working in your dad's clinic, or was that somewhere else?
Only after my freshman year in college did I come home and work for my dad. The other years, I was trying to get more landscape architecture background, work experience, and so it was just that year.
Before the accident, and in your time you spent living in the house, and even up until 2016, did you ever see your dad have any problems driving a car?
No. He was the ultimate multitasker and drove a car with ease.
Gotcha. When you say multitasker, I think there was some testimony yesterday that he would read a book sometimes while driving. Was that nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, as a child, I was a little anxious, and when we would head to Montana where the roads go forever straight away, he would actually have a book in his hand while he's driving down these straight roads. And I tended to be a nervous person, so I was always a little bit, probably why I got car sickness maybe, on edge when he was driving and trying to do something else. But he was never in an accident, as far as I know. I'm sure maybe someone else has everything about him, but I don't recall that ever being a thing.
Yeah, I'd be nervous about that.
Moving forward in our timeline a little bit closer to the time of this accident, in roughly 2009 to the time of the accident, are you aware of any of your father's chronic medical conditions?
I recently found an email. Well, first of all, my dad is a really private person, and also he doesn't ever want to be a complainer. And so he has a tendency to keep things to himself. He doesn't share when things are going bad. I think he just doesn't like to be around those kind of complaining people, and so he didn't want to be that kind of person. So I really had very little knowledge about what was going on in my dad's life. He only would call us if he was in a good mood. So But that being said, just recently I did come across a letter that broke my heart. He said that he...
Before...
Is this too much?
No, it was...
Just objection, hearsay. Can I get a ruling?
I don't know what we're doing here, so can you ask another question?
Not the judge. Okay, we need that soundbite.
Let's move to the...
Somebody grab that, because now we have the lawyers saying, "I don't know what we're doing here," and the judge responding, "I don't know what we're doing here."
How did you first hear that your father had been in a ski collision?
I believe that I got an email that said, "I'm famous," in the subject line, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then below there was a link that said, "Here is information," I may not be quoting it exactly right, from my friend and eyewitness. And then there was a link below. And that link below, I couldn't ever look at it because you had to be like a meetup member or something. But I have a vague recollection of actually calling my dad and saying, "Can you give me your meetup group number so I can actually look at this?" And he was able to give me that information. So I may or may not have seen what was in that link.
You don't remember the day of hitting that link and knowing what it was?
I don't know for sure at what point I looked at it. Just a little background information. I had a ski accident 3 weeks prior to my dad. I had torn my ACL and my MCL. I was not sleeping very well. I had my leg propped up on a pillow with ice around my knee. And I also had a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old to take care of at the time. So my memory of what happened during that period is very foggy.
That's fine. I'm going to put up that email, or at least the paper copy of the email. And this has already been marked as, I think, Defense Exhibit 111. And it's been discussed quite a bit. But,
D102 is the same thing and will be a lot clearer if you want it. Do you want it?
Well, we're going to go through this just the way it is right.
Well, I
know
object because the top portion is not evidence.
Why don't we take it down, and why don't you use the exhibit that has been, unless you need for some reason to enter this one, Mr. Sorensen?
This is okay as he's doing it.
Why is
Your Honor.
Gwyneth
Just the
scooted
top
as far
third
as way
is
she
not
could
evidence.
from her lawyer?
Well, I'd rather
She's like
that
falling
the
off her
jury not
chair.
be published a document that hasn't been admitted.
I want to make you all aware that you are giving out information when we're looking on these private information. Could you please white out the email addresses, or would that take too long?
Sure.
Or you could just fold over that piece of information.
Unfortunately, we need to know.
Thank you so much.
Who it is. Let's see. Now he's got his Sharpie out. He's just coloring over it. Yesterday there were Social Security numbers everywhere on the screen, but today we're going to be blacking out email addresses.
I'm sorry, jury.
I'm sorry, jury. She should not be.
Thank you, Defense 102.
Thank you, counsel.
Lots of discussion there.
We've discussed this quite a bit, and we will continue to. Do you see that up on your screen, Shay?
I do.
And are you the Shea Hearth that's right up here?
I am.
Okay. We'll go through this a little bit, but I want to point out a couple things just before we get into kind of the content. Does this appear to be the email that you were talking about with the link that you described earlier in your testimony? At least a copy of it.
I believe so. I can't remember the time, but I trust that more than I do my memory 7 years ago. So.
Okay. And who's Jenny B. Sanderson?
She is my baby sister, or my youngest sister.
Okay.
She's not a baby.
She appears to be the first person that this email is addressed to, correct?
I agree.
Okay. And then we've heard from Polly. Is that your
Yes,
sister?
that is my second sister.
Okay. And then we're hearing from you right now, correct?
Correct.
So those are the three people that this was sent to.
Yes.
Subject: I'm famous.
And going up,
at what cost?
we've talked a lot about this, but what is that line right here that I'm pointing to say?
It says, I'm famous, at what cost?
Okay. And do you recall, because there's a difference here between I am famous here and I am famous at what cost, who wrote that at what cost?
I added the at what cost when I sent my email back.
Sorry, don't want to cut you off, but so after you had tried to access this link, you responded to that email. Is that correct?
I don't know at what point I don't know at what point I was able to access, or if I even did see what was here. It seemed like I would follow through to try to see what, because this is important information, but I don't know when that happened.
Weatherwatch just brought up an important
and I think
point.
you said earlier that when you tried to access
She's been watching the trial.
Login, or you were required a meetup group login?
Yes.
She's
And I wasn't a
admitted to
member of
watching it.
Meetup, so I was unable to access that. But I knew my dad was.
Okay.
If she says, "Hey, you guys are giving out the email
I
addresses,"
wanna
that
talk
means
to you.
she's
It's
been
gonna be
watching
brought up
yesterday.
quite a bit. Will you go ahead and read what your note says here for the jury?
Dad, I cannot believe how unlucky and how crazy this all is. I also can't believe this is all on GoPro. What are the chances? I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling this evening? Love, Shea.
Okay.
She read that very well.
Now, Shea, this is an important answer. But
Lindsay, text it to me
with that,
on the
after
burner
being
phone.
sent that link, how did any reference to a GoPro video come up that you responded in the way that you did?
So we did this in an opposite order. My apologies. 7 years is a long time for my brain. I received a phone call, and thanks to Gwyneth Paltrow's team, they were able to put together the timeline of things. And I had forgotten that actually I got a phone call at 6:13 p.m. that evening, and then I had a conversation with my dad about what had happened. And then the email came later on in the evening. And now I can't remember the question. Do you mind asking again?
You mentioned you had a phone call with your father.
Yes.
How did that instruct or have influence on this response?
Okay. After my dad told me about what he was feeling and that he could hardly think, his brain was numb, and that he couldn't take a breath without feeling a stabbing sensation in his chest, and that he had rung his bell. I believe he mentioned that with this big resort and so many people on this green run, there had to be GoPro video.
Overruled.
And so he said there has to be GoPro footage. There just has to be, because there was this big blood-curdling scream before I got hit in the back, and that means that a person that had a helmet cam of this GoPro would look towards the scream and catch it all on video. And so I thought, that's brilliant. You know, then we have complete evidence of what happened and who was at fault. And so
They were
I
thinking
kind of
suit
assumed
right
that maybe this was GoPro video, and we could rest easy because we would know what happened.
But you had never, he didn't show you a GoPro video?
No, I've never seen GoPro video, and it does not exist as far as I know.
And now, after this email, you still have not seen any GoPro video?
I have not seen any GoPro video.
So it was, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you just told the jury, but it was based on that conversation you had with your dad that you responded in this way.
Yes, so I don't know if
So what's
during
the
the
link
time I
then?
was talking to him, if I had my leg propped up, and whether or not I was interrupted by my 4-year-old or 8-year-old at the time. But when I hung up that phone, I thought there was GoPro video, and I thought that would be comforting for my dad to say, "It's going to be okay, Dad. I know you are really hurting, but we've got it on camera." So I believed that there was GoPro video at the time, and that's why I said that.
So what is the link? This doesn't add up here.
I want to clear this before we go into that.
Lawrence, I've left my water bottle next to you. Could you please grab it for me?
Now.
The reason that I've laid them on top of each other here is going to be important for the jury. So this has already been admitted, and this is the jury saw this yesterday. This appears to be the post that your dad put out the day of the incident, talking about the Whitney Smith that helped him down from the mountain. Have you ever seen this?
And this is Defense 111, page 2.
I recognize this woman's smile, and I do remember he had an awful day, but this woman came to his rescue. She was his angel and taking care of him, finally, after a long time of being ignored on the mountain.
Oh, Your Honor, I move to strike. That's
Sustained.
what you're saying.
Your Honor, I move to strike.
The response is stricken, and the jury should disregard the last part of the comment.
Sorry.
Do you recall seeing this post?
Gweneth's shaking her head.
I do. I do remember reading that at some point.
Our dog stepped on a bee.
The reason I've laid these out and gone kind of old school here with paper instead of the digitals we've been showing.
Yes, this concerns me, Hannah.
Now, I'm going to zoom in here, down below on this pre-admitted exhibit, and I want you to look at, if we can get it to zoom in a little bit.
She's testifying she's using the exact same words her sister did yesterday. She's definitely been watching the case. We might have a problem.
Okay. Do you see below that comments what appears to be some sort of a link?
Are you asking me? Yes, I see the link at the bottom and then the photos too.
And that appears to be from Meetup, the website your dad was posting on. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you see these numbers here?
Yes.
Okay.
8675309.
And slash and some numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to look
They're different.
at this. I want you to look and see and tell me. I mean, it's a lot of numbers.
I'm going to
But
clear
do
this off.
the photos
Oh, sorry.
the numbers at the end of that exhibit with this exhibit here, do these numbers
She was
correlate
not supposed
or
to be
match
watching.
any
Sorry.
of these numbers down here?
Match some, but not all.
Okay.
There are different postings there. Wait, unless I'm off here. 8675309. Do they match exactly?
Okay, it appears
Starting with 26.
the 261 is the first one, corresponds to the first one. The second one is not anything.
And then this.
And the last one matches up with the exception of the last digit, which is a 2 instead of a 0.
Okay. They're close. Is that correct?
They're very close.
Okay.
One's right on, the other is close.
Doesn't correspond. It's a URL. It's a different URL. Even if it was just one number different, it would be a different destination. Text coming into the Gwyneth Paltrow legal team right now.
Switch gears a little bit and get off a little bit away from this email. you've given your explanation for why you wrote about a GoPro video. Is that correct?
I have a question. So the fact that the numbers matched up just means that those two are correlated.
It may.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask
Okay.
for an opinion, and
Okay.
I'm not a cybersecurity or not even
And you don't get to
cybersecurity,
ask
I'm
questions
not a cyber
either.
expert, so I don't know
Okay.
if that means anything. I just think it's an interesting coincidence for now that those are correlating.
Yeah.
Now, you've given us your reasoning for why you wrote that line about GoPro. Is there anything else that you think may have influenced why you put that in an email?
I think I've already said, I think I just wanted my dad to have peace of mind that there was video footage out there that was going to show what happened.
But you didn't know that there was or was not.
I did not know that. And also, let me just state to the jury that my dad had had a traumatic brain injury when he sent out that email, which is why...
Comes an objection.
Foundation,
what's that?
Your Honor.
Sustained. We do need to wait for a question before we address the jury.
Non-responsive.
So thank you.
Gosh, I'm so sorry.
The evidence that my dad had a brain injury at the time.
Yes, the comment will be stricken and the jury's to disregard.
Let's stay on the facts.
Oh, there's going to be objection there.
Thank you for the counsel.
Thank you for the counsel.
After the accident, you have maintained contact with your
Gwyneth
father,
needs to be
correct?
careful
I
as well.
have.
All right. Have you noticed any big changes in your dad?
My dad has quite a few personality issues. Obviously, the injury to his brain has caused significant damage, enough to cause his personality to change. And
What have you?
Opinion. Move to strike.
Don, this is violation of the
Overruled
court
as to a
order.
lay opinion under Rule 701.
What have you seen as far as your dad's personality traits that have changed?
my dad is very insecure. He doesn't show it, but he doesn't trust his brain anymore.
See you, Pam Jams.
Is that a hard thing for him?
It's incredibly hard because he used to be able to multitask and do all sorts of complicated tasks, and now he has a hard time just following through one step at a time. And he used to be able to do multiple things at a time, so it's been really hard on his personality. He feels inept, frustrated.
You don't know exactly how he feels, though.
You're right. From his daughter's perspective, I feel that his life is exhausting.
And it's hard to hear. Have you noticed things about his ability, excuse me, let me inartfully ask, have you noticed any differences in his ability to listen?
My dad used to be a really good listener. But since the accident, his brain has to work so hard at what he's going to say next that his ears just shut down, and he's goes inside. He's internal, and he may be standing in front of you, but he is not. He's not there. He's gone inside, coming up with the argument or the next thing he's going to say, and so his listening abilities have really been hampered by this brain injury.
Now, you told, in your deposition, you told us a story about the van door. Would you please share that story with the jury?
Okay. First thing, my van door from the time I bought it, it was a brand new van at the time, but it always has a problem. I own a Honda Odyssey, and if you know them, the doors don't swing open like this. They actually go parallel with the body of the car. And so...
Your Honor, can we just get a foundation for what time frame we're talking about? She did say after this incident.
When did you buy the car?
My daughter was born in 2012.
I like
So
how she
this
references
happened,
different time phrases. It's like
after
major
2012.
event in life, it happened
This
before
happened
or after.
when my oldest was 11, so it's been about 6 years ago.
So this was after the...
This was after the accident, yeah.
This is direct.
Thank you. So this van door,
From the
because
plaintiffs.
children sometimes ride in it, has an optical sensor that will back the door up. The door will not close automatically, mechanically, if it senses there is something in the way, and that's to prevent a kid's arm or something getting caught in the door. But my van door has had a problem with it thinking that there's something there when there isn't. And there's a really easy fix. You just go to the driver's side, and there's a manual toggle on the dashboard where you turn off the electronics part, and you can manually
Override the
shut
safety
door.
feature.
Okay, that should be enough background information. My dad and I have picked up my daughters from school, and we're going to the dance shop to get some ballet shoes for my daughter, Tia, who is about 11 years old. And that means her sister is roughly six years old. So we go into the car. Oh, my dad happens to be in the passenger seat as I'm driving the van to the dance shop, and we pull up to a parallel parking position right in front of the store. And because my 6-year-old is in a booster and there's oncoming traffic, I'm paying close attention to get her out. That's not important. What's important is as we came out, I noticed that the van door on the opposite side, so on the curb side, had been left open. No one had shut the door, and it's downtown Spokane, so I was a little concerned that we had been robbed or something, but I took a look and everything was where it was supposed to be. And so my older daughter Tia jumped in. Grandpa Terry's right there with her to buckle herself in, and she goes to push the button, and meanwhile I'm actually with my 6-year-old trying to get her into her car seat. So she pushes the button, and it does this funky thing, which is it backs off and refuses to close. Well, Tia's known that there's an easy fix for this. You just have to hit the button. And my dad's like, oh, I could do it. I didn't know exactly what was going on at the time. I could see through, and I could hear a heated argument and anger and frustration. And my little daughter is like trying to explain to Grandpa Terry, no, my mom can fix this. And my dad's like, I know what to do. I can get it done myself. I'm the adult here. You're just a little kid. You don't know anything. And he was really laying it down hard on her. Anyway, what happened is with all this commotion going on, I figure out what the problem is. And I look over at my dad as he is with all of his might, like a football player trying to push one of those heavy padded things, pushing that door closed, and it is like barely moving. He finally gets it to about 2 inches closed, and I was like, oh, and I switched it to manual, so he was able to close it. And he's like, see, I told you I could do it. And he was just belittling my sister, my Tia, my oldest daughter, and just going, I know what to do. I'm the adult here, and just being so awful to her. And it's actually damaged his relationship with her because he was so awful to her. And I got in the front door and closed the door, and I looked back at my little daughter, and she's just red-cheeked, and her tears are streaming down her eyes, and she is just so belittled and made to feel like she's stupid, and I just thought this didn't have to happen. If he had just listened to her, and said, Mom can fix this. And Tia was like, I knew he was going to break the door, Mom. I knew he was going to break the door. And he didn't, luckily, but it was an awful experience. And I have never known my dad to raise his voice or scream or belittle or do those sorts of things. It was just very uncharacteristic of him.
And has Tia told you how she feels about that relationship?
She does not like my dad. She doesn't like him.
Okay, so interesting that
Have
several
you
times during that
noticed
story
any
she
other times where you've
slipped
seen your dad
and
since
referred to her daughter
this
as Jenny, her little
2016?
sister.
Have you seen any other times where your dad's raised his voice in anger like he was against his granddaughter?
That was actually the worst. I mean, and I will say that my dad and I see eye to eye a lot. So there's not been a lot for us to argue or fight about. So I know my sister Polly alluded to an interaction that she witnessed with my baby sister Jenny, my youngest sister Jenny.
She's flat out
in
admitting
which she got right in her face and said "F
She
you,"
listened.
like screamed "F you" at her. Which again, he doesn't talk like that, and he doesn't raise his voice and scream. That was not the old Terry that I knew as a dad.
You had never seen that growing up with him?
No, not at all. He was so patient.
Have you seen or known your dad?
I believe her emotion is real. I don't believe this is acting.
Since you brought up your sister, Jenny.
Yes.
And this incident the jury heard about yesterday.
Yes.
You know the family dynamics in your family, correct?
Yes, I do. It's complicated.
As every family is, there's people that are maybe closer to one another than further away. Is that your perception?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your...
There was an objection.
In every family, there's relationships that are closer or maybe some that are further away. Is that your perception?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you characterize your father's, from your own opinion, your father's and Jenny's relationship?
Before the accident or after the accident?
Let's say before, and then we'll ask after.
Okay. My sister, Jenny B, is neurotypical, and she...
A conference at your bar?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, they're gonna be talking about this. Specifically, the issue that this witness has testified twice now, admitting to listening to the prior testimony from her sister. We heard it first as she said, "You guys have been doing this. You guys have been showing off the email addresses." And then the second time she came in, she said, "I know that my sister alluded to this happened." She's referring to testimony that her sister gave yesterday. There is an exclusion rule. Yes, this is not good. There's an exclusion rule that witnesses are not allowed to be in the courtroom. She does not have an exemption that I'm aware of to that rule. She was out of the courtroom when she was brought in. That indicates that she was not allowed to be in to hear anything else. I realized the other sister was released, and that sister, if she wanted to, could be in the courtroom, but the current witness, could not have been there, could not have heard what her sister testified to yesterday. This is a big mistake. She should have been told very clearly that not to be doing that. This could end up in her testimony being thrown out completely. I don't know if I don't think this will end in a mistrial, but it might end very quickly here. And unfortunately for Gwyneth Paltrow, I think in this particular witness, Gwyneth's attorney, Mr. Owens, would have been able to gain a lot of ground.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I think they're talking about right now. I can't imagine anything else just from the timing of the objection. Someone should have told her that only judges can watch our live stream, not the witnesses. JT, you're absolutely right. That said, I realize some people have been saying, I think she's acting, it's fake, things like that. I believe her. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here. I do think that she was authentic in her emotion. I think she's describing a situation that is very real and that she's experiencing. I don't know if the cause is the same as what she thinks.
This appears to be a good time to take our lunch recess, so we will do that at this time, returning at 1:30.
Okay, so we're not all leaving right yet. The jury's leaving right now. It sounds like the judge might have something to say to this witness, and we'll find out some information from her. My guess, the judge is going to ask directly if she's watched anything from the trial. She didn't say she watched.
Ms. Hearth, if you could just remain here for just a moment. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So, Ms. Hearth.
Yep. That's here we are.
There's a lot of medical experts in this case.
Okay.
And you're not one of them.
It's true.
And so, we want to be careful that your
That's all
testimony
they're going
limits
with?
itself to what you observed.
Okay.
And maybe opinions that you formed based on those observations.
Okay.
Allie, we are live.
But what we don't want you to testify to is a medical diagnosis of Jenny, a mental health diagnosis of Jenny, or I guess describe what you've seen with her in terms of a medical diagnosis or medical terminology. Does that make sense?
We don't want that last one. Is that what you just said, Your Honor?
I think I'm a little
Yes,
confused.
we do not want you to be explaining what you've observed with Jenny in terms of a mental health diagnosis. Like a person with this mental health diagnosis is, I mean, I see
Specifically
Jenny
like-
doing these things that are like a person with this mental diagnosis.
Okay.
But rather, just what did you see?
Oh, what do you notice about her? Okay.
Well, what have you observed?
Mm-hmm.
And what, and you're certainly, I mean.
Was the key word that you didn't want to hear was the neurodiversity?
I think that probably triggered the concern.
Because that's more of a medical terminology?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like an everyday observation, though.
You're right. Okay. I understand.
I mean, I could see you translating. I mean, if you made an observation about Jenny,
Mhm.
and you're using that term to describe that observation, I could see you translating that into everyday words
Okay. I
as to
see.
what you saw and what you observed.
Okay.
But in terms of using a medical sounding name, I guess, or label,
Okay.
that's what we need you to avoid.
Okay.
I think this is going to be
Counsel, okay with,
difficult.
that instruction.
No, I think
Yes,
think
and
possibly
I just
Mr.
want to make
Owens.
one other statement that's separate from this.
Just a minute.
Here we go.
And I don't want to conflate the two. Are you okay with that instruction to the witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Mr.
we're
Owens?
making copies. My staff has advised me that somehow with the help of I'm not even going to misspeak, except someone has accessed that link that we've been trying to get.
Well, right.
I'm going to hand out copies.
Why don't we do this in chambers?
Oh, wow.
And if you need to put something on the record, we can do that after that.
wow.
Sure, and I'm not even prepared to. I've just been advised that that link has been accessed. Not a GoPro link, but the actual link.
It's just that this witness is under the exclusionary rule, and I'd rather not discuss it in front of this witness.
She is under the
Fair enough.
exclusionary rule.
Should we meet at, when do you want to meet?
1:15, would that be enough time?
Sure, in chambers?
Yeah. Let's start in chambers.
Okay, so they
If
have
you
a
can
lunch.
make me a copy.
Yeah, we're making some copies. I just got handed it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you. You're welcome
link
to
still
go
works.
take lunch or whatever, but
The
you're
link
still
still
under the
works.
exclusionary rule as a witness,
It
not
was
to
not me.
discuss the
I
case
did not
with
do it.
other witnesses or anybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that order she was given to not discuss this case with other witnesses, that was in effect before she testified as well. All the witnesses are told basically the same thing to the jury. They're not supposed to discuss. They're not supposed to watch the case. They're not supposed to participate in any way in this. And 3 times now, we've heard indications that she clearly has been watching the case, specifically with her sister's testimony. The last part, that somebody has accessed the link, show us the link. Let's see if we can back it up. We'll let you guys, let's see, where's the link? Sorry, I'll use my other stream here to back it up. Okay. So we're going to do a little switcher. We're jumping back in time right now. Jumping back in time.
Discussed quite a bit.
So we can, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. We're going to find this link, and we're going to go there.
Will be a lot clearer if you want it. Do you want it?
If it's allowed.
We're going to go through this just the way it is read.
Okay.
Well, I know because
We're going to skip ahead. Object, bingo.
I am.
Okay. I'm going to go through this a little bit, but I want to point out a couple things just before we get into kind of the content. Does this appear?
I'm not sure if we can do this. I'm thinking. Let me think. Hang on just one second. Before I send you all there.
Sister.
Okay.
The link they're showing on the screen, if it requires a password to access and the URL sort of includes in it the login credentials of the person who's accessing it, that we can't do that. If it's just a public website that we can access, like a Facebook page, that's fair game. So before you all run out and try to access it, I believe everyone out there, let's do this. Let's go on Twitter and let's see what everyone else sees. Let's see what was linked. Let's see. Man, this is bizarre. I've got to see what's up here. Okay. Thank you, Phil. Just got your link. Let's see what's up here on Twitter. Looking at the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, the latest. I'm going to pull up the link. This is bizarre that they think that the link doesn't work. Has no one clicked on it before then? No one's done anything? This is like the first time that somebody's actually tried to type in the URL and go there. They had a screenshot of it and nobody accessed it. I'm blown away by that. I want to see what's up here. Did somebody see it? I'm not seeing it yet. We need a document hound to do a little searching here. I'm trying to focus on three things at the same time, and I'm not getting there. We'll have it here soon. Okay. The link was the URL that starts with Meetup, and it says like ski trip something, and then it has all the numbers. The numbers that the witness was asked about, are these the same numbers type thing? They were able to access it, but they said it was not the GoPro link. It was a different link. Lawyers can be very dumb at times. They just might not be technical. Amber, we're looking on social media for anyone who has posted or is able to access the link that they're referring to on this email for material related to the imagery that was emailed around. This was sent out to a group, but I don't want you guys to try to hack in yourselves. If there's public information out there, we want to see where it's in the public. We don't want to try to break in, because that would not be good. It could be evidence of the crash. It could be pictures. It could be an account of something. It could be that image of the ski patrol girl who helped him down the mountain. That's what it could be. I don't know what it is. Meetup is a website you have to register for. Okay, so we can't go there. Maybe somebody who's registered for it is able to access it, but they should have the code. I'm just thinking that someone who's registered that email, that email has the link in it. That URL has the link. It has the code, I think, embedded in it. Yes, just clicking on the link. Yes. Check the burner. I'm checking the burner right now. Let's see. Lots of happy birthday wishes. Hang on. Found link on Twitter. There it is. So it does go to the picture of the ski resort woman. Looks like somebody out there took the screenshot from Court TV and accessed the image. And I can tell you it goes to the image of the ski resort woman. That's it. This is the picture that's already been shown. Probably a nothing burger at this point. It did not bring up, I mean, that's already evidence in the trial. Around the next bend, thank you very much for the super chat. It is my birthday. Thank you for spending it with me. I told my wife I wanted to spend my birthday with a few hundred of my closest friends, and it looks like 1,000 of you are here now. Wonderful. I appreciate it all. This is going to be a fun time. We have lunch right now, but we want to try to catch up with everything that's happened. And we do have party. We have party horns for everybody. Everybody can type exclamation point party in chat, and it will play the party horn sound like that. So we can party all day long. Happy birthday from Ireland. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that very much. Good to have you here. You can look at other photos and videos from the group. I'm going to wait for a little bit and see what comes out, because this is a gray area. This is a gray area where accessing information that is restricted, I would not recommend doing. Similar to my lock picking, right? Picking a lock in use is what I say. There's a fine line between fun and felony, right? And we want to be careful not to try to access something that has restrictive measures in place, because then you could be committing a crime. We don't want to do that. So he did not take the picture. He copied it from a web page. So after lunch, yeah, we're gonna hear about this. Also after lunch today, we expect to hear from two people, both the the plaintiff, Terry, as well as Gwyneth Paltrow, possibly, if there's time today. If we go fast enough through these, we'll hear both of those witnesses today, which is going to be amazing. The cross, especially of the witness, will be interesting. In a civil case like this, it's my understanding that the plaintiff can be up there testifying and still take the fifth. It's not like a criminal trial where you get up there and so if you agree to testify, you have to answer all the questions. So he may be able to take the fifth in some situations if that applies, and I'm not even sure if it does to him in this. But we'll see what he's willing to answer and what he's not, as we go on. Everybody say in the chat room, don't go out in the yard. Ari doesn't have zoning for 1,100 people gatherings. Yeah, my town would be all over me. Ash Axiom, happy birthday to me. Thank you so much for all the emojis. It looks like a huge party there. Thank you for being here, Ash, and thank you for your support of the channel. You've got that green courthouse next to your name. It means you're on month number 3. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. All right. Do we have the link? I don't have the link. I've got a screenshot of the link, which is the same as everybody else. I can tell you that Lauren Farmer R has tweeted it under the hashtag Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial. Just did some research. This link from Mr. Sanders' email goes to this photo. That's what she says.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm still bothered by the witness admitting she has been watching and or discussing the case during the trial, as am I. I can only think that Mr. Owens would like to have his moment to shine and pin her down under cross-examination and get her to confess to doing that there and then make the objection at that time. I can't think of why he would not, unless, perchance, he needs her to say something. He may be able to get her to testify to something that is worth allowing her to get away with breaking the judge's rule. Clearly, we're not going to have the plaintiff's attorneys object to her watching this. But if Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, Mr. Owens, Steve Owens, I believe his name is, if he knows he can get her to testify in a way that will really help Gwyneth, it might be worth him to overlook this breaking of the rule so that he can get to that point. So that's the only way I can think that he's skipping that. Bite Me says it's Friday. We're going to have a podcast party tonight. We are. Podcast is on for 8 o'clock tonight. Weather Watch, Thomas and I will be on this same channel at 8 o'clock then. We'd love to have you there as the party continues. I am talking about stuff that is not relevant. Let's see. Is there a list of the commands somewhere? I can't remember them all. Mimi, not you. Yes, you can type exclamation point commands in chat at any time, and most of the commands will pop up there. There are a few that are only available to moderators, as they can, change things on the chat themselves. Like they can make the message appear and disappear by themselves remotely. I've got a call coming in on the burner phone. Let's go ahead and take it live.
There are a few that are only available. To accept, press 1.
No
To
clue
send a
who this is.
voicemail, press 2.
Finger on the mute. Hi, you've called Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, this is La 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 Lee.
La 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 Lee. How are you doing today? Good to hear from you again. I'm doing fantastic.
I'm doing great.
What's happening today?
Happy birthday.
It is a great birthday. I'm sitting here in my new throne. This chair is amazing. My wife and kids surprised me. I had no idea they got this, and I know everything that my wife orders. It tells me on my phone.
It looks very comfortable. It looks great, and you like your new shirt there that you've got. You're looking good on your birthday.
Thank you very much. What are you thinking about this case?
So I'm flipping out over this picture because Meetup is Meetup is a totally public site. Like a Facebook or something, where you just go on there and you find activities that you want to do in your area and join groups. And I'm looking at the Salt Lake City skiers and snowboarders, which is where the link takes you. And under those, for every group, they might have albums and you can upload pictures from your events that you went to. And that's exactly what this looks like. It's a picture of that woman that they uploaded to the public site for anyone who wants to join this public group. And I cannot believe that the lawyers
they never went there.
Find this.
Oh my goodness. It's bizarre.
They made it seem like it was this, really super secret, bombshell, piece of evidence. And it's evidence that they've been showing the whole time.
I don't get it. They're gonna start after lunch with a meeting in chambers where they're going to be talking about that. Apparently, the defense or Owens, I don't know what to call him. We're so used to true crime where we have a prosecution and defense, and we don't have that here. We've got the plaintiff, which is Mrs. Terry, and Gwyneth Paltrow on the other side is Mr. Owens, is her counsel there, or lead counsel. He says it's an issue, and he's trying to figure out what's happening here. So they're going to start in the judge's chamber. He's going to print off this, because now apparently he's probably printing off whoever posted on Twitter, honestly. So whoever got it first on Twitter is going to be famous. They're going to get called out here really quickly, it's just awesome, because it points out the total lack of knowledge, technologically wise, technological knowledge that these lawyers had, that they overlooked this. It's like, we've got this printout, but that's it. I wish we knew where it went. It's a URL. It's almost clickable.
A copy of it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so I don't want to take up more of your time. Two things I wanted to say. Number one, on this witness, I'm not sure that I buy that she watched the coverage, but I do think she talked to her sister about it. So I think that's where we're seeing the similarities. That's just my take on it. And then on the defense attorney, I'm not sure. Oh, someone's saying no. Someone's saying that they thought the data on the link changed. I don't know. It's labeled 2016. It says March 10th, 2016, so I don't think it changed. But anyway, and the defense attorney, I'm just going to not even say anything about him. Maybe we'll chat about him again.
Here's what I think.
He's a character.
I started off the day this morning saying I heard from some people on Twitter and also on here on the channel, and they suggested that what we're seeing from the defense attorney may be an act, that this may be some of the best acting out of this courtroom, including out of Gwyneth Paltrow. I think we see she's an actress, but they're saying this may be an act. And I realize I do believe, back in Alex Murdaugh's trial, I believe that Jim Griffin was acting. I don't believe he was bumbling, just confused, not sure what to do. That was an act, and I think I caught on to that. But if this is an act, he has me fooled.
Exactly.
Okay? He had me fooled.
Same here.
He's either really, really good, which arguably he is. He was like ranked at the top of his class, or he was the president of his class or something like that as he's going through law school. The guy's like up there. And Gwyneth Paltrow, she's got the money to afford a good lawyer, right? She's not like,
Right.
let's flip through the phone book and see who has the smallest ad. We'll go with that one. Okay. She didn't get him off Wish. This guy is probably a good lawyer. She's probably spending good money on it.
Yeah.
And usually lawyers, their prices sort of tend to go with what services they offer, and their reputation a lot of times can influence how much they charge. We might be fooled. We might need to have maybe Nicole Goodman or Matthew Harris, both lawyers here on
Right.
the channel, come in here and.
So here's my.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
My question related to that is, and I'd love to hear Matthew Harris or Nicole talk about this. Is I wonder if her insurance is on the hook for this, because I think sometimes I don't know if you actually have to disclose if your insurance is going to pay. The reason I ask is because the insurance would be the one to have selected the attorney. So what if this guy is an attorney that's selected by the insurance, may or may not call into question his abilities, and that's where we're getting him. I'm really curious about that fact. I'm thinking that kind of like behind the scenes, the insurance might be on this, but I don't know. I've it's been many years since I've practiced, so I don't remember if you have to, and it would be different, but in different states. So I don't know if you would have to actually disclose whether or not your insurance would be behind your defense. So I think that's an interesting angle to look at. Hopefully Matthew or Nicole could let us know.
It sounds like something Mark Tinsley could get to the bottom of as you're chasing the money and what money is available in the lawsuit. I'm sure there's a point where some information has to be revealed or shared in a liability case like this. But
exactly.
Fascinating.
But anyway.
La Lee, good to hear from you. Thank you so much. Good always. You're welcome
Great
to call in
talking
anytime.
to you. Enjoy your birthday party for the rest of the day.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Talk to you soon. Love all you addicts. Bye.
Bye. Awesome stuff. La Lee. Thank you for calling in. My favorite. I mean, I like all of you. You're all my favorites, but La Lee has the best name. I'm only slightly upset that she changed her name from La Lay, which is what I thought it was, to La Lee. but I'll abide by her wishes and call her that. Crazy. Let's see. Zen Dreaming says, Franco, I agree with you. I do not believe her emotions. They're from having to remember her part in this play. Okay, I believe there was some of that. I believe I got the feel just listening to her that she was reciting something, possibly reciting something practiced. That doesn't mean that it's not true. It might have just been that she's nervous, as we know she is. I would be nervous up there. I would be like a mess. I wouldn't be able to finish a sentence or remember words, or I would probably not get my birthday right if asked the question on the stand. I do terribly in front of people, which is why I'm here on YouTube. Sorry, I can't see you, so it's okay. So I believe that her anxiety is real. We're talking about the witness here, and her. I believe her emotion is real. As she's recounting the stories, even as she's telling the story about her dad and the door incident, I think that's real. It probably happened exactly the way she told it. The question is it a result of the skiing accident? And that's something I'm not sure that she's able to testify to. Was it caused by the skiing accident, or it just happened around the same time? But interesting. I'm more concerned with her. The judge has said flat out she is subject to the exclusionary rule, and gave her the order not to talk to anyone. Yeah, you say it. Good tongue twister. I like it. Those are the ones I can say. A few of you have names that I just cannot pronounce. I try and I fail miserably. Her account is very Terry. I was concerned with how almost verbatim the responses were, how the same terminology was used in the responses, which, as Lee pointed out, it does indicate that maybe she wasn't watching, but it clearly at least has talked to her sister after her testimony, remembered, even suggested, it's this word you don't want as far as Jenny's diagnosis. Let me suggest that. Is this the one you don't want me to say? Because I am familiar with the problem from yesterday type thing. That gave me the feel that she had watched the live stream or watched the video from yesterday. Yes. Hola. Yes, you are all my favorites. Thank you for the party, Eileen. Good to have you here. Did the judge say when coming back? Yes, they've gone to lunch. If anyone is starving right now, absolutely starving, I'll give you a pass and let you go for a brief moment. I have my own jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles ready to be opened. Still cool, not as cold as I'd like them. They're better really, really cold. Huge fan. All of you who are here, it has nothing to do with this case. These pickles changed my life. I did not know pickles could taste as good as these do. And I wish they sponsored the show. I really do. These are come from Walmart. They're spicy maple bourbon pickles. They're hot, but it's a sandwich pickle. It's sort of like a sweet pickle that has a bite to it, and it's got the spicy maple bourbon taste. And it's amazing. It will change your life if you try them. And Walmart, call me. Anyway, I'll probably eat those if I need to. The birthday jar, a special jar of pickles. And the good thing is they come in a serving size, a single serving size. Just one jar. Let's see. That sounds gross. No, they're really good. They're really, really good. Is it possible someone emailed her? She was told or figured out it was being shown in court. She didn't have to be watching and talking to the sister to get that info. Yes, Creative B, all those things are possible, but all of them are also a violation of the rule. There is no way that she could get information about the trial and have it be acceptable under that rule. Whether she watched it, whether she talked to her sister, whether she got an email account, whether she read a news report, whether somebody just came up from the public and shouted at her as she was driving by, all of those should be reported to the judge. And I think we're going to see Mr. Owens get to the bottom of that on the count. Subscriber counter. Let me see if I can do that. Let's switch to 4 boxes. There it is. There we are. We're close. We are so close to 10,000. Adam Nusky's calling in.
Call from
Walmart.
Adam, I've got your number saved. It doesn't matter who you pretend to be.
Hi, I'm from Walmart. I was watching your channel.
Yes.
And we'd like to offer you a sponsorship for our spicy. Okay. No, what did I do? Oh. And I love that party command.
Yeah.
I was going to say, one, that I thought this trial was supposed to be a break.
Yeah,
I thought it wasn't.
It's gone a little heavy.
It's even more stressful than the last one. What else? Oh, that picture I sent you, it had RA in it, but it also had it was a stick figure, which is funny.
You took a screenshot of the, and we're talking about the doctor's notes, Mr. Green Screen, right?
Right.
Dr. Evil with the green screen.
Right.
And the portion where they were showing his notes and the yellow legal pad pictures, apparently there was he gets bored and doodles in the margins. There's like a stick figure, and then there was somewhere where he put my initials, RA, probably because he had a premonition that we would be watching it, and he wanted to just shout out to the channel. So, hello, Dr. Evil. Thank you. We see you. Adam, thanks for catching that. Appreciate that. And thanks for letting me Walmart know what they should say when they call me. So
he's definitely not an art scientist.
No.
But it was funny, though, because there was like lines and things, like he was trying to kind of imagine how, like what the physics of a stick figure would be. And about your chair, congratulations. I was wondering if that chair comes with some sort of bathroom attachment, like a built-in.
No, sadly,
no. Like a built-in Depends, or like a little place you could maybe.
You're asking because I live stream for 10 hours straight. Is that why you're asking?
And then the last thing I wanted to say was, of course, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And congrats on all your success on the stream.
Awesome.
It would definitely not be the same without you.
And
on
likewise,
the channel.
Adam, you have your comedic wit and timing is impeccable. Sure love you in chat. It's great. You need to work on that Walmart representative voice. It didn't quite fool me. And probably call in from a different number next time, so I don't know who you are before I answer. But
I do have a burner phone.
Excellent.
But I feel like I feel like I botched that joke. Let me try. So I was trying to say your channel would not be the same without you. That was the joke.
Yeah, I get it.
Because obviously, Okay.
But honestly, I have to give all the credit to the amazing community we have here. The fact that you guys all come here and make everyone else feel welcome, and it's civil, and we can all be friends at the end of the day. That's what made people come and say, "Hey, this is different," and it's been awesome that way. So thank you, Adam, and all of you. Thank you for that. Thanks for calling in, Adam.
Yep.
We'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Take care.
See you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Adam. Adam Nuski's a great friend. No chamber pot, not needed. Recovery Addict is a camel. I'll turn the sounds up again as we're going to break. I don't drink a lot. That's the trick. If you drink a lot, then you have to take a lot of breaks. And I work it so that I don't drink a lot. Okay. Let's see. More calls coming in.
Call from
Ricky Watson.
Hello, Ricky. This is Recovery Addicts. How are you doing today?
Hey, what you up to today, bud?
Oh, I'm just feeling a little bit older today than yesterday for some reason.
Well, I noticed that a while ago.
Thanks.
And I just want to say happy birthday, old son.
Oh, Ricky, I appreciate it. This is a great birthday.
Yes, sir.
This is a great birthday.
And that last feller was asking you if you had like little toiletries or something around there. I was wondering if it was vibrating with you too.
Oh man, I need a massage chair is what I need. For the stressful trials where we're on the edge of our seat, I just need to be able to hit the button, just be relaxed a little bit. But
yes, sir. Boy, I can understand that one right yonder.
Yep. Ricky, what part of the country are you calling in from?
Plainview, Texas, sir.
Plainview, awesome, and Texas as well. We've got a lot of friends of the program down in Texas.
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Matt Harris is 45 miles away from me. So.
All right. So if you ever need any legal help, you know who to call. Matthew Harris.
Oh, heck yeah. Because I'm going to look him up here directly, and I'm going to find out how to get a hold of that feller.
Well, if you watch his last video, he'll tell you how to get more money by hiring a lawyer. So.
Oh, well, hey. Maybe he'll loan me some so I can get some.
Ricky, thanks so much for calling in. Appreciate you, man.
Oh, you bet. I just want to tell you happy birthday in person.
Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate that.
You bet.
All right.
You bet.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ricky. Ricky Watson dialing in. I think he was a first-time caller. Let's see. Yes, I believe the witnesses' emotions are real, and I'm not judging them. She's not Amber Heard. This is not like my dog stepped on a bee type thing. That's different. See if
Call from Songbits Laura to accept.
Hello, Songbits Laura. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm old.
Okay, everyone. Let's all sing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Recovery Addict. Scott, happy birthday to you.
Songbits Laura lives up to your name, serenading me on my birthday. Thank you so much. Amazing.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you. How's your day going?
Oh, it's going good. Everything's good now that yesterday's over.
Oh, man.
Had a big bad day yesterday, but that's okay.
I am sorry. I'm glad today is better. It's always a new day. The sun comes up again, and we get to do better or experience better things.
Yeah, I'm glad to be at your birthday party.
I wouldn't have anyone else be here but you. So thank you. I mean, the others are welcome as well. But Songbits Laura, you're the first person aside from my family to sing to me today. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. You guys were singing along. I think she led everyone in the song. That is awesome. It's DMB singing along for real. That is great, DMB. Appreciate that, sir. Okay, what's the burner phone number? Jen Mitch, if you type !burner, it will respond with this message right here. And that is my current burner phone number. It may change because as you know, burner phones are disposable. You can throw them away as somebody gets onto you, or finds out who you are, or tracks you. You can just dispose of it and get a new one. We have not had to do that yet. Everyone has been really good with the burner phone number and not signed me up for a lot of spam phone calls and things like that. So give us a call. The party horn is going like crazy. I try to turn the sounds down just a little bit during people calling in, because they get taken aback when they hear the cackle or something in the background.
Call from Jen Mitch. To accept.
Jen Mitch, you figured it out pretty quick. You asked the question and you called. Thank you very much. What are you thinking?
Okay, so happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
But I keep texting and nobody's responding. Doesn't the judge look like Keanu Reeves and like talks like him?
Oh my goodness! Like an older Keanu Reeves?
Like it's his dad. He's got those little squinty eyes, and he kind of talks like this. Kind of talks like him.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, I keep typing it on there, and nobody's responding. I'm like, and then just listening to him today, he sounds like he's a little on the tired side, and so he sounds extra like him today.
This judge always is just so smooth. Every moment when you expect him to just be like loud and forceful, he just lulls you to sleep, and it's just the most gentle voice, and it's incredible. I like it. I like listening to him, and he always, every time, I'm expecting, we just watched, Bruce Schroeder, he's the, don't you get gruff with me, son, type guy, and you get none of this from this judge. He's just kicked back, laid back, easy, just the smoothest voice, and so every single time I'm like, no, but it's a good letdown because it's just a smooth voice. I love it. But Keanu Reeves,
I'm pretty new to this with you. I wish I would have known of you because I was addicted to the Murdaugh trial. I wish I would have.
I was kicked back,
been
taking it easy.
Yep, sorry. Sound effects happen. You just have to roll with them, Jen. Murdaugh trial was a lot of fun.
I'm working on my computer, and it's nice having you by my side on my iPad.
Awesome, Jen. That is awesome. Thank you so much for calling in. Thanks for finding us. It wouldn't be the same without you here. And I appreciate you calling in and sharing that.
All right. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. I'm trying to find questions about this. This channel and calls reminds me there are good folks out there. 7, there are so many good folks out there. You look at this community, you look at the names, regardless of the color of the name, gray, green, blue, it does not matter in chat. So many good people. And I can tell you personally, there are many of you who've reached out to me when we're not live streaming and shared your life stories with me and things that are going on, difficult things, and some things you're allowed me to share and some not. But
call from
amazing people here in this group. Hey, speaking of amazing people, Ivan, my man, how are you doing?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. R.A. Happy birthday to you.
Ivan, thank you very much. Ivan, from Wisconsin, all the way up there, up north. It's going great. It is a fantastic day.
Back, taking it easy.
It's going really good. This trial is growing on me.
Good. What's that?
This trial is growing on me.
Well, I was saying something earlier in the comments, maybe this morning or late yesterday. It doesn't feel, quote unquote, like a typical celebrity trial, if you know what I mean. It almost feels like a weird family court.
Yeah, it is. Well, the civil courts are different, right? Because this is a person suing a person. So there's lots of differences there, and there's some functional differences as well. But yeah, it does seem like we're in the middle of divorce court. That's and everyone's yelling at each other. But
it feels like, remember those court shows they used to have? I don't know if they still do in the afternoon. Mm-hmm. It feels like one of those court, like a Judge Judy or Judge Joe Brown. That's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah, and then you throw in a little bit of like those talk show. Who was that guy that already had the racy stuff on all the time? You got a mix of that in there as well.
Springer,
yes,
yeah.
Jerry Springer, right? It's like Judge Judy, Jerry Springer combined with celebrities.
Well,
it's court with celebrities. It is funny and it's interesting.
And I totally agree with your depiction of the blonde haired fella, the lawyer, because yesterday I was starting to think I think he's sandbagging.
Yeah.
I think he's a sandbagger. because he kind of had that all folks, all shucks folksy crap going on. But, like you were saying earlier, all celebrities have is their money and their stature. There's no way that she's going to put Iser on the line with some doofus,
Yeah. Yeah, I think she knows what she's doing. I don't think, whether or not you like Gwyneth, she's not on trial here for that. We're not judging character that way. I'd rather focus on the lawyer, the lawyers, and the battle on this one.
And think about where they are. They're in the middle of Utah. You don't want to have some $5,000 suit wearing Italian lawyer who's just abrasive and pushing people around. You want a guy that looks like Dopey from the block, which is kind of what this guy looks like.
Yeah. Crazy. Thanks for your input, Ivan. Appreciate you calling in as always. Hope your family got back from Florida safely. And
yep, they were safe and sound and tan.
And your house was clean when your wife arrived. That's important, right?
Clean enough.
All right.
I passed the test.
Awesome, Ivan. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you soon, man.
All right,
bye. Let's see. Let's all take a minute and appreciate that I'm not calling in and singing to RA. That would ruin the day, says O-Town Chill. Yeah, you don't need to sing. That's all right. I appreciate it. I just assume all of you sung along when Songbits Laura led you all in the song. Let's see. I love GP's lawyers and the judge. Eddie, this trial is growing on me. Civil trial, I'm not, we do true crime normally, but civil trials, we wanted this as a break just because the last one was a little bit heavy there with Judge Schroeder, with the ZA in Zachariah Anderson. And so we thought we'd have a break with a celebrity trial and it would be lighthearted. Unfortunately, this one's brought some heavy issues up, some issues that a lot of people have had to deal with in their families. And unfortunately, those are there. We're not trying to make light of that in any way. But the lawyering in here is what I'm drawn to, and I can't wait. I cannot wait to see how this goes on. We're about to have cross of this witness, and it's going to be spicy. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be crazy. We need a picture of Ivan. Ivan's picture is out there, Debbie. He's actually got a YouTube channel as well, Ivan Victor on YouTube, dedicated to his dog. Hey, what's up? Somebody's opening the office door. I don't know who. I think it's a child. Maybe it's robbers. I don't know. 80s Music Man says, I'm too shy to ever call in. I'll stick with text. I don't bite. Honestly, if I've never been rude to anyone that calls in. Ever. The worst is when I hit the wrong button and accidentally send you to voicemail. But that's my fault, and that's not purposeful. Robert's bringing loot for RA's birthday. Lisa says, I've been trying to get dressed for the past 2 days and can't tear myself away from the chat. Lisa, that is awesome. Yes, all you see is Rebel on the channel. You might have to sort of have him film a reflection as he films Rebel out on walks. Have him film a reflection in the store window or something. It's the birthday goblin. Or death creeping up. That took a turn, Joe. that got dark quickly. That's funny. Jay Reno just gifted 5 memberships. Those memberships went to Bryce Beatty, Jeff Jorgensen, Kathy Siska, Insurance Guy, and Irene Marie. Thank you very much, Jay Reno for the gifted memberships, and congratulations to the new members. All the new members are eligible to take a seat, and you can do that by typing !seat, as Jeff Jorgensen just did here in chat, and that moves you right up to the front row, and you get to watch court from there, which is just a much better view. So thank you very much, Jay Reno, for that. Very generous donation. I hope RA gets a telemarketer call and a police chase for his birthday. Eddie, I hope I get a telemarketer as well, because you know how much I like to pull people around a little bit and play with them a little bit. If we can have another solar panel sales call, that would be great. We'll see if we can get them to buy some of my lunar panels. It was a little RA making sure you're busy so they can get into mischief. There's probably a lot of truth in that one, Allie. I should probably run out and check now that you mentioned that. I always tell my family bye, love you. I said that to one of my landlords. Debbie, there's like a 50% chance that when we end the call, if you call in on the Recovery Addict channel, I'll say I love you as well, out of habit, and you know, why not? Diana says, yes, he's so nice, I promise. I am. I don't bite. 80s Music Fan said, I called into ESPN Sports Channel one time. Dang near terrified me, but host was awesome to answer my call. That's good. Scooch over front row. Jeff's here. Make some room. Make some room. I'm excited for after lunch here, after the trial comes back, to see what they show. Because I'm pretty sure whatever printouts that Steve Owens is handing out in the judges' chambers are going to be shown in court as well.
Call from Valerie Lopez.
Hello, Valerie. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Hang on, Valerie. Stop. The door was opened, and I have Panda Express delivery.
Panda Express.
Panda Express is one of my weaknesses. It's like kryptonite to Superman or whatever it is. It's. Oh my goodness. No fork, no chopsticks.
Oh.
I might have to eat with my hands. This smells so good.
Uh-oh. Looks good, though.
Valerie, what you talk, I'm going to eat. How are you doing today?
Okay. Well, I came upon your channel and just say I'm a big fan. I get lost sometimes when I'm working. I listen in the background, so losing some of the conversation. Mm-hmm. But why other courts that we've watched, obviously Murdaugh, and then the last one with Zachariah, the judge would always say something if the defendant or the plaintiff made faces, or then why isn't he there? Why doesn't he have to be there? Is it because it's a civil case?
Why does he not have to be there? That's a great question, Valerie, because there have been times where both Gwyneth and Terry have been out of the courtroom as proceedings go on. They have representation there, and they have the right to be there, but don't necessarily have to be there all the time. I don't know exactly where the line is drawn, because I'm sure they have to make an appearance at some point. You can't just never show up to court type thing. Terry, I got chopsticks. Terry has said that he has anxiety and things like that. His condition is such that his doctors say it wouldn't be healthy for him to be in courtroom when things are said about him, where his diagnosis is discussed and things that might make things worse for him. So for him, he's going to be out of the courtroom unless he's pretty much testifying, or it's like a big event in the court. Maybe he might be there for the final, for the the closings and things like that.
Yeah, I think that just plays more onto them supporting him. But again, what other injuries and what was, the neurologies? What were those doctor appointments and things? How much has he worsened over time? Mm-hmm. So it's too bad. And the missing GoPro, that's another classic. But I appreciate all you do and your helpers on the other side and chat. So keep up the good work and enjoy your food.
Valerie, thank you. I apologize. I've been the most distracted of any call because this food is amazing. My wife ordered me the fried rice, and we've got the honey walnut shrimp, which is my favorite, and then I've got orange chicken as a side.
Oh,
so
yum.
I'm going to have a food coma here later this afternoon, probably right as we get back for lunch. But it smells delicious. Yeah. Valerie, thank you so much. I appreciate your questions today, and thank you very much for calling.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye. Oh, my goodness. This is so good. This is so delicious. Let's see. Some great questions. Music Man says, trying to work with getting distracted, or Ginger says that to Music Man. Let's see. Old School Ground Zero. Hey, that's my wife. That's my wife.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
trying to accept.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I'm trying to accept. I'm clicking 1. I'm sorry. It would not let me accept. Hello? Did I miss you? Hello? I don't know who that was. I'm sorry. It tried to accept, but 2 calls came in at once, and it switched to the second call, and it let me accept the second call, but not the first. So I apologize. You have to call again one more time. You realize there's nobody managing my phone calls here. I'm my own receptionist, and I'm a very poor one at that. What about the second GoPro link?
There's a lawsuit.
The second link in the email? I don't know about that one. I think that's the one they were talking about that somebody accessed. I only saw one complete link. There were like some numbers on file numbers on the other one, but it wasn't like a URL. So maybe so. But my wife is here. Let's see. Let me see. She was probably telling me we just dropped food off and you didn't notice. I think that's what she's saying. Okay. Here we go. Come on.
Call from
Golden Mom.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Golden Mom, are you there?
I am.
Thank you for trying again. I apologize. I had to hang up on somebody to get this to work, and I apologize to them. I don't know who it is. But how are you doing today?
I'm good. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Can you talk for like 30 seconds while I eat?
Of course.
No, just kidding. What do you have to say?
No, so when they go back in chambers, do you think they're going to talk about how she's watched the case? Because I just am shocked that nobody has brought that up yet.
Yes. I don't think they will. And here's why. Sorry, let me swallow my food. This is so good. I don't think they will. I think really, the more this goes on, and the more that it's blatant that this has occurred, that the exclusionary rule has been violated in this witness's case, the more I think that there's something that Mr. Owens really wants to question her on. And if he calls it out now, he will not get that chance. Now, if he first questions her and gets that moment, that gotcha moment, gets her to turn on the dad, or say that the sister was lying, or something like that, some big piece of gotcha evidence, and in supporting his client's cause, then once that's out and it can't be let out of the bag, either he can say I moved to have it all removed, which I doubt, because if he gets that gotcha piece, he'd rather have that gotcha than have her kicked out, right?
Yeah.
So if he gets the gotcha, then we won't see the kick out. If he doesn't get the gotcha, I think he will, before he ends, he'll be like, so you used the exact same terminology as your sister. Why is that? We'll see that line of questioning.
Yeah.
But,
so what do you think they have to talk about in chambers after?
Well, the first thing, he's concerned that somebody accessed that link. They showed a link on national television, and people click on it. They typed it in. They went there. So he probably doesn't know if it's a problem or not. It seems like the sky is falling type thing. Like, oh no, the sky is falling. No, it's just raining. That's okay. It's normal. People do that. It's not a problem. It doesn't negate the case type thing. It's just somebody else looked at this picture. So I don't think it's going to be a big issue. They might be more mindful of posting complete links in the future in the rest of this trial, but I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Oh, okay.
Does that work? Put your mind at ease. I don't think we're going to have a mistrial out of it right now, but the day is young. We should still hear from Terry and Gwyneth. Go ahead.
Yeah, I used to go to Deer Valley. Like my family used to go. We used to go for spring skiing. We used to go winter. Like a bunch of us, like a bunch of families would all go out there and we'd all ski together. Mm-hmm. And a quick story is I was actually rescued off the mountain with my mom and my dad by the Deer Valley Ski Patrol in like the toboggan thing, because I took the lift up, and like when I got because I was young. I mean, I was only in like elementary school, and I'd been skiing like, gosh, I can't even remember. My mom has pictures of me skiing so young that like I was skiing down on somebody's back.
Oh wow!
Because I got so tired, like halfway down the mountain,
I had to carry
he just threw me on his back.
Wow. That's...
But so we took the lift up, and we were supposed to make a right to go down like a blue, but somehow we made a left, and we were going down a double black diamond.
Double black diamond. That's like death awaits. That's what the sign says. You know, it's
Yes,
just like,
there was, like,
you will die when you pass
and,
this
like,
line.
jumps.
Oh man.
And so my parents and I were like, what do we do? I was like, I'm too tired. The guy, obviously, I had already started going down the hill. You know, I was already too far down to back up, and they won't let you get back on the lift, you know?
Yeah.
So my parents and I decided to sit on our butts. I was like, I'm sitting on my butt, and I'm just going down. Well, then I lost control because I have no control on going down the mountain, and I was like, I've never been skiing since.
Man, never since. That was enough for you. Well, what a memory. So Deer Valley for you, which is the ski resort where this injury happened for this case. For you, that was the last time you ever went skiing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder
so
if,
many good memories, and then that was my last one.
I wonder if
my
Gwyneth
dad
ever goes again.
pulled his shoulder out of his socket, and because we were just going so fast, like the skis went everywhere, and because you're like, crap, I'm on a black diamond. What am I going to do?
Yep.
And your only option is to go down the hill.
Yeah, gravity is not your friend at that point, and you have to give in at some point to get down to lower that elevation.
Then my sister and her boyfriend came, and they were skiing, and they're very more experienced. And of course, it was the last run, and my dad really wanted to do it, so I was like, I'll do it, because I was too young to go back to the hotel room by myself. So I was like, I'll just do it, you know. And I shouldn't have ever done it. My dad shouldn't have done it. We should have just stopped while we were ahead.
That's funny.
But we were like, oh, we'll just take an easy green down. Nope, we ended up
black diamond. You know, left, right. It's confusing. So, thank you so much for calling. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate the birthday wishes as well.
Awesome. I just want to wish you a happy birthday, and your Panda Express looks fantastic.
Oh, it smells even better. Thank you so much. Have a great day. We'll see you.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's see. Sozi says, thank you for all your time yesterday. 2 metal detectors and pinpointer are ordered. Thank you for your wife and kids, letting you help others like you do. Sozi, thank you. I wasn't going to call you out. Spent some time on the phone with Sozi yesterday. She needed some help choosing metal detectors, and I helped her find some that should help her find some targets, her and her son. So awesome. Sounds exciting. I bet he's going to love it. And if I can be of any help training you guys how to use them, let me know.
Happy birthday, Scott. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Purple heart, purple heart, purple heart.
Thank you very much, Lussel's Paranormal. I like the purple hearts. It reminds me of Emily D. Baker's channel, which is awesome as well. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for the super chat. Good to have you here. My English is so poor, I don't want to waste your time on the phone, but I want to wish you all the best in the world. I'm happy to be a part of this community. Thank you. Lily, thank you very much. I appreciate the well wishes. Loved having you here every day as well. Let's see. My wife is in chat, and I can't find out what she's saying. I'm scrolling, and I'm missing it. So if my wife has said something to me that I have missed, let me know. I do not try to ignore her. I've learned that's a bad thing. Let's see. Mary Murphy, were you trying to call in? And if you didn't make it, I apologize. When two people call at the same time, one has to get sent to voicemail and one has to be answered, and the phone chooses which one gets sent to voicemail, not me. So this is payback for eating cinnamon rolls. We drooled yesterday. That Panda Express is calling you, and my face is a picture. You guys are making me talk instead of eat. It's painful, and we've only got 24 minutes. We can't really stop and restart again. Everything's going to happen really soon. Monique, headed to a work meeting. Have fun. I can call your boss if you need an excuse. I can make up a good one and get you out of work if you'd like. Okay. There we go. Maybe we need just a little bit. She said she wants Panda Express. You found her. Yep. Awesome. Maybe we need some music so I could eat just briefly. How about that? Let's do this one. There we go. Where's Mrs. R.A.? We can talk to her. She's in. Mrs. R.A., are you available to come steal the mic? She doesn't like. I'm not even sure if I'm going to give up my chair. I'm going to eat in my throne here. Let's see if she wants to come in. I'm not. She also has homeschooling. She does, so she might be in the middle of lessons and things with the kids. But it's Friday. It's almost time for school to be done, if not past that time. But this is their channel. Hey, doors open. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Welcome. She says, I don't have anything to say. All you need to do is put the headphones on and read chat and talk in the microphone while I eat. Is that enough?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Okay, so here's the deal. I did this once. He had to go outside and he was doing metal detecting for somebody on our property, had lost his wallet, and there was a little bit of metal on his wallet, so he went out to go metal detect and look for the wallet. And he's like, Jen, all you have to do is just sit right here in this chair. And he didn't even have the camera on me. He's like, just make sure that there are good chats up and they're appropriate and they're not covering this piece of the screen. I was like, okay, no problem, I can do that. And I sat there, and 5 minutes later, I was like almost catatonic. I was like, this is so hard. I don't know how you do this. So yeah, he makes it look easy, but it was really very tricky. I am very impressed with what he does. But you guys want to hear how he did this? How he snuck in this chair? Okay, I like to get things by Scott, and it's kind of hard because he does have the phone where everything goes through it and tells him everything. But I just bought this at our local Sam's Club, and so that's why he didn't know anything about it. And I had a teenage boy with me at the time he's my teenage boy, and he carried it for me. It's this huge box, and we carried it upstairs, and we hid it upstairs for a week or so. And then yesterday, during the live stream, we were up there trying to build this chair, and it's in the room immediately above this office that he's streaming from. And so the whole time, everybody's whispering at each other, shush, he can hear you. You've got to be quieter. He can hear you too. You've got to stop doing that. And we were terrible. It's not very hard to assemble, and yet I think it took us 3 different times trying to figure it out. And anyway, we got it all assembled, and our littlest was like, it came in this enormous box, and this whole time we're like, okay, you can't say anything about it, not anything, don't say anything about it. And he just couldn't stop talking about the box. He's like, when do I get to play in that box? When does that box get to come out and be awesome, and I can make it into a spaceship and all these things? I'm like, there's no box. Just forget the box. We don't talk about the box until after Dad gets his chair. So he's really excited to be able to get that box down here and just turn it into something. Okay, that's all the time you get. You have to be done eating now.
She is amazing. She is absolutely amazing. Rando, is there any evidence that Terry ran into Gwyneth? All we have is Gwyneth's account of that. The only testimony we have is from somebody who says that Gwyneth ran into Terry. There's only one witness. Leanne Lucy, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. You didn't know you were admitting to being an addict, but it's okay. We're all addicts here. Welcome to your new addiction. Yes. Oh, my son says, Dad, eat the fortune cookie and tell him what it says. If I eat the fortune cookie now, it doesn't come true. You have to eat the food first and then the fortune cookie, right? But okay, do I go out of my way for Mrs. Ari's birthday? I need to do more. She is so much better. I don't think I've ever been able to really pull off a surprise for her. But she's pulled off many surprises, like huge surprises, like, oh, by the way, we're going on a trip, and you're in the car and we're going. I've already packed everything you need, type thing. She pulls off big surprises like that, and I just don't have that ability. Let's see. You can eat the cookies anytime you want. Okay, on Ivan's recommendation, I'll let you know what the cookie says. Little ASMR cookie. Here's our maybe this is the outlook for Gwyneth. We'll see what it says. A refreshing change is in your future. Refreshing change. I guess that's good. All right. Addicted to being addicted. Eat your cake first, then blow out the candles. Got you. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. We'll do the cake after the live stream. and probably before the podcast. And then I have an all-night youth activity that I'm going to be chaperoning with the March Madness party.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Family has lots of birthdays. We do. There's even though there are 8 of us, several of them fall in the same month. So, or it's all in the same season, so they come together pretty quickly. Trip to DC, Cyber Rider. The trip to DC got postponed. We've got some friends, some family friends that are coming out that want to go with us on that trip. They'd like to be our guides because they've been there before a couple times. We have not. So that got postponed. We're going to go instead to Western North Carolina and check out an Air and Space Museum there. So that should be fun. But that hasn't happened yet. It will happen soon. Okay. Go play the numbers on the lottery winner. Are there numbers on there? No, Panda Express. They don't give me numbers. All they have is the little saying. Amanda Ray says, I recovered like my son, 4 at the time, tossed my keys in a huge overgrown area of overgrown vines. Luckily, I had a neighbor like you helped with the metal detector. Amanda, this is true. If you ever lose an item, especially like a ring or something of value, the sooner you call somebody with a metal detector, the higher the likelihood of you being able to get it back. Now, this is not quite the same if you flush it down the toilet or something like that. That's a little trickier. But if you drop it somewhere, you're at a sporting event and you have to take off your ring because you're burning. You need to put sunscreen on. You take the ring off to do the sunscreen, and then the ring's gone. Call somebody right then. Get on Facebook, look up the local metal detector club, and say, "Hey, $25. Can you please come find this for me? I'm desperate." And people will come flocking to you to find it for you, and they can find it very easily. The downside is if you leave. Probably some of those same metal detectorists might show up and detect and find it, and then them finding you is a lot harder than you finding them. Let's see. Biscuit says, I have 6 kids. How many boys, girls? I have 5 boys, 1 girl. I could make a unique ring from your metal detecting, melt the gold down and go for it. Debbie, I could, but I gave my rings away. I gave all my rings. Who did I give those to? Oh, wait, Debbie, I think I gave them to you. So, I need to find some more rings. Let's see. Lady Buckeyes beat North Carolina in March Madness a few days ago. It was a good game, though. 80s music band, I didn't follow that. I really don't have a team. Even though I live here in North Carolina, I have not really adopted a team. I have gone to a couple basketball games and like those, though. I used my hubby's metal detector to find his pocket knife and wallet in 2 feet of snow he had plowed. Took me 2 hours. Dedicated wife. Yes, that is really good. I've had coworkers come to me and saying, "Hey, I lost my wedding ring and my wife's going to kill me. Please, can I borrow a metal detector?" And they were able to recover it that way. Went to a famous competitor, Panda Express, and saw the cook using his hand to scoop noodles. It closed down soon after. Thank you for saying it was a competitor and not actually Panda Express. Have a great metal detector. What's the best place to find rings? Pam, the beach works the best for me. I usually find a ring about every 2 hours when I'm out on the beach. It helps to invest in what's called a sand scoop. It's like a little shovel on the end of a pole. Think of like a coffee can with holes drilled in it. But it's a little more sturdy than that. And you can scoop things up, and the holes are too small for rings to fall through, but the sand just drops through. It makes recovering targets at the beach much, much faster. You don't have to stoop down, get down on the ground and knees and dig through the bits of sand and stuff looking for something. It's super quick. But I like the beach. Also parks. If you have a local park where kids play games, the sidelines anywhere where parents set up their chairs, that's great. That's like a gold mine. Did my wife put you up to this? Did my wife put you up to this? Because I'm going to fail this test. I'm just going to take a loss on this one right now. How many of the addicts played Hunt a Killer game? That would be a great sponsorship for you. I have not played that. Is it like the real life Clue type thing? Do you know they auctioned off Alex Murdaugh possessions yesterday in Georgia? I watched on YouTube. Crazy. I heard that there were some like blackout rounds and everything in there. That was totally bizarre. have a scoop like that. Thanks bunches. Now on to South Carolina Beach or Mississippi Gulf Coast. Yes, Pam, you're going to do great. It helps to read the beach. I like, although dry sand is the easiest to detect in, especially with a scoop. Wet sand, I tend to find more rings in, and phones, more phones as well on the wet sand. Find a lot of phones. Did you hear about the guy who lost his metal detector? He used a metal detector to find it. I heard about the guy who lost his pinpointer, like the little handheld metal detector that you use to find exactly where it is once you've found the dirt, the soil that the target's in. He buried that, and a guy had to find it with a metal detector. Did my first metal detector in my backyard last weekend. Only found a metal button. The metal button is treasure. Cyberwriter, I have to tell you, if you want to be a metal detectorist, all of us have dreams of finding like a chest full of gold coins. Those days are mostly gone. They're mostly gone. Lower your expectations. That's what I would say. I would say if you can get to the point where you're super excited about finding a quarter, that's great for metal detecting. That way, when you do find a gold ring, it's like, yay, I won the lottery type thing, instead of just one gold, type thing. So I lowered my expectations and realized the hobby itself is just so much fun. It's kids love it. It's a great family adventure. It's amazing. I'm a huge proponent of metal detecting. 11 minutes and we're back to court. Couch sold for $14,000, says Thomas Weatherwatch. Maybe we'll have to include facts about that on the podcast tonight. Check burner for a funny picture of me, says Ivan. Thank you. Thank you for that screenshot, Ivan. Yeah, I'm not going to share that one. Yes. In the UK, we got a lot of historic finds, Viking coins and Viking stuff. Don, I was in the UK for a couple years, and at one point, I lived in Thetford, which has a Roman road that goes right through it. As a matter of fact, the Roman trail went right next to my flat. It was right there. Like 15 steps out my door, I was on the Roman road. Never detected anything. Never. The whole time I was there. Do I clean the coins you find? How does that happen? Lindsay, you can start fights in metal detecting communities talking about cleaning coins. But here's what I'll say. If you found it and it's yours, do with it what you wish. I like to see what it is. Other people will be just heartbroken at the idea of you scrubbing off any of the patina on a copper coin. Because it loses that patina that's taken 100 years to form. Yes, it does lower the value. If you're trying to resell something, it lowers the value. But if you really are trying to sell something, you have to get it graded. And guess what? If you send a dug coin to get graded, they will send it back and say, this is a dug coin, we won't grade it. The grading companies just do not like metal detectorists' finds being graded. So for that reason, you're not going to get it graded. Unless it's really worth a lot, or you're planning to sell it. If you want to polish it up, by all means do it. I probably got some hate mail coming for me for saying this, but it's your coins and you can do with them what you want and your jewelry. Let's see. I still want to get a metal detector, but Buttercup came into the picture. See, so you're saying you can't make a living off of it. Insurance guy, there are people who do. Once you get good at metal detecting, especially once you get a high-end detector, there are people who make a living just finding lost artifacts for people or lost rings. There's even websites, I think it's called Ring Finders or something, where you can say, hey, I'm in this area, and they'll put you in touch with someone who will find your lost ring for a fee. I think they ask for like 10% of the value of the item plus a set rate or something. So it can be a little expensive, that route. Generally, there's some hobbyists that will help someone out that's in a pinch, that lost in a family heirloom, and generally do it for free or just ask for gas money. So I personally, as far as making a living, I've never found more than about $750 worth of coins in a year, but that's enough to pay for the detector. And if you go out and regularly go metal detecting, they'll pay for themselves in a heartbeat. Oh, 9800, there's a party. Yes, We're 199 away from 10,000 today. It's getting tantalizingly close. That is awesome. Yes, this works. The funny thing, Marie, the first time I heard about this, I was working in the metal building industry, and we sold copper panels. And the customers would call us and say, "How can I get this to patina faster?" And like, hang on, we want the copper to look shiny. That's, from our side, we're being very careful not to put any fingerprints on it. We're using special gloves when we're holding the copper and bending it into shape and everything. And they're like, "Yeah, I want it rusty. I want it green." And that was our advice. Get your guys on the roof and pee on it, and it will help. Justin Walker says, "I had my Simplex Plus delivered today. Wonderful. Love that machine. It's a really good one. The thing I like about it is how durable it is. It's incredible as far as, it collapses really well. It has features on it that are normally only found on machines that cost 4 times that amount. It's really good. I need to make some more videos on it. I probably need to go detecting just a little bit more as well. Forget 10K. We'll celebrate 1 million soon, probably before the end of the year. That would be incredible. I don't think that will happen though. Fun idea though. Is this a replay or live court? This is live, Randy. This is live. We're waiting. This is their lunch break right now. We do know that even though the timer is going to count down to 0, that they actually right now I think they're in the judges' chambers. Because it said 15 after they're going to meet in the judges' chambers. I've got 23 after by my clock. So very soon they're going to be back in court. But they're going to be talking about whoever accessed the link and maybe posted a link of it on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or something like that. We'll see what happens when we come back. There's a reason it's called Great Britain. The Murdaugh auction had a framed poem called "To the Man in the Glass." You have to check it out. It's completely ironic. Was it composed by one of them? I said 1 year is your birthday. Let's say 100K. Okay, 100K. That sounds more doable. That's doable. It's like a New Year's Eve countdown. Yeah, but it's like a New Year's Eve countdown. But looking at the clock, it's still noon. Okay, so we've got time. I think sometime next week is when it's probably going to happen. If we have a good court case, or if the this case comes to an end, the jury returns a decision. Some of you have asked for some pictures of me as a child, and I've shared a few stories because it's my birthday. They want a kid's picture. I've actually reached out to my family to see if they can find a specific picture, and I shared a story of when I was over in Norway visiting with family as a child for a summer. While I was over there, I went out to the beach with my aunt, and she showed us how to catch crabs in the seaweed in the little it wasn't a fjord, but it was a little inlet. It was very not many waves, but it was salt water, and so we caught these crabs using mussels that we'd tie on the end of yarn, and so I did that, and I pulled up my very first one, and I'm wearing these like embarrassingly white, very short swimsuit trunks. And I've got this huge grin on my face, and that's pretty much it. That's all I've got. and I'm holding the yarn and holding up the mussel, and there's a crab hanging onto the mussel. And she snapped a picture of me in that moment, and she submitted it to a national photo contest. And she won second place. First place went to a picture of some baby birds in a nest, which was very cute. But I won second place in a beauty contest. I won second place in a beauty contest. So I like to claim that prize. I'm looking for that picture, and if I can find that, or if my family can find that, I'll share that one with you. Can we look at the auction while we wait for court? Maria, I don't have the link readily available right here. Let's see. But if I can find it, possibly. It could happen tonight if you have a police chase between this show and the podcast tonight. If I have a police chase between this show and the podcast, it will be like 12 straight hours of live streaming. Why does this sound like I've already heard it? Says Randy Rabbit. Me or the case? These are both new. This is as live as it gets. Okay. I need them to come back from lunch because I need to eat this. Yeah, there were a lot of people after the Murdaugh trial that needed a break. I think most of LawTube, like the other YouTubers that live stream about legal matters and court cases, most of them took a break immediately after Murdaugh. We ended up jumping straight into the Zachariah Anderson case, which was interesting, and then we needed a break, and that's why we came here. So their break's probably over, and we need one. I found a 1966 USA silver 1 dime coin in my parents' garden when they were having an extension built. Wonder how that got there. Huh. That's interesting. A US dime in your garden. Let's see. Ben Chu from Depp Trial gave Gwyneth advice on law and crime. Lose the blue book and stop hiding her face. Also stop acting like a prima donna. It's not a good look. I wonder if she even heard that advice. She's probably not out seeking it right now. I won second place in my town's Christmas light display decorating. Heather, it sounds like you lost to the Griswolds, I'm guessing. We'll have to see pictures of your house. You'll have to send them into the burner phone. When is this part over? This will be over here in a couple minutes. The lunch will. But we're about to begin cross-examination, and honestly, the witnesses are about to get really, really interesting because we're going to have the plaintiff, and then followed by the defendant. Gwyneth Paltrow is going to follow next, possibly both today, if there's time. Randy, I don't know how you can already see it. It has not happened yet. This is fairly new. Maybe you had a premonition. Can we play among ourselves so I can eat? We'll wait for court to start, and then I'll eat while they're talking. Brother gave me a 1921 quarter. Was that a standing liberty? Would that be a standing liberty quarter? I'm trying to think if that's what it is. I don't know my years good enough. But SLQs are fun coins. I really love them. I found a Barber dime in my neighbor's yard. And then I found a Roosevelt silver dime as well. Savas Gun just gifted 5 memberships. If you don't have the setting turned on, now is a reminder to do that. You can enable memberships on this membership gifts on this channel by typing !gifts in chat, and then flipping the switch to enable gifts. But it looks like Jill Martin Angelos Rowe, very British. Don NC, Lay SF, and Just Kim all gifted memberships courtesy of Savas Gun. Appreciate your generous gift there, and congratulations to the new members. Please take your seats. Cleaning copper coin is one thing. Cleaning silver or gold coins is totally different. Water and fingers won't leave brush marks, and wouldn't be cleaned in such a way that would devalue it. Right, there are some people who, when they get a coin out of the ground, I'm talking in the metal detecting community, who will just take it very carefully and nestle it in cotton, and then seal it up. You know, they don't want to brush it. They don't want to brush the dirt off because, especially with silver or gold, even the little brush like that can actually leave micro scratches on the coin. There are others who will take the coin and stick it in their mouth to loosen up all the mud and caked on dirt and grime on the coin, and give it a good wash, and then spit it out to see what it is. And there are others who have like spray bottles who will spray and clean the coin that way. But the actual cleaning the coin, there are ways to do that. There are some special pencils you can use that will help you clean copper coins. Just cool stuff. How do I tell on the quarter, Debbie? The picture on the front, if it's going to be a Washington quarter, it will have George Washington's profile, his head. A standing Liberty quarter on one of the sides is going to have somebody standing, statue, like Lady Liberty standing. So it just depends what's on the quarter, the face, obverse or reverse. My guess, Cross will catch witness in a lie, but if unsuccessful, they will get her to admit she watched the trial and move to strike testimony. Jason, I think that's a good guess. I really do. I'm on board with that as well. I like the chimes, the 3 cents. Used to buy a stamp during the Civil War. Joe, yes, the chimes are fantastic. The other thing I like to find are the tax tokens. There used to be tax tokens you could get, and I think they were like $100 to $1 or something. They were worth about a penny each, and you would get these tokens back because the government was worried about partial tax, and it was like half-cent tax tokens and things like that. It was funny, but I found a couple of those metal detecting way up in the mountains in an old cabin site. Actually, it was a distillery from back in the Prohibition days. I don't know why they had tax tokens, because I'm sure they weren't collecting tax on their sales. I don't have any rare coins, but I do have some paper money from my late husband's trip to France and Spain in the early 80s. I like the colorful money from other countries. Canada's money, Australia's money, amazing. I love the plastic. I realize some people are sold on the paper, but I love the printing and just the amazing pictures on the plastic money. I'm back, says Jojo Peter. What's happening? We're just coming back from lunch. The attorneys are all in the judge's chambers talking about someone on social media who clicked the link that they put up on screen. They typed in the URL and they went there and they accessed it and then they posted it. And I don't think it's a big deal. It's a public link. They posted it. It's on public. People accessed it, and it didn't change anything. Prohibition is a blasphemous word in my household, says Ivan Victor. Sorry. Ivan owns a liquor store. That's why he's not a big fan of prohibition. My mom found a news clip from 1900 talking about the day after the Titanic going down. It was very brown and ripped. It was from the attic. Good find. Wow. I know some of those are faked. I'm not saying yours is fake. I'm just saying that there were events like that, big events like that, the people reproduced those after the fact, once they knew how important it was. But that is a really good find, though. What is a hot mic kind of thing? A hot mic kind of thing is when the people in court turn the sound on and nobody knows it, and we get to hear discussions that we normally would not or should not hear. And I'm a big fan of that. I sometimes do it myself. Can you tell if they're still at lunch? They are still at lunch. Where they're coming back in the courtroom, but they have not started yet. Sandra, thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you for being here. I cleaned a multi-million-dollar property that belonged to a man who owned a pharmacy. He gave me a bunch of whiskey prescriptions from the Prohibition. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I think I'm about to get a slice of cake. They're probably going to eat my cake without me. I would say the cake is ready to eat, but we are still waiting for the factory to produce the sufficient number of candles necessary to celebrate my birthday. We don't have enough to do it appropriately. So maybe we'll have to spell out my age with shapes, with many candles instead of put that many candles on the cake. Thank you, Knoxville agent. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Taylor's business trial will start. Will it be televised? I don't know on that one. You might want to go check on Discord. If you type !Discord in chat and click the link and go over there, they have tracked a lot of those trials, and they'll be able to tell you on the calendar as well. What did I decide for dinner? Beef stroganoff? I did. Beef stroganoff for dinner. That's one of my favorites, with egg noodles, but only if we have egg noodles. If not, we're going to do something else. I have an original printing of a book from 1845, Kierkegaard's Concluding Unscientific Proscript. Wow. That's an old one. My mom has an old medical journal book. It's like a medical encyclopedia that prescribes like leeches and things like that as cures. It's quite interesting to hear what they think would fix things, and I'm like, no, that would actually make it worse. We've learned since those days. Everyone here in RA's courtroom front row, be nice. There's plenty of room. We've expanded the courtroom. The front row is large. We have quite a few people on it, and that just makes me happy.
That is not relevant.
My father has an authentic Rembrandt. It's his prize artist possession. Wow. That would be incredible. I don't think I've even seen an authentic painting, let alone owned one. Beef stroganoff and cinnamon rolls, not together, but I do like them both. Okay. Dave London, sorry about slow mode. It gets crazy. We can probably turn it down right now because we don't have as many people, but we had like 4,000 people in here the other day, and it got a little crazy at that time. Let me see if I'll turn it down to 15 seconds if that helps. Mods, don't hate me. Don't hate me. Okay. There we go. So slow mode is still going, but it's only 15 seconds, if that's any better. It just gives us time to read the messages before they scroll off the screen. Okay. All right. Members are immune to slow mode. Yes, one of the perks of membership. Okay. I think we're all caught up on all the questions. My prized possession is Power Rangers sword. Don't at me, people. It's the original Power Rangers sword. I found a man holding a metal detector under the ground. He died doing what he loved. Found a man holding a metal detector underground. That's funny. I think it's a joke, High Speed Drifter. I can't imagine that happening. I hope it's a joke. Otherwise, he dug too deep. Couldn't get out of his own hole. All right, we're supposed to be back. I need them to be back because I need to eat this food. Used a metal detector to find him. Perfect timing.
Is presiding. Seated.
Yes, Ms. Hearth, you can come take your seat. The jury's on their way.
What? A quick comment. This applies to both sides. Sometimes someone's running to the bathroom like Steve Owens. I don't think we should start without him or start without me. It may just be a 30-second delay, but I just hate to come running in and the jury's over.
Each time that I do start without all the lawyers here, I'm getting an okay from the tables. Like it's okay to begin. So I guess let your table know. Don't start without me.
Okay.
If you have to leave.
Your Honor, what am I allowed to ask to use the restroom?
Absolutely. Yeah. At any time. Yeah. Just turn to me and do that. Sure. Let them know.
Bring the jury.
You may be seated.
Thank you. Mr. Sorensen?
Shea, before we broke for lunch, we were talking a little bit about your family, about some of the relationships. Do you remember that questioning?
I forget the question now, but I remember we were talking about family.
Just to bring us all back, kind of what we were talking about. Have you ever observed, and I'm not going to ask you for any sort of medical opinion or any expert opinion, I just want you to tell us what you have personally observed in your family and the family dynamics between your father and Jenny. What are those?
I think they have a hard time communicating with one another. I think because of my dad's traumatic brain injury, and I'm speaking of after the accident. Before they also.
Your Honor, just objection to making causative connections to the accident, which are medical opinions. So if we could say factual.
Sustained. can certainly use the accident counsel as a demarcation point in time, and the witness can as well.
Okay. So
let me ask a question, please.
Okay.
So after the accident, what have you observed about your father and Jenny's relationship? Again, not any sort of expert opinion, but just from a sister's perspective, what have you witnessed?
I have seen that my dad and my sister do not get along. They have a hard time communicating to one another. She thinks very differently than you or I may think, and she really comes from the heart. And also my dad is a bit of a fixer, and so he wants to help Jenny, and Jenny doesn't believe she's broken, and I don't believe she's broken either. She just sees the world a different way. But that causes a lot of problems with their relationship. And also, I think after the accident, my dad has a hard time hearing, in that he is always thinking about what he's going to say next. And so oftentimes he doesn't hear the other side of the story. And a person feels like they are not being listened to in that case. And that is a big frustration, not just with Jenny, but with other people in the family.
Thank you. And you mentioned the way that Jenny sees the world. Have you ever had a situation where the two of you have viewed an event and your perceptions of that same event, a shared event, was totally different?
There was a time when the three sisters got together for a little gathering at my mom's house when my mom wasn't there.
Your Honor, can we just clarify pre-accident or post-accident and the time frame?
Let's see. This is a good question. I don't have a clear recollection, counsel, on what it's probably around the time of the accident. But we're talking about my sister Jenny and not my dad. This story doesn't involve my dad whatsoever at this rememory I have. There was a time when the three of us girls were sitting on my mom's bed downstairs, and for some reason Jenny B was very upset with Polly, and she was very angry, and she was yelling at Polly, and I could not understand where Jenny was coming from. I didn't understand why she was so angry with Polly, 'cause she's really good friends with Polly. And she was tearing Polly down, and I thought, where is this coming from? I do not understand why you're so upset and, frustrated with her. And it felt awful because I kind of looked over at Jenny, and she had kind of a glazed over look in her eyes, and I was like, wow, something is really different. I can't put a finger on it, but something is really different with the way that she's experiencing this right now. And I'm sure that's her truth at the time, but it didn't feel like my sister Polly deserved to be treated like that. It was really hard.
Thank you for sharing that.
Can I phone a friend?
No. Not right now.
I think we can do that on cross-examination. She already said it was around the time of the incident.
I'm going to move on a little bit.
Okay.
Last little bit of questioning here for you. You mentioned that your father was very organized before he ran clinics, and you watched what he did while he was running those clinics.
Yes, I did.
Comparing that time before the accident to how he is now today in his multitasking, how have you seen differences?
Huge amounts of differences. There is no way he could ever run an office right now under his current situation. There's just too many moving balls, and he has a hard time just getting from point A to point B. He tends to get distracted, and I think his thoughts are like a pinball machine being from one end to the other, and there's no rhyme or reason for it, so he would never be able to do that. I think he's incredibly knowledgeable, but he's not able to complete a task from the beginning to end. He gets distracted. I don't know how he survives, actually. So.
And before her testimony yesterday, have you and Polly ever discussed the changes in your father that you both have observed after the accident?
Let me make sure I understand your question. You're wondering if Polly and I have ever talked about things that we've talked, or the differences that we've seen in my dad before and after.
Yes,
is that correct?
Yeah,
okay, I just want to make sure I understood. So yes, of course, we're sisters and we're in this together, and we want to find help for him, and we also need to be compassionate and understanding about what he's gone through, and also realize that when bad things happen, there's a reason for it, that this is not my dad, this is an alternate version of my dad.
And so if she expressed things to the jury yesterday, and you obviously don't know exactly what she said,
no,
but would you find that you tend to agree with her assessment of how your father is now?
That is a defective
Sustained as to relevance.
No further questions for now.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to take a minute to get set up. Is that okay? Okay. You mentioned your dad needs to be dealt with compassion. Did you say that?
That my dad needs compassion? I think every human being needs compassion.
All right. You understand my client says your dad plowed into her back?
I did hear that.
Do you agree that if she's been falsely accused, she deserves the jury's compassion?
Sustained.
Help me out. Are you saying everything about your dad's personality was good before the ski accident, and everything about your dad's personality was bad after the ski accident? Yes or no?
I am not saying that.
All right. So let's slice that in half now. There were problems with your dad's mental health prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I don't know that.
All right. There were defects in his personality prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I do not know that.
All right. So I am trying to sort of reconcile these answers. So I hear you saying you're not saying your dad's personality, everything about him, was perfect before. True?
Could you restate that question? It was confusing.
It is confusing. Sorry. I feel like the wet blanket in your family, exposing unpleasantries because your family is painting an unfavorably positive view of your dad before the accident.
Some objection.
That's the preface.
Overruled.
Do you understand why I would do that?
I'm not you, and I can't be in your mind and in your situation, so I don't know your perspective.
Do you agree, though, if we're saying the ski accident utterly changed his life? You're saying that, aren't you?
Utterly changed his life.
Are you saying that? Yes or no?
I can't answer that.
All right. Is it fair in your mind, at least, to look at your dad before versus after the ski accident? Like in terms
That's not a question, I'm sorry.
Is it fair? Like on anger, on emotions, on relationships, on all these things you've been saying are different. Do you agree that we ought to at least look at how things were right before the ski collision and then talk about what they are now?
That's a portion of the time, yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to do that in my next hour or two. I'm just letting you know. What? Do you understand the concept that if someone is struggling from 26 chronic medical conditions, that it may actually impact their mental health?
I don't. Do I understand that?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you agree that it might?
It depends. I mean, this person gets a hangnail a lot. And
That's
also,
not a
I don't have his medical records. I don't know anything about his medical records unless he's shared them with me, which he is a very private man.
This is a tough spot for you to be in. Do you agree this is unpleasant for you?
It's not the first place I would choose to be right now.
I mean, you love your dad. You want him to stand by him and support him. Is that fair?
I do.
Even still, when you heard that he was demanding $3 million, you were shocked by that number. Do you agree?
Those are your words, not mine.
They are your words in your deposition. Do you recall this? Shocked. I was shocked.
If my deposition said it, then it must have been said.
Did you say it? Did you read your deposition in preparation for today?
I have not committed it to memory.
Do you remember? Do you remember a lot of questions about that you thought it was seemed like way too much money?
Those were not my words.
All right. Well, we'll get...
I mean, if you want to pull that up, those words in my deposition, I would defer to you and to the deposition.
Your Honor, I want to pull up Defense 111, page 44.
That's a received exhibit, right?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Page what?
It's Exhibit 111.
This is not helping her.
Page 44.
Has that been received?
This is not helping her. She's losing credibility, right? Because of her hostility.
Has not been received.
I move for its admission.
Any objection?
Let's see what it is for just a second. It's the family coat of arms.
The family coat of arms has been admitted. Objection. Relevance. Yeah.
So how do we do this, Your Honor? How do you want to do it? I've got a Terry. I can explain, or we can come to the bench.
Well, if I mean, is it relevant?
I think highly.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and proceed
Okay.
if that's the objection, and I expect the relevance to be shown.
Your binder. Can you turn to? Can I come? Do you have a defense binder there?
I do not have anything.
And just for the record, Defense Exhibit 111, page 44, is conditionally received upon showing relevance.
Okay, so conditionally received upon relevance.
Yes.
That's weird.
one right here.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
Let me
That means
show
we
you
get to
the
see it, and then if it's not relevant, we get to unsee it. Okay, how's that going to happen?
Have you seen this document before? Do you recognize it?
I have not. I have not seen this.
Did your dad, were you Facebook friends with your dad?
I am, yes.
And were you on February 1, 2016, just weeks before this accident?
I don't recall when we became friends on Facebook.
Were there times you weren't friends with your dad on Facebook?
I just don't know at what point in our life together I became friends with him on Facebook.
5 years ago. He says he's writing to his daughters. Do you see that? The second note down? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you see that? He's talking to you?
Yes, I see that in the Facebook post.
Okay, Your Honor, and Terry Sanderson in his deposition identified this document and said it is in fact genuine. So I move for admission.
Is this exhibit? Defense Exhibit 111, page 44?
True.
It's been received.
Thank you. James, could you bring that up?
James? I think James is Clark Kent.
I understand I take no pleasure in finding these defects in Terry and your dad prior to the injury.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you understand I take no pleasure in finding defects in your dad's mental health prior to this injury?
Okay.
Okay, take a look at that document. James, could you bring that up? And maybe just do the first top half, James.
Seriously, it's a meme.
Your dad recognized this, that he posted this as...
he did.
And
this is the first time I've seen it.
All right.
That I can remember.
Bottom says
and that's a
comedy
straight
and humor.
jacket. And does that sound like your dad's sense of humor?
Poking fun at himself, I suppose.
And mental
That was
health,
the wrong
like
answer.
that he's in a straight jacket. Does that sound like your dad's humor?
My dad has different kinds of humor.
All right. Let's
I
go to the...
I don't know that it really does fit him.
And then he did a little note to the daughters here. Mm-hmm. Terry Sanderson, I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you believe you received that?
I don't recall ever seeing this post. I was a busy mom of a 4 and an 8-year-old, and I did not really check into Facebook a whole lot.
All right, we can take it down. So,
Yeah, that's what I thought when they said coat of arms. Family coat of
I think
arms.
maybe the best way to do this is comment on things Jenny said and ask you if you also observe that. Okay?
Okay.
So now we're going to read from Jenny's deposition. Jenny did not show up in court. Oh, it's buffering just for a second. That's on the YouTube side. She's got a hot drink. You saw her glasses fog up there just briefly. So something warm.
He seeks attention. This is all before the accident. Do you agree that your dad was a seeker of attention before this accident? He liked attention.
My dad
Yes or no,
likes
please?
affection, so if chosen between having a hug and not having a hug,
Sorry.
he'd love attention.
I think I didn't enunciate that very well.
Okay.
Attention, not affection.
Okay.
So he seeks attention. He likes attention. Do you agree or disagree? And then I'm going to move on regardless of what you say.
Okay. Sometimes.
Do you think the notoriety of this case would makes him feel powerful?
Objection. Improper use of the
I'm not using the deposition.
Overruled?
Could you re-ask?
Yeah,
the
do you
question?
agree with this idea that the notoriety of this lawsuit makes him feel powerful?
I would say no to that.
that he suffered from anger issues before the ski accident.
Disagree.
That he assaulted a man, literally punched a man in the face, or something to that extent. Yes, sir. That's true, or it's not true.
That's not true.
Wow.
Why would Jenny tell me that?
Why would Jenny tell you that?
Yeah.
She may have gotten wrong information.
Your dad thought someone was having an affair with your mother and went and punched him in the face. Punched him. I guess I don't, maybe I'm assuming the face. You've never heard this before? Yes or no? It's a pretty egregious allegation, so I'm wondering.
It really is an egregious
Have you ever heard
allegation.
it before? That this is your own mom we're talking about.
I know.
So yes or no? I've heard it before. I've never heard it before.
I've never heard it before.
All right.
Happy birthday or a birthday cake party popper confetti ball balloon present. I missed the morning celebration due to meetings and a busy
This is
Friday.
not something that was
Happy
a family,
Friday.
something we
Hope
talked
everyone
about
is
around
having
the
a good day
family
and
dinner
sending
table.
positive vibes
Okay,
to all
because
that are.
you're deflecting, I'm going to ask, did your mom have an affair on your dad?
Wow.
Well, I'm trying to plant the foundation here of I don't know if my...
The objection was sustained.
Okay. I'm going to flip the question and see what the judge says.
Okay.
Did your dad have an affair on your mother when they were married?
Judge
Just
said.
move on, counsel.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, do you agree with this statement? That your dad would push the boundaries of speed when he drove prior to the ski accident?
Define push the boundaries of speed.
He would frequently exceed the speed limit.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
Go ahead. I'm trying to ask him simple questions.
So, could you restate that question?
Did your dad speed a lot in the car?
No, he did not speed a lot.
All right, let's. This will help me too.
He's about to say cut the crap.
When did you leave home? At what age?
I left for college at age 18.
All right, and you moved out of state, or was that in the same state?
I moved to Utah, so out of state, from Idaho to Utah.
And how many years was Jenny at home with your parents after you left?
That's a great question. My sister was 9 when I left, so she was there from age 9 to 18.
All right. And
It's
were
like
you close
yesterday's
to her
witnesses
during
in a
those
new
9
body
years?
With the same answers.
I was closer to Polly, but from age 0 to 9, I really treated her like she was my own human baby. So yes, I was close during those first 9 years.
The last 9, though.
Oh,
From
when
9
I
to
went
18.
away to college?
I'm wondering if you were close to Jenny during that time.
I would say our connection diminished because of my distance and only seeing her during vacations.
And that's when your parents' marriage, again, I take no pleasure in this, but you have sounds like the first half of your parents' marriage was pretty good, and the second half was pretty bad. Is that fair?
I would agree. We had good days and bad days, but that's a good generalization.
All right, and Jenny was there during the bad part, and you were not.
That I think it would be harder to be in Jenny's shoes than my own.
So my question, just to be clear, is Jenny was there during those hard years, and you were not. True?
I can't say that for certain because I wasn't in her shoes. I wasn't experiencing what she was experiencing.
Did you ever observe your dad being domineering prior to the ski incident?
No.
Jenny describes your dad as being domineering before the ski accident. Do you disagree?
That was her truth.
So, what's the answer? I disagree, or I don't agree.
Those are the same. Agree or disagree.
I can't speak for my sister.
Okay. Was he ever emotionally or verbally abusive to you prior to the ski collision?
No.
And after? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And then Jenny describes your essentially emotional and verbal abuse to her prior to the ski incident. You don't dispute that, do you?
Could you rephrase that question?
Sure. Jenny describes your dad being emotionally and verbally abusive to her prior to the ski collision, and I'm wondering, you do not dispute that, do you?
Objection here, sustained.
If you have information that would tell me that's false, I want to hear it.
I guess I'm not following your question. I'm really sorry.
I'm going to say a statement, and you tell me, I know that's true. I don't. My staff is telling me Jenny never used the word punch. She used assaulted. So I'm going to put that on the record. Thank you for the clarification. If I asked you the same questions about assault versus punch, would your answers be the same?
I can't recall the question right now because I'm currently answering this question in front of me. So,
thank you. Do you believe your dad was hyper-focused on success prior to the ski collision?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that he was controlling of Jenny in an unhealthy way?
No.
He was constantly overstepping boundaries that she set to protect her mental health. Do you have any reason to doubt that? Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah. Sustained, the way it's phrased.
Phrase it again.
Do you agree that even prior to the ski incident, you would keep your father at a distance to protect yourself?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
Emotionally protect yourself.
No.
Okay. So let's be clear. After high school, each of the daughters moved out of state. Is that fair?
When I graduated from high school, I moved to Utah. And I believe my sister was a junior in high school when she took a job as a page at the White House, not the White House, obviously, at the Capitol in Boise, Idaho. So
the other White House.
I'm not certain on this, but I believe Polly left when she was 17 to go to Boise.
Out of state?
No, she was in
gotcha.
state.
How about, let's say, the 1 year before the ski collision? All the girls were out of state. I should say women. All the daughters lived out of state from your dad?
That 1 year prior, yes, we all were living in a separate state.
I heard you say he was a very good multitasker when you lived with him. True?
He was excellent.
Yeah. And how many years ago was that?
Well, I have to count on my fingers, sorry.
Sure.
$30. 34 years if my brain math is working right now.
All right. So 34 years ago, you observed that your dad was really organized and ran a very successful optometry practice in Soda Springs, Idaho. Is that all true?
Yes. Good job remembering all that.
It's hard. All right. He was not, at the time of the ski collision, running a successful optometry practice. Is that true?
That is correct.
All right. And in fact, he had retired many years earlier. Well, you tell me how many years.
I don't recall
Over
exactly
5?
when. Probably. I'm not certain on the date, so I can't tell you. But it feels like he's maybe been out of practice for 10 years.
Right. That's my thought too. Kind of 2010-ish or thereafter. Sounds about right. You
can talk to my dad. He will know.
And part of the reason he retired was because he lost vision in one eye. Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Would you be surprised if he told me that in his deposition?
Would I be surprised? Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Do you recall him being in a major dispute with his business partner when he left his optometry practice?
Objection.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll try again. Are you aware? One thing you've said is that your dad's relationships with others have worsened since the ski collision. Is that true?
For the most part, yes.
So I'm going back and asking about some of his relationships prior to the ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
I'm following.
So, do you recall he was in a dispute with one of his business partners at the time he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
I didn't know specifics. I just knew that things did not go as planned and as promised.
So I didn't ask for specifics. How about generally? He was in it.
Overruled?
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying I don't know specifically, or I just want to know at all. Do you know generally that he was in a dispute with his business partner when he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
No, I didn't know that for sure.
All right. Why did you say not specifically? So tell me what you know generally.
Alex stole it as well.
I don't know enough about what was happening to make any sort of judgment.
Tell me what you know.
That my
Overruled.
So I need to answer.
Yes.
Okay. So could you restate that question?
I don't know if I can. I said, what do you know? What do you know about a business dispute with your dad?
I didn't know it was a business dispute. I knew my dad was having troubles with Mr. Brown, and I didn't know much more than that.
Do you recall he actually wrote a letter to the editor in the Soda Springs, Idaho newspaper? Do you recall anything in that regard?
No, I did not.
Overruled?
Overruled, she answered anyway. He's calm, but he's very sharp in his questioning. It's clearly hostile, but he maintains this sense of control.
This trial's now on day 4. It seems like 3 weeks, but it's 4 days. Have you watched any of it?
I haven't.
And have you ever read your sister's depositions? I apologize if I've asked you this before.
No.
Okay.
Here we go. So, didn't read the deposition.
Are you staying with your dad literally like last night, tonight?
He is running a VRBO, yes, and I am staying with him. He's got great reviews, 5-star reviews.
Are you saying he personally or the place you're renting?
I'm trying to be funny, and it's not coming across as being funny.
No
I'm staying with my dad. He's letting me stay there.
No problem.
Okay.
All right. The GoPro email, we're getting sick of looking at it, so I'm not going to pull it up.
Yes, you're right.
But your understanding after talking to your dad was...
Wait, can I just make it clear that that whole VRBO thing, 5-star reviews, that was all just a joke, but
Yes.
I'm under oath, and he is not actually doing that. So I just want to make it clear for the record that that's not happening, and I apologize.
Okay. Humor, and especially dry humor, doesn't come across on the transcript very well.
I know.
So
I understand that. I
that's fine.
apologize.
Is it fair to say that after your call with your dad on the date of the incident, you understood that there was a GoPro video?
That was my understanding because that's what I wrote down in the email.
And you also wrote, "I'm so glad you're okay." Did you write that?
I did write that.
All right, so after talking to your dad, I think the incident was just before noon, and your email was like 9:30 at night. Does that sound right?
I think the phone call came through at 6:13.
Right.
And I only know this because of the deposition.
Okay.
And then the email, I think, came through at 8 o'clock or so at night.
His did, and yours maybe 9:30.
Okay.
But I think we're on the same page. So when he called you about 6 hours after the collision, your understanding was he's all right. Is that fair?
What I was trying to get across.
Can you say yes or no and then explain?
Okay. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. At about 6 hours after the collision, you talked to your dad, true?
True.
And then your impression was he's okay.
I didn't know enough at that juncture to know what was wrong with him.
So yes or no? Your impression was, I'm glad you're okay.
GoPro is a little handheld camera. This is GoPro right here.
I'm glad you're alive.
No, it doesn't say that, though. It doesn't say I'm glad you're alive. All right, I'm going to try one.
That's a little morbid to say I'm glad you didn't die, Dad.
I'm going to try one more time.
I was trying to lift his spirits.
Okay, we're not allowed to argue, and I don't want to argue.
Okay.
So let me just ask a question.
This is a GoPro camera.
I assume
camera
at 6
with a
p.m.,
screen
6
on the
hours
back.
or so after the collision, one of your first questions is, are you okay? And he said yes. Do you agree?
No, he did not say yes, I'm okay.
All right. I'm sure you asked that question, right? Are you okay?
In the email, I did.
No. Now I'm talking about the call at 6 p.m.
I do not recall what I said 7 years ago.
Right, but isn't this like I was in a ski collision? Isn't your very, very first question like, are you okay?
Oh my gosh, what happened?
Right? Are you with me? One of your very first questions is, are you all right? Isn't that true?
I may have asked him that question. And he said, I really got my bell rung. I can't think straight, and it hurts when I breathe. I get a stabbing sensation in my ribs.
I don't want to be hyper technical. This is why people don't like lawyers, but I think earlier you said, I rung my bell. Is that what he said?
Not I rung my bell. I really had my bell rung, or something to that effect.
Okay.
I really had my bell rung.
We'll go with that in just a minute. Now, do you want to, should we pull up your deposition where you say, I'm shocked. I was shocked to hear that he's asking for $3 million because I thought it seemed like a lot of money. Should we pull that up, or are you going to concede that statement?
If it's in the deposition and I said it, then I trust you.
Well, that's nice of you. Thank you. I accept your trust. But I can't testify.
Mm-hmm.
So if you dispute it, we're going to pull it up. And
Okay.
if you don't dispute it, we'll move on.
Let's move on, because I trust that what you have in the deposition is what I said.
All right. Separate from the ski collision, everything, did you ever think to yourself, all right, Dad's going to get older, and then he's going to need more help? So throw out the whole ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
As Dad gets older, he's going to need more help.
So overruled?
Did I ever think about it?
Yeah.
My dad, prior to the accident, is very young and agile and active, and I just never thought about what I didn't think that far in the future to know about. I guess it's inevitable that we all get old. I have a 102-year-old grandmother that just went to the rest home. But at that point in time, I had never thought about my dad's, what will happen in the future for my dad. I just thought he would live forever.
For instance, well, that's not a healthy thought, though, is it?
You're right. It could be disappointing in the end.
It's always going to be disappointing if you think my dad's never going to die. Isn't that true?
Setting myself up for failure.
Is the 102-year-old, by the way, is that on your mom's side?
That is.
Yeah.
She's my Native American link.
Now, your dad had two unhappy marriages that ended unhappily, ended in divorce. Do you agree?
This is going to blow up.
I can't agree to that. Not the way you stated the whole question.
All right. Did he ever?
He did have two divorces.
But they were happy divorces.
Do you know any event where actually police were called with the second marriage? Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not. Are you getting your facts straight?
I'm asking you about facts, and I have to have some basis to ask the facts.
I know,
but let me keep going.
Okay.
She might snap.
Would your dad send you emails? You don't care about my side of the family. Did he ever send you those?
I've seen that email come through.
Would it surprise you if Paulie felt like he was not fit to drive even before the ski collision?
Would it surprise me? Rephrase that again?
Would it surprise you if Paulie felt like your dad was actually really scary to drive with?
I would have to be in Paulie's shoes.
Okay. You described...
And I can't speak for her.
Were you ever personally present where he's driving 70 miles an hour while reading a book?
A long time ago on a Montana state highway.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
And that made you nervous as a kid?
It did. But he never had an accident. As far as I know.
Your sister yesterday said something to the effect like Dad took risks with skiing. Do you know anything about that? Like prior to the ski collision, that he took risks?
I don't agree that he took risks when he was skiing. He was very careful.
He had been in a collision before. Are you familiar with that?
What kind of collision?
Yeah, let me back that out. Did he injure his knee in a ski accident?
I know he has an injured knee. I did not know how it happened.
All right. How about throw out the knee? Do you know of your dad ever having a ski accident in which he hurt himself?
I do not recall my dad hurting himself in a ski accident.
And I want to be clear that I don't know of a ski collision where he collided with someone else. So I'm just talking about him.
Did he fall down on the ski run?
And hurt himself?
Not that I know of.
All right. Now, multitasking while driving, for instance, driving on an interstate freeway while reading, that's not good multitasking, right? That's bad multitasking.
I would agree completely.
Yeah. And as people get older, it's not uncommon, is it, for them to need to focus more on an activity instead of multitasking? I think it's just general common sense.
Overruled?
Could you re-ask the question?
Sure. Do you agree that just as people get older, they might get less good at multitasking and have to focus a little bit more attention on doing one thing?
It seems like a good practice.
It's a good practice probably for all of us, isn't it?
Amen.
Okay. There's been some talk about your dad after the ski collision, somehow falling and being knocked out for 45 minutes. Do you know anything about such an event?
Can you rephrase or
Yes.
restate that question?
And I'll state it even broader.
Okay.
Do you know after the ski collision of your dad, like being knocked out?
No.
All right. In his deposition, he described 3 major events since the ski collision. One was that getting knocked out. You never heard of that?
Getting knocked out. No.
Another was cutting himself by accident.
I have heard that.
And he said it looked like a crime scene. There was blood all over the place.
Is that what he said?
I don't think I made that up.
Okay.
Anyway,
Because I got that photo and it scared the bejesus out of me.
Okay,
The
did you
image.
get it after it was all cleaned up and pretty? Because I'm not sure which photo you're talking about. I think I've seen one of the place. Was it on his inner thigh?
I don't know exactly. He's not shown me where that happened.
Okay, just so we're on the same page. I'm not sure what photo you're talking about. What photo did you see?
After Mark saved my dad's life, my dad took a picture of the bathtub, which is where he was holding up, I think, waiting. And it was awful. It was awful.
And it's not Gwyneth's fault that he cut himself and had to go to the hospital, true?
There's...
It is?
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. The third major event your dad described to me was an accidental overdose of his own medications. Do you know anything about it?
Yes, I do.
And they had to administer Narcan to reverse the opioids in his system?
That's true.
And are you blaming Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
How could I?
And they had to administer Narcan to reverse the opioids in his system?
That's true.
And are you blaming Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
It backed up just a second. Sorry.
How could I?
Sustained as to relevance?
The day of the event, we've seen a few pictures, but I think you've seen one you described where he was in the Instacare smiling in a wheelchair. Do you recall this? I recall it or I don't.
I don't know the location. I do recall seeing my dad with a smile that I've never seen on a person's face before.
And that was the date of the incident, right?
I don't know. I don't have a recollection of when I got that or what day it was.
Well, you brought it up when we were quizzing you about your memories.
Mm-hmm.
And a picture of my dad in a wheelchair with a big smile, right? You recall
cheesy, not him smile, yes.
Okay. Do you recall your dad describing Gwyneth Paltrow as Godzilla coming, like Godzilla was coming after him?
No.
Okay, I didn't make that up. Godzilla was coming. Is that what you understood your dad to describe to you in terms of Gwyneth?
No.
All right. When you said Godzilla in your deposition, which I'm looking right at it.
Yes.
What were you referring to?
So, I believe in a video that I watched of my dad talking about the collision that essentially he's skiing down the green run with the beginner.
Okay, I don't want the whole story.
Okay,
I want
essentially
Godzilla. When
what
did
he
your
said,
dad tell you about
what
Godzilla?
he said is I heard a scream from behind me, a blood-curdling scream, and that blood-curdling is my word, like Godzilla was coming.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was hit directly between the shoulder blades
and
driven to the ground.
And you personally don't know what happened that day, right?
I was not there.
And your dad, after he says after the collision, he doesn't remember things for a while. Is that fair?
I wasn't in his body. I don't know what he does and doesn't remember.
Okay. He got his information from his ski buddy, Craig Ramone. Is that fair to say? Is what happened after the collision? Immediately after.
Can I have you ask the question again?
I'll try it. Sorry if I was inarticulate. Is it fair to say that your dad got all of his information about what happened after the collision in the minutes after from Craig Ramone?
Foundation, she can't speak to what Terry knows.
Sustained?
When you said you saw a video of your dad, that was at a press conference he held. Is that true?
I don't recall. It's a long time ago. That I
Did your
watched.
dad, sorry to interrupt you, were you done?
I am done.
Did you tell me that your dad was not used to Googling his name and having lots of search engines results come up?
Relevance.
Overruled?
Did I tell you that?
Right.
Can you say that again, please?
This is getting frustrating. Her saying, restate the question, restate
Your
the
dad
question.
would send you links after he filed the lawsuit about press that was mentioning him. Do you agree?
He would keep me informed of what was going on.
And he kind of thought it was cool that his name was in press. Do you agree?
I don't think he said that it was cool.
He told me he thought it was cool that he was in a ski collision with an accident, with a celebrity. He told me that in his deposition. Does that surprise you?
That surprises me that he would say that.
Me too. Would you remember what he said? Do you agree you would have a better memory of how your dad was doing immediately after the accident at the time you sent the email 9 hours after the accident than you would like today?
Have a better memory?
Right.
Most likely.
Has your dad told you that even now he comes up with new memories of what happened about the accident that he hadn't had before?
Overruled?
Could you please ask the question?
Would it surprise you to hear that your dad said that he still comes up, well, last time when I deposed him, he's still coming up with new memories of the accident?
Improper use of deposition.
Sustained?
I'll just move on and ask your dad that. So it's a
Good.
little hard to
It's hard
get
for
through
me to
you.
know.
When your dad wrote "I'm famous" as his first, that was his, I guess, the call at 6:30ish or something, and then an email at 8 or so, right? Those were his first contacts with you.
I can't remember the order. I think we determined the phone call happened first.
Right. And from that you got "he's okay," and from the second one he wrote "I'm famous." Fair. Those were your first two contacts with him after the collision.
I can't remember exactly without looking at the deposition, and you guys figured that out for me.
You mentioned that your dad was an extrovert, and does that generally mean he likes people, he's outgoing?
He gets energy from being around other people.
But also he likes attention. You told me that. Is that true of your dad even before the ski collision?
That's an answer.
Sustained?
Thank you, I forgot that. He likes to look, even before the ski accident, he liked to always look the best he could when interacting with others. He took some pride in that.
He took good care of himself.
And Have you seen in your dad some measure of pride as his limitations, physical and mental limitations, have increased with aging?
I'm having a hard time understanding your question.
Sure. You understand generally with this concept of as people age, there can be limitations imposed on them physically and
I don't like this line
emotionally.
of questioning, as it's
Is
my
that
birthday
fair?
today.
As a person ages, that's correct.
All right. And have you observed in your dad, separate from the ski collisions, some measure of sort of loss of pride in as those things have occurred?
We're talking about before the ski accident, correct?
Sure. Yes.
No.
All right. Did he consider himself like I'm never gonna grow old? I'm gonna be as active as I ever was.
I think when he lost his parents, so he knew that death would be inevitable someday. I don't know if that's answered your question.
See if he goes after the watching her sister's testimony or talking to
My
somebody.
staff tells me I'm getting long, so I'm going to try to move this along.
I do have a plane flight to catch too.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit who in the ski accident?
He has a clear recollection of hearing a scream and getting hit from behind, and he was knocked out.
This is literally the question from your deposition, so I'm going to read it and see if your answer is yes. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit whom in the ski accident? And your answer?
In my deposition was yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you if he takes the stand in like 2 hours and says, no, I don't?
I
Would
have
that
to be
surprise
honest,
you?
When would it surprise you?
If he contradicts you in like 2 hours.
Actually, as I reread my deposition, I thought, you didn't even answer that correctly. Of course he doesn't know who hit him because he got knocked out.
But
so
that was your belief when
that
he
was
did
my
question.
belief at the time, and I was like, I didn't read that question or hear that question correctly.
And you did have an opportunity to make corrections to your deposition, did you not?
I did.
And you did not make that correction.
I actually took.
Did you make that correction or not?
I made the corrections, and I did not submit that in time because I was told by my dad's attorneys that that will be a red flag and to just drop it.
Whoa.
And I did not submit that.
The attorneys
revised.
told her not to make corrections in her
Did
deposition.
you make other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to submit?
I had made.
Yes or no?
Did say
you
that
make
again.
other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to give me? Yes or no?
I
looking
made
at the lawyers.
corrections.
Yeah. The answer is yes.
It's not a simple yes and no.
Well,
look at the judge beaming. He's like, this is a good lawyer right here.
I'm not happy if you made corrections to your deposition that were never sent to me. So I'm wondering, you made corrections to your deposition and you gave them to your dad's lawyers? Is
No,
that
I did
true?
not. I did not give them to my dad's lawyers.
Can I rely on your deposition here?
Can you rely on it? At the moment in time, I believed that my dad knew who hit him. As I reread it later at home, I thought that you answered it wrong, Shea.
All right.
So
what are some other corrections that you made to your deposition that
I've
never heard of until this
I
moment?
can't remember. I think one was that they kept calling Zakia Jackie. Some mostly were just minor clarifications.
Oh my goodness. goodness.
Do you understand why I might be a little irritated in hearing that you made changes that I never got?
Yes, no one got them. They never got submitted.
Your dad was a workaholic. Is that fair?
Later in my life, he became a workaholic when my parents' relationship was not as good as it used to be.
Your dad, prior to the ski collision, forgot to tell you that he loved you very much. Do you agree?
I'm going to have you restate that.
These are your words. Your dad forgot to tell me that he loved me very much. Is that true of your dad prior to the ski collision? Just say yes or no, please.
My dad.
It's not a hard question. I mean, it's hard.
I don't recall.
Growing up, I'm not making this quote up.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up, he forgot to tell me. Sure, I can. Page 78, line 16.
78.
I'm not trying to...
No, if it's there in the deposition.
I want the quote. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Do you agree? This goes to his level of affection after the ski collision.
Overruled?
So just say yes or no and we'll move on.
Okay, I'm sorry. One more time and I'll do my best. I may not be able to answer yes or no.
Your dad, okay, quote from you. He forgot exact what I just said.
78 what?
78, line 17. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Did you say those words?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, could she read the whole sentence? You just half a sentence.
That could be helpful.
He did hug you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Are you impeaching the witness, or what are we doing here? Why don't we take a recess? It's time for the afternoon recess, and we'll address it.
How many times has the judge said, "What are we doing here?" That was the second time I've heard it today. Wow. Okay. I need some lawyerly advice. Maybe if Matthew's here or Nicole, I'm not sure if you're available. We heard from this witness that she said, yeah, Matthew's here. What are we doing here? You heard from this witness. She said, I made some changes to my deposition.
All right.
And then on the advice of the lawyers, I didn't turn them in because that would be a red flag.
He's got here because
totally reasonable. Let me see.
I mean, this has gone way beyond the scope of direct.
Yeah.
Well, the scope of direct is not limited by time; it's limited by topics.
We were 25 minutes.
Certainly less than a half hour.
Half an hour.
Less than.
Oh my gosh.
It looks like they want to go into something.
What time do you need to leave? Your flight is at 5:30.
So when do you need to leave?
I'll let you work that out with the lawyers.
Thank you. Right now. She's gonna have to bump her flight. She's leaving at 5:30. That means she's got. Let's see, it's 5 now. So 2 hours and 45 minutes. 2 hours and 45 minutes to get there. She's probably Park City, half an hour from the airport. Does it sound about right? Half an hour, 45 minutes on a Friday. So this is going to be a close one. She shouldn't have flown American. She might be missing her flight. Okay, so grounds for sanctions. Not a suit against the plaintiff's attorney for not sending the changes, but could be grounds for sanctions. The sanctions in this trial, or is this something that the attorneys? Is this sound legal advice? Is what I'm asking. Is it sound legal advice to say don't make corrections? You know, she says I've made these corrections. They say don't do that because that'll be a red flag. Just we'll try to sneak it through without. That seems like some dirty lawyering. Need a call from the burner? Yes, I do. I need a call to the burner from an expert. Can I make one call, as the witness asked? And this, I'm surprised she didn't call me, honestly. I'm a little bit hurt and offended. But, wow, this one witness may be even though in every single answer she is, I think, at least my impression, is that she is calculating her answer to give the best possible outcome to support her dad's claim. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying she's trying to phrase her answer in the best possible way. And she's also being very effective at, every time there's an objection, asking again to have it restated, and oftentimes getting the question restated in a way that has more wiggle room for her to answer. I think she might single-handedly be sinking his case in spite of her efforts. I may phone a friend. I get one call. One call, that's all. I think I might be sued by some lawyers in Utah that have that line trademarked. Come on, legal experts, call in. I need to call. I call when I need a prison expert. Yes, I'm not sure if our legal experts are available. Honestly, they're busy folks. She has absolutely been framing her answers in the best possible light. Here we go. Matthew L. Harris asking, you shall receive. Lawyer is on the phone. Matthew, how are you doing, my friend?
Scott, I am doing well. How are you doing, brother?
I'm loving today. I'm glad we're watching this trial together. Am I way off base when I look at this and say, is that a problem?
Well, so here's what I wonder. I wonder in what context that was conveyed, because if the attorneys met with her afterwards, right after the deposition, and they said, all right, in a couple of weeks, we're going to get a copy of the transcript, and you're going to have a chance to make corrections, but be hesitant about what corrections you make, because if you need to make some corrections, it could raise some red flags. So if they gave that preliminary instruction of be careful about what changes that you make, and she interprets that now as I had changes, but they told me that it would be red flags, that's not nearly as bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what it sounds like, though, what she said was that she had corrections, and the attorney said, if we send those over, then it's going to raise some red flags. Now, that is a big deal right there. That's bad.
Yeah, and so I don't know the outcome or what that would do in this case, and I still think there's still time for Mr. Owens, Steve Owens, to really draw out of her that she was listening in or talked to her sister or something, was some way broke the exclusionary rule. And possibly get this whole testimony thrown out. I don't know, but wow, what happens here? Does the lawyers this could be like a demerit, right, on their professional record if the second instance is the case, right? They might be reprimanded officially.
They could be. I'm not sure about Utah's rules, but here in Texas, you could get just a sanction from the court in by way of just having to make a monetary payment and the payment of some attorney's fees to the other side and having to bring that motion for sanctions. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to necessarily be a reprimand within the state bar.
Okay. As far as the case here, is she helping? I think you'd agree with me that she's clearly trying to help her dad. Is she helping her dad in what she's doing?
Helping him fail.
So yes. So I need a yes or no out of you, Matthew.
You're right. She just won't answer the question that's posed to her. It really looks like she's going through a lot of extra steps to protect him here, and she just really needs to answer the questions. Let the attorneys do their job. That's not the witness's job to protect her dad. Yeah. And it diminishes her credibility whenever she doesn't just answer the question.
Right. You've got to think. I mean, she's sitting just feet away from the jury. They can see all this. I think the family has some similar traits here. Both sisters exhibited some this. I think she's more than maybe Polly yesterday, as far as how protective and hostile she was to Mr. Owens in the questioning. But wow, the jury's got to be seeing this and being like, man, you might be lying. I'm not sure if I believe you because of this.
Especially her saying that her testimony in the deposition wasn't accurate. And that right there, if I were the attorney, I would pounce on that even more, and I would clarify, when did you send these proposed, or when did you first learn that you needed to make changes? And at what point were you told by the attorneys to not send them to them? Because that timeline is going to make a big difference, because then that calls into question all the other deposition testimony that's out there.
Yeah. Crazy. I'm loving this, and at the same time, it's painful. There are some subjects in here that are difficult to talk about, and that a lot of people have to deal with. I think we're getting some audio from the courtroom, so we might have to cut it off. Anything else you wanted to say that stood out to you, Matthew?
Here, let me ask this: did you know that you can make corrections to a deposition after you're done answering questions?
Well, that's been brought up a couple times. I've never had to give a deposition, so I didn't know firsthand. So it was all been hearsay for me, but I know that now. That's good knowledge.
Well, if it is a transcript, you can make edits. In Texas, if it's a video deposition, you don't get that right. You don't get that ability to make those corrections in a video deposition.
Wow. All right. Thank you very much, Matthew. I appreciate it. The court started. We're going to go ahead and jump back to it. I appreciate you calling in on short notice.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing like having a lawyer on speed dial. Appreciate Matthew calling in.
Did you tell me earlier in your deposition that your dad was well respected in the community until he had the point of an affair? Go ahead.
Did I tell you that?
No? Did you tell me your dad had an affair and he was respected in the community until that point, and then he was not?
I did tell you that.
She's much more willing to admit to her own faults than her dad's is. Even acting, saying she'd be surprised at
your dad,
dad might say.
On his hearing impairment before the incident, even with his hearing aids, he would need to lip read. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that.
My client tells me to land the plane, and so I am quit. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Land the plane or abort mid-flight. Was that a parachute?
Okay. Hopefully you'll make your airplane.
Thank you.
All right.
We don't have any reason to call her back then, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any reason to call her back?
No.
Okay, so you're completely released from any legal obligation here.
So
thank you.
She doesn't have to face the questioning about where she knew about the testimony before.
You may call your next witness.
And his big one. Listen.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to call Gwyneth Paltrow.
Boom! Here we go. Now she can't complain about the cameras being on her, unfortunately. The court has ruled before.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Before the court ruled that the camera had to follow the speaker, so it couldn't just sit on her. Now it's going to sit on her. So we're going to see a lot of her here.
There. Seems like evening, doesn't it?
I've been inside all day. I have no idea.
You and me both. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my legal name is Gwyneth Kate Paltrow Falchuk. That's GWYNETH KATE PALTROW FALCHUK.
Great, thank you. May I call you Miss Paltrow?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. As you've seen the last few days, we always have the witnesses give background information, tell about yourself, etc. I have a feeling that everybody in the courtroom knows who you are, so we're not going to go through all the background. We're just going to kind of cut to the chase. Is that fair?
Sounds fine.
All right, wonderful. Let's just talk about skiing. My understanding is that you are pretty much an intermediate type skier.
I would characterize myself as intermediate.
Okay, you've been skiing since you were a child.
I have.
Okay. Do you do black diamonds, blues, greens? I'm not really a skier, so you've got to kind of help me out with this.
I prefer to do more blues than blacks.
Okay. And blue is intermediate, right? Under black?
Yes.
Okay. And the bandana run where this accident occurred, it was a green run?
Yes, to my recollection.
Fantastic. So as an intermediate skier, would you say that you've skied enough to at least be familiar with the rules of skiing?
I think so, yes.
All right. And what are those rules?
I think, use common sense, ski safely, be aware of other skiers around you.
Okay. What about skiing in control? Is that something that you need to do?
Yes, absolutely.
You have to give the right of way to those who are downhill.
Yes.
Okay. You also have certain responsibilities if you're in a collision. Is that fair?
Yes, which I learned more about post the collision.
I bet. You've probably been hit over the head with all of that information since the time, right?
Indeed.
Okay. So let's talk about those things. Did you know the rules at the time of the collision, that if you're in a collision with someone, you need to give your name and information, contact information?
So because I was hit by Mr. Sanderson and he was at fault, I assumed that Eric, who was our ski instructor who was there at the time, who was overseeing the event, he said, I'm going to leave all of your information, and he said, you should go ski down because my kids were waiting for me.
And I appreciate that, but my question was, did you know of the rule of skiing if you are in a collision that you need to share that information?
Your Honor, this is irrelevant. This is not part of their negligence claim.
Overruled.
Overruled. I've overruled. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. At the time of the collision, were you aware of the rule that if you're in a collision, you need to share your name, your contact information with the person that you're involved in a collision with?
I don't think I was aware of the rule.
Okay. Were you aware that there is kind of a rule of common decency to do that?
I would not have left the scene without leaving my information, and my information was left.
Did you provide that information?
No, Eric Christensen, who was the ski instructor with us, said he would leave all the information.
You don't know if he did or did not, though, do you? You weren't there when he did.
Well, subsequently, I know that he did.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking when you were there at the collision, you didn't ensure that it was given. You weren't there when it was given.
I was not there when it was given.
All right. And it's also, I think you even admitted in your deposition that it's the rule of common decency to make sure that everybody's okay, exchange information, and to follow those skiing rules. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about that day after I get a drink.
Okay. I'll have one as well.
Do you have one? Oh, you have some
I
water?
do. Thank
okay,
you.
Great.
She's drinking out of a glass bottle. Probably a disposable glass bottle. As opposed
So I
to
just
metal
want to kind of set the stage. You're skiing that day. My understanding, it was a nice conditions, beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Sorry. And Deer Valley, we know that Deer Valley is always immaculately groomed. Good conditions on the slopes.
Good conditions.
All right. You were skiing that day with your daughter, Apple, correct?
Yes.
Moses.
Mm-hmm. My son.
And Brad Falchuk, who was your boyfriend at the time, now current husband.
Correct.
All right. And his 2 children.
That's right.
Right. And his kids were the same approximate age as yours on the day of the ski collision.
They all remain the same age.
That's a
as
very,
each other.
very good point.
We're like the Brady Bunch. Girls are the same age, boys are the same age.
All right. And back then, it was 12 and 9?
11 and 9.
11 and 9. All right. Fantastic. And the day of the collision, I think you had been to Deer Valley twice prior to that
I believe so.
Okay. And this was the first day of your ski trip?
I think that's correct.
Okay. And I don't know how many days you were there, but I know, at least from what you've told us, that after that first day, you also skied the next day.
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Sanderson was at home, you were skiing?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. So the children, all 4 of them, had lessons during that trip.
That's right.
Okay. Would you agree that those lessons were fairly expensive?
They were.
Okay. Do you remember about how much they were?
I would have to check. Whatever the Deer Valley rate is what we paid.
Okay. Let me know if this is about right. At least from what I saw in your deposition, the total bill was around $8,980. Does that sound about right for 4?
I think that misstates the evidence. I think that was for both families.
For 4 kids.
I would honestly have to check.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
But it's very expensive.
Very expensive.
Very.
Right. And then tips on top of that.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming, and you're under oath here, that you're a good tipper.
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. I wouldn't expect anything less. All right. So let's talk about your daughter, Apple. She was 11.
She was.
Okay. And her instructor was Carrie Oakes.
That's correct.
All right. And Apple at the time was a good beginner.
Yes.
Okay. And your son, Moses, he was 9 at the time.
Yes.
And he was more so of a real beginner.
Yes.
All right. And his instructor was Eric Christensen.
Correct.
Okay. And I think both Carrie Oakes and Eric are coming next week.
I believe so.
All right. Fantastic. So 3 days ago, can you believe it's been only 3 days?
No.
Me neither. So 3 days ago, Mr. Owens, in his opening, talked about risky behavior, risky skiing. And he made mention that, of course, Ms. Paltrow was not skiing recklessly, not taking any kind of risky behavior because her children were there that day. Do you recall him saying that?
I think it does misstate my testimony, but...
Well, it wasn't testimony that you stated.
My argument...
Can you answer the question?
If I remember what he said?
No, just maybe do you agree with that? That on that day of the collision, you were not engaging in any kind of risky behavior, especially
Correct.
because your kids were there.
I was not engaging in any risky behavior.
Okay, but also, and I think your counsel made mention of this in opening, that especially because your children were there.
I don't recall him saying that.
All right, well, did your children being there make it so that you especially would not engage in risky behavior?
I didn't engage in risky behavior. I wouldn't with my children there or without my children there.
Okay. And kind of in life, I mean, I'm a mom, right? I've got a couple kids, actually about your age, and one of them, not your age, your daughter's age. Sorry, I'm not that old.
Your age. She is like Twitter-pated and trying to question at the
When
same
my
time.
kids are around, I kind of behave myself a little bit better, especially when they were younger, than on average. Would you agree with that?
I've always been very open and honest with my kids, and I think they know me very well.
Right. And would you agree that you have engaged in risky behavior with your children present?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Yeah. Interesting. You know where this is going. You're gonna know she's going to talk about you're such a good mom around the kids and everything. Then she's going to talk about some risky behavior. Look, Gwyneth turns around to drink. That's interesting. Doesn't want a picture taken while she's drinking. I think she's going to bring out the bomb, the F-bomb that supposedly was dropped in front of the kids. The lawyer's nervous talking, a little starstruck. I think at the end of this, I think the lawyer will ask for her autograph. I mean, that's the feel I get right now, just no matter how this ends. They'll probably pose for pictures outside the courthouse. No, I'm going to do just cake, chocolate cake. That was the only cake that I could pull up on the emojis from where I was looking. There might be some other. Oh, there we go. I'll do this one. Salty. This is what I'm going to be having right here. Oops. Cake right there. The female lawyer's pro bono for publicity, in my opinion. There's going to be some... Hey, there's Terry. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen. This is the gentleman who... the other party in the collision. He was not in the room when the daughter was testifying. A couple of you asked about the GoPro camera again, and I wanted to show you that for those who were curious. Let's see. Let's do the super source. Right there. Okay, so here we go. Swap 1 and 2. Oh, not that one. Swap 1 and 3. GoPro camera right here. This GoPro camera is a small battery-operated camera that is very simple. It has a its screen on the front, a little LCD screen. The new ones actually have a color viewfinder on the front. So if you pointed it at yourself, you can see what's happening. So on the back, you can see my courtroom right there. It's funny, I can look right through me. If I put it up there, I can even see the plaque. Anyway, so they have that, and you mount these on your head. They have little mounting pins on the bottom right here, and you just screw on a little attachment, and it can clip into a helmet mount, so it just sit on the top of your head, and everywhere you look, you see, and it just records. You hit the button, and it starts recording. The little light starts flashing, it beeps, and it it's all goes. Very, very good for first-person view like that. These are a few $100s. They run $200-300 for a good one. You can get some more expensive ones. Someone had asked about about this particular one, how I live stream using a GoPro camera. If you just buy the GoPro itself, it's going to look like this. It's going to be a much smaller camera. It's not going to have this outer, what they call a media mod. This is another $100 around the outside of it. But the media mod gives you a plug that has an HDMI output. So you can get a live HDMI, what we call a clean output, where there's no like text or anything on the screen. And up here in this top corner next to me, that camera is another GoPro. And so that's how I use that. So I use that feed from the HDMI output using the media mod. So when I clip it in there, I plug in the HDMI output, plug in the USB power so it never has to power off. And then I run it into my soundboard here on the desk. Let's swap 1 and 2. The soundboard on the desk, the switcher right here, it just plugs in from here down into here, and I can take that as a camera. So that's how I use a GoPro. And I've got a few of these from my days of craziness when I had, when it didn't hurt to fall down. Back before I was old. Let's see. The juror's going to be upset that Gwyneth Paltrow swore. I don't think so. And maybe this gets into the demographics of Utah a little too much. She's in Park City, right? Isn't that where the trial is going on? I think she's in Summit County, which is in Park City. And that will, let's see, swap 1 and 3. And 2 and 3. There we go. That's how I want to be. That area is probably one of the most affluent areas of the state. It's very, very wealthy, and also has a high representation of individuals who maybe don't fit the typical Utah demographic. So I don't think they're going to be as concerned about that.
So the objection is sustained, and the jury should disregard the question.
All right, let's go back to the day of the accident.
Okay.
So you're on Bandana, correct? It's a green run. It's true you were relatively familiar with that run, correct?
Yes, my children especially like that run.
Okay. And the accident happened towards the beginning of the run. Is that accurate?
Not at the top, but...
Sure, but not at the bottom?
Correct.
All right. And it sounds like, from what I have heard and reviewed, you had done about 4 to 5 runs that day, and you and kind of the group were going to go get some lunch with everyone.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about, as you're skiing down, Apple, we've talked about she was 11, Moses was 9. Mm-hmm. Did your children, when they were skiing or doing anything that kids do, like to ask you to watch them?
When they were very little, I remember, watch me jump in the pool and things like that. When they were more like 4 or 5 years old, that sort of age.
Okay. So when Moses was 9, he didn't say, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," or "Mom," I don't know what he called you, but
Mama,
watch me do things.
Not that I recall on that day.
Okay. Do you remember testifying that on that day, that's exactly what did happen?
I don't remember.
All right, and I'll show you your deposition in just a second. So in fact, you remember the deposition, right?
Yes.
It was actually during 2020. It was during COVID.
Yes.
So it was via Zoom. We've never actually met in person. It was kind of on the video. Mm-hmm. And you were asked a question a number of times. Were your children asking you to watch them? And you said no. I think you.
I don't remember them saying, "Watch me" on that day.
Okay. Well, do you remember that in that deposition, then we played you parts of Carrie Oakes' deposition?
So, Your Honor, this is improper impeachment. I mean, what's the question that's being contested?
We're just kind of going through the history here.
Not through the deposition.
I'll allow a few questions. I think counsel was referring to what was going on during depositions, but
yes,
please get quickly to the question.
Absolutely. Do you remember during your deposition being played just a portion of Apple's instructor, Carrie Oakes, her deposition, wherein she said that, yes, Moses was saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me."
That she was saying, I don't remember, that while they were skiing they were saying that?
Yeah.
I don't remember that, no.
All right, okay. And so you don't remember then changing your testimony in your deposition, admitting that is what happened?
I'm sure if Carrie Oakes said, I'm saying I don't remember him saying, "Watch me, watch me."
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you a copy of your deposition.
I'm going to need my reading glasses, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
As the camera is prepared to go.
I don't think there's a contradiction here, Your Honor. She said she doesn't recall that Carrie Oakes said something. So I don't know why we can't just move forward.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you turn, let's see here, to page 122 of your deposition?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to read the question that was given by Mr. Sykes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to know it's Mr. Sykes who asked the question when I read it. Then I'm going to have you answer. Now, Ms. Paltrow, and this is, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm starting on line 4.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true, I'm just a country lawyer here, okay, isn't it true that your kids wanted to watch you ski? Or, pardon me, that the kids wanted you to watch them ski. Isn't that true? And your counsel, he objected. How did you answer that question?
Let's read the objection, Your Honor, if we're going to do this.
The objection was vague as to time.
Do you want me to rule on the objection? I mean,
if we're going to read it, then we should read the objection.
Okay, read it.
Yes. The objection said vague as to time.
Yes.
Yes. And then how did you respond?
I said I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone.
And then you continued.
Which is what happened.
Exactly. So you were watching your children when you alleged that you were skied directly into your back by someone.
My daughter was down the hill. My son was to my left. So I was skiing. My eyes were not fixated only on my son when Mr. Sanderson skied directly into my back.
Okay. And so when Miss Oakes, who's going to testify next week, said that your son Moses was saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," that's who you were watching, right?
That's vague as to time, Your Honor.
Right. Yes.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah. When Moses is saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," that's who you were looking at when you were when you were skied directly into your back.
I do not recall Moses saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me" on the ski slope.
Okay. Well, Apple was down further, right?
Yes.
She didn't see it.
No.
Okay. And Moses, he was the one, at least according to Carrie Oakes, was calling your attention.
Okay.
Okay. 9-year-old, did he want more attention to have somebody watch them rather than 11?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Moses was skiing above you, though, right? He hadn't gotten down as far as you.
He was on my left.
And up.
I was on the right. He was, sorry. He was on the left side of the slope. Yes, I believe kind of a little bit uphill.
Okay. And that's where your attention was when you were hit, allegedly, in the back.
I don't know where my attention was the moment I was struck in the back. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, that's what you said, which is what happened.
He struck me in the back. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Okay, I know, but you said, I can still watch my children ski.
Yes, meaning
directly into my back by someone, which is what happened.
Yes, exactly.
What's the pending question? It sounds like they're saying the exact same thing.
What's the question?
The question is, you were watching your children ski when you were struck in the back.
So that's asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled?
I was skiing and looking downhill as you do, and I was skied directly into by Mr. Sanderson.
Okay. And your 9-year-old son, you will admit, was on your left and up a bit.
To my recollection.
Okay. All right. And Carrie Oakes is the one who says that he was the one calling your attention.
You'll have to speak to Miss Oakes.
We will. All right. So.
Thank you, Salt.
I want to go through the accident a bit because we did this over video. We didn't really get to act it out a whole heck of a lot. But I want to just kind of talk with you first and see if this is your recollection of how it happened.
Oh, do we get to
Your
role
Honor,
play? Is this like
I think
charades?
this is improper. She should just ask her what happened. Then if she testified contrary to that earlier, then she cross-examines her with
First
the
word, sounds
deposition.
like.
And what's the objection?
Improper use of deposition testimony.
It's a party. Under Rule 32, it can be used for any purpose. You may
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. You were going along relatively slowly. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to kind of ask you a couple questions. So let me know if anything I say is not accurate. Okay.
Okay.
So you're going down relatively slowly when all of a sudden you heard a strange rustling noise behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And you felt like a rush of air in a strange way.
Yes.
Okay. And 2 skis slid in between my skis.
That's correct.
And all of a sudden, there was a body from the whole front of a body pressing into my back.
That's right.
Okay. Like, we'll talk about this in a minute. And there was a man behind me pressing into me. How did you know it was a man?
Because he was making some strange noises that sounded male, and he was large. So I assumed it was a male.
Okay, he was large?
I felt all my back pressing.
Okay. All right, there was a man pressing behind me, pressing into me. I was extremely upset.
Well, I was confused at first, and I didn't know exactly what was happening. It's a very strange thing to happen on a ski slope. And then
I agree.
And I froze, and I would say I got very upset a couple seconds later.
Okay. Let me just continue on here. I just want to make sure that I got this all right. I didn't know if it was an intentional assault of a sexual nature.
Right.
Okay. Was he grinding and thrusting or something, or just the noises? What made you think it was a sexual assault?
So that was a quick thought that went through my head when I was trying to reconcile what was happening. I was skiing and two skis came between my skis, forcing my legs apart, and then there was a body pressing against me, and there was a very strange grunting noise. So my brain was trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought, is this a practical joke? Is someone like doing something perverted? This is really, really strange. My mind was going very, very quickly, and I was trying to ascertain what was happening.
Okay. And I think you said, I didn't know if it was an accident, but he was groaning and grunting in a very disturbing way.
Yes, there was a sort of groan coming out of his mouth.
Okay. Then you said, I froze.
Yes.
We kept skiing.
Right.
We went to the right.
Yes.
We came crashing down together.
That's right.
Okay. You said this man was behind me on the mountain. My knee and our skis were still sort of tangled up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Our bodies were almost spooning, and I moved away quickly.
Yes.
And my knee splayed open, and I was completely in shock.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
And if the court and Ms. Paltrow, if you don't mind, since, again, when we did this over Zoom, would you mind stepping down and us kind of acting this out a little bit so I could get a good feel?
Let's see. Can we approach Your Honor?
Sure. Wow. They're asking her to act. And the Oscar goes to... And cut. Yeah, this is interesting. They obviously, her lawyers do not want this to go forward. I think back to the Dean Cummings case in, I believe it was Arizona, where he was testifying in his own defense. That was a self-defense case, a murder trial, where he was asked to act something out. And in that case, acting it out was very, very good for him, showing exactly how the scenario worked out. The trouble here is she's trying to act out what happens behind her, where she doesn't have visualization. So I think that her attorney can have probably a pretty strong argument that it would not be beneficial to act this out because of she doesn't know. I mean, she's got the sensation, she's got what she hears, things like that. And yeah, acting it out, it is just to... This is to throw her off. This is to get her off her edge. She's not ready for this, and it will be a publicity stunt. If there's going to be a picture taken in the paper tonight in Summit County or Salt Lake County, anywhere in Utah, or maybe even nationally, it's going to be this picture, this moment. Superman is here to save the day. It's bizarre, but it's not out of the realm to have somebody act out what they witnessed or the events that occurred there. The camera's supposed to follow the court's order and not just focus on Gwyneth Paltrow. Her attorney has had a problem with that and actually got a camera moved because it was pointed right at her. It's supposed to follow the action in the courtroom and the voice. In the video terms, we call that video follows audio. Let's see, Mr. Owens is still the judge is still maintaining eye contact with Owens. So they seem to be going back and forth. Now switches to the Terry's lawyers. Terry has 4 lawyers walk up to the bench, and Gwyneth Paltrow only has 2. I think they have more assistants behind them, but that might be intentional. Marcy says, I hope the judge allows it. Amber Heard 2.0. I don't know. I think she's maintained.
Court doesn't
composure.
mind if I act it out, correct?
Let's just get a sustained.
Yeah, the objection was sustained as requested, but you're welcome to move around the courtroom.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you have a microphone? Yes.
Testing.
It's working. We can hear you.
Okay, Ms. Paltrow, so your counsel doesn't want you to come down, so I'm not
Your
going to ask
Honor,
you to come down.
that's inappropriate. The judge sustained the objection, so she shouldn't comment on what I want. It's what the judge wants.
The objection was sustained.
I am going to try and be both you and Mr. Sanderson at the same time.
Let's have Bob. Bob can be...
Your Honor, let's have Mr. Sanderson. He's here. Let's
No,
have him.
I don't want to. We're not going to reenact what happened. I think you can ask questions, and if you want to stand and move around in order to help you with those questions, you can do that. But that's as far as we're going to go.
That's not a problem at all. All right. So since you're not down here, may I ask how tall you are?
I'm just under 5'10".
Okay. I am so jealous.
I think I'm shrinking, though.
You and me both. I have to wear 4-inch heels just to make it to 5'5".
Well,
so
they're very nice.
Well, thank you. So, all right. So, as of right now, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow. Okay. I'm skiing down. Can you tell me with my legs? I don't know. Again, I'm not much of a skier. Are you snow plowing? Are you parallel? Kind of orient my legs first of all. Sorry. I can do this. I can do this.
Not snow plowing, just skis.
All right.
It's hard for me to see where you're standing.
May she come down just to see?
You can.
Is that
walk to where
okay?
you can see better. Or you can walk further forward, Ms. Van Orn.
Oh, sure. Great.
Now we can't see her because she's over in front of right next to the jury.
The jury, you can go ahead and stand or move wherever you feel you need to see what's going on.
This
here.
judge does allow the jury to stand up and move around.
Are my feet oriented correctly?
Bailiff, right there in the middle of the well.
Go ahead and tell me how to move them.
I think, skiing down, going to the right.
Okay. So about
probably a little bit further apart.
Okay, about like that.
And then 2 skis slide slowly between my skis.
All right. So my feet are about a foot apart? Would you say 18 inches?
Probably.
Okay. And you believe that 2 skis slid right between?
That is correct.
Okay. And so all of a sudden you see these 2 skis coming in between your legs. I would have freaked out too.
And I did.
Okay. So the skis are coming. How far did the skis get in between your legs before you guys fell?
His body pressed up into my back.
Okay.
So I froze. I don't know exactly how far the skis would have come through.
Okay.
Because then I noticed his body pressing against my back.
Okay.
And then it was probably a few good seconds, and then we fell to the right. Somebody must have caught an edge.
Okay. So when you froze and you're skiing together, I think you said at one point it was like you were spooning.
Well, when we fell down, I fell on his body, he fell on the ground, and so it was kind of like a spoon on the ground.
Okay, so...
Your Honor, the defendant has come into well of the court here. Why can't we send it to the plaintiff?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
That's why the bailiff's there.
Well, now that Mr. Sanderson is here...
Nope.
And I don't need you to do anything, Terry, but just for comparison's sake, I'm in my heels. We're about the same height, about 5'5" with heels.
It's roughly.
Oh, tell me I'm taller, please. Okay, so we've got Mr. Sanderson that's about 5'5" that comes in back of you, and you said that you felt something huge. What was your word behind you?
No, just a big body.
A big body. All right. And was it just the front of his body that touched the back of your body?
I couldn't see in the back of my head.
Sure.
But I felt a body press against my back.
But there was no grabbing, like he didn't like grab your waist or grab your arms?
No, not at all. No.
Nothing like that?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. So, skis slide between, you kind of freeze, you end up, maybe your skis kind of cross, you end up going down, would you agree that Mr. Sanderson fell to the ground and then you fell on top?
I don't know if it was simultaneous. I don't remember.
Okay. But you didn't fall and hit the ground, correct?
I don't remember exactly where I hit.
Okay.
But I fell over.
All right. And
with Mr. Sanderson.
Right. And Mr. Sanderson fell and hit the ground.
Yes.
Yeah, that camera did just barely show the edge of the juror's head twice, I think.
All right. So going back here, you guys are on the ground. Now you realize, right? You're not saying to the jury that this was in any way, shape, or form a sexual assault.
I am not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying what went through my mind for a split second when it was happening.
All right, great. So you're down on the ground, and then you started yelling at him.
Here comes the bomb.
Ready,
80s
I
music,
don't
man.
remember if I started yelling at him while I was on the ground. I remember pushing away because I was very upset, and it was still very strange to me what had happened. And I pushed down the hill, and I turned around and I yelled at him.
Okay. Did you scream before you went down?
I don't think so.
Okay. So if others heard a scream, you wouldn't, that wasn't you?
No, I froze. When he slid between my skis, I absolutely froze. And I don't remember yelling or screaming until I was very angry at what had happened.
Okay. And so you guys are on the ground, and then you said to him, I think you don't know if you were up or if you were still on the ground, but he was still on the ground, right?
Yes.
When you said, "What are you doing?"
Yes.
Okay. Like, why did you do that?
Yes.
And he said, "I think you skied into me."
Yes.
And that's when you were furious and said, "You skied directly into my effing back at the top of your lungs."
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I apologize for my bad language.
And, well, in fact, you were screaming that so hard, you were worried that Moses was hearing you.
Yes.
Okay. And after you were screaming to him, isn't that when Mr. Sanderson said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry"?
He said, I said, "You skied directly into my effing back." And he said, "Oh, sorry, I'm sorry."
Right. And that was you screaming at him while he's on the ground still, right?
I was yelling at him.
Pretty loud, pretty forceful.
I was pretty upset.
Right? You're
Yeah.
small but mighty. Actually, you're not that small. So when he said, "I'm sorry, would you agree that he kind of mumbled it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you remember Eric came over, Eric Christensen.
Yes.
Who was Moses's instructor.
Correct.
Okay. And that was when you were concerned that, oh gosh, Moses is close by. He's hearing me yell obscenities at this man.
Which is not my custom.
Right, and I think you said that. And at some point, the man stood up, and we were all sort of talking.
Yes.
What conversation did you have with Mr. Sanderson standing up?
I wasn't having a conversation with him. Eric was helping him up and asking if he was okay.
Okay. Eric eventually yanked him up, right? He pulled him up.
He helped him up.
Okay, he didn't get up on his own accord.
He helped him.
And were you still standing right there when he helped him?
I believe I was, yes.
You sure you hadn't skied down a little bit?
I might have skied down a little bit. My son was down a little bit, and my now husband came over at some point.
Okay.
I remember moving away from Mr. Sanderson after he collided into me and we hit the ground.
Okay. And do you remember, we heard from Craig Ramone, he was the first individual who testified. Do you remember him coming to the scene?
I do not.
You don't remember him at all?
No.
You don't remember him being there or asking you, "Are you okay?"
I do not.
Okay. You don't remember him asking Terry if he was okay?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. And then I think what you've said is Eric told you, I'm going to handle this. And that's what I think you've said people do. They handle things for you.
I don't believe I said that.
You've never said that?
I believe what I said was in the acting world, that's a world of representatives. So you have an agent who represents you. And so if they say, you know, I'm going to provide information, you allow somebody to represent you. So when Eric, as an accredited Deer Valley ski instructor, said to me, I'll fill out the paperwork, he knew also that my daughter was at the bottom waiting for me to come for lunch or at the lunch place.
And so Mr. Christensen handled it for you?
Mr. Christensen stayed and filled out the report, made sure Mr. Sanderson was okay, and said to me, you can go ahead.
Okay. How do you know that if you weren't there?
Because he told me.
Okay. That's what he told you?
Yes.
But you weren't there to see it?
He told you you can leave. He wasn't there. I object to the form. I don't understand.
Sustained. Go ahead with your questions.
You weren't there when the paperwork or the exchange of information was given, fair?
Fair.
All right. And would you agree that Mr. Christensen did not see the incident, didn't see the collision?
Correct.
Okay.
He just saw us right afterwards.
Right. But, and in fact, nobody from Deer Valley saw the collision.
Correct.
Your kids didn't see the collision.
That's right.
Okay. The only person that, and you may not be aware of this, the only person who says that they saw the collision was Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Okay. The way you answer that makes me think that you don't believe that he saw it.
I did not believe his testimony.
Do you believe that he saw the collision?
No. I don't believe that he saw what he thinks he saw.
Ms. Paltrow, why would he lie?
This is a man...
Goes to motive, Your Honor. But, perhaps that's not the right objection under the rules, so let me be quiet and withdraw my objection.
Can you answer it?
He said he was at 40 feet away and colorblind. I don't know how he can be positive about what he saw, especially with how much he changed his story.
Well, what does colorblind have to do with anything? My husband's colorblind. We tease him all the time that he can't tell red or green. But what does that have to do with not seeing who hit who?
Well, if you have two people in ski gear with helmets on and you're 40 plus feet away, I'm not sure how you can discern who is who.
Okay, well...
And I can tell you that he didn't, because Mr. Sanderson categorically hit me on that ski slope, and that is the truth.
And I'm sure that that's what you believe. I'm not saying
because it's the truth.
I'm not saying that.
Let's get a question.
So you and Mr. Sanderson, if you're almost 5'10", Terry's 5'5", pushing it.
Your Honor, that's facts not in evidence.
Counsel, you'll have an opportunity to redirect or to direct examine, so go ahead.
If you two stood next to each other, do you think that somebody would confuse the two of you?
I don't know. I'm telling you what happened.
Okay. All right. So you're screaming at Terry, worried that Moses hears you. You admit that you were shaken up.
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall Mr. Ramon being there?
I do not.
Or asking you if you were okay?
I do not.
Did anybody ask you if you were okay?
I remember Eric Christensen asking me if I was okay, and Brad, my now husband, asking me if I was okay.
Okay, and when you talked to Brad, he was down further, right?
Yes.
Down with Moses. So none of that took place where my client was?
He came over to me after the fall.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you don't have any kind of medical training.
No.
Okay. You don't know what injuries Mr. Sanderson did or did not sustain in the accident?
I do not.
Okay. Are you aware now that you've sat here the last 3 days that he did sustain 4 broken ribs?
Yes.
Okay. Aware that he sustained a concussion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that he had to be taken down on a toboggan?
So we should be clear, like, does she know as a result of this testimony, or does she know personally?
Would you clarify your question?
Yeah, sure. How did you learn that he broke 4 ribs?
Through all of this.
Okay, and to make it clear, I don't want to find out anything that your lawyers told you. That's attorney-client privilege. We can't. So anytime I'm asking you, I don't want you to tell me what your lawyers have told you.
Okay.
Through the court proceedings, is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. You learned that Mr. Sanderson broke 4 ribs.
Yes.
Okay. And that he sustained a concussion.
Correct.
Okay. That he was taken down on toboggan.
Yes.
Did you learn of that day?
No.
Did you inquire?
What is your name again? Sorry. Kristen?
Yes.
Sorry, I was going to say Kristen.
It's all right.
I think you have to keep in mind when you're the victim of a crash, right, your psychology is not necessarily thinking about the person who perpetrated it.
Okay. So the answer to my question is no, you did not inquire.
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever ask, hey, how was that guy that ran into the back of me? Is he okay? Did you ever ask anybody from Deer Valley about that?
I did not, because at the time I did not know that he had sustained injuries like that. I thought it was very minor on the day.
And you didn't stick around long enough to find that out?
I stuck around long enough for him to say he was okay, to stand up, that he told Mr. Christensen he was okay.
And when he was helped up by Mr. Christensen, again, you weren't right there. You were down a ways.
Just a few feet down, yes.
Okay. Could you tell if Mr. Sanderson was still dazed or unsteady on his feet?
I could not. I don't know.
Okay. And again, you didn't leave your name, address, contact information. You didn't fill out any paperwork in connection with this accident.
Eric did on my behalf.
Right, but I'm asking about you personally.
So it has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. After the incident, you skied down, went to lunch, and then my understanding is you got a massage.
So after the accident, I met all the rest of the kids at lunch. We all gathered. We had lunch. And I still felt very shaky, and my knee was bothering me, my back was bothering me, so I decided to go in early and get a massage.
Okay. You never did seek any kind of medical treatment for your knee or your back?
No.
Okay. Now, at the scene, before you skied down and had lunch, there was no indication that Mr. Sanderson knew who you were. Is that fair?
I don't know.
Okay. I think, well, you testified there was no indication of that. You were wearing goggles, a helmet?
Yes.
Okay, kind of looked like everybody else on the slope?
That's always my intention.
Okay. Probably had a better ski outfit, though, I bet.
I still have the same one. I just have one.
Okay. So nobody on the hill would be able to recognize you. Is that fair? Maybe your family and friends?
I have been recognized on ski slopes before.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in your deposition that no one on the hill would be able to recognize me?
That would be the idea.
Okay.
But sometimes paparazzi has a way of figuring it out, is my point.
Okay. So your testimony to the jury here today is Mr. Sanderson skied into you.
That is correct.
All right. Craig Ramone, you said he's not telling the truth, or you don't believe him.
I'm telling you that what he said is not what happened.
Okay. So in other words, if somebody says something that's not what happened, they're lying.
He is not telling the truth.
All right.
I don't know if he knows he's lying, but I'm telling you what he said is unfortunately not the truth.
All right. Well, in addition to Mr. Ramone, you've sat here when some of the experts have testified. Mm-hmm. We had Dr. Gibby, and we heard Dr. Boehm, I always want to say Bohm or Bohm,
Yes.
Boehm.
Mhm.
You've heard their testimony that the only way that
It's her
Mr.
witness.
Sanderson's ribs could have been broken where they were is that if he was hit from behind. You disagree with that?
I think it misstates their testimony.
I guess I'm not sure what the objection is, but it's overruled. The jury will have to remember what the testimony was.
That means you get to answer. You disagree with their testimony?
Absolutely, I disagree.
Okay. What medical training do you have to disagree with that?
I'm just telling you the truth of what actually happened.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
All right. And you don't have any other witnesses who sought to support your position, correct?
Well, I have a lot of witnesses who saw the split seconds afterwards and the positions of the bodies on the mountain, which would indicate very clearly who hit who.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses who saw it?
Who saw the collision?
The collision?
No.
All right. And you're not trained in accident reconstruction?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Neither am I. All right. So, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true that this was an accident that you caused?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that you are accident prone?
So, Your Honor, can we have a bench meeting on this?
Why don't we take our recess now?
All right, a little bit of a break. Yeah, the questions about the GoPro, I'm waiting for those. I would love to hear from Gwyneth Paltrow. It'll probably happen. It'll probably happen on Cross, but I'd love to hear from her if she remembers the plaintiff having a GoPro camera, either on his body or on his helmet.
Mr. Owens?
I was kicked back. Taking it easy.
I'm not a camel.
What is unintentional lying? Lee, that's when I believe my definition of a lie is saying or doing anything to conceal the truth, right? I believe that.
Why are we dealing with things that have been addressed specifically on pretrial motions? And I have to object.
Which motion?
Number 14.
There's a lawsuit.
Previous unrelated injuries.
The court's ruling on that was that it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by that motion.
So why are we
It was
talking
represented
about
to the court and the
accident
motion was
prone?
therefore granted. The ruling would be revisited if the defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence at trial. What's the relevance? Let's say she's clumsy. There's been no testimony that clumsiness in any way contributed to the accident.
Your Honor, we also mentioned during that court hearing that questions were asked repeatedly in Ms. Paltrow's deposition if she was accident prone, to which she said, no, I am not, which she has admitted a number of times that she is. So this is all impeachment evidence, and that's when the court said, okay, that's impeachment. Please provide that information to counsel, which I did. He has all of the articles, etc., and the video where Ms. Paltrow went on Jimmy Kimmel saying, yes, I am accident prone, I am always running
we're going
into
to drag
things.
Jimmy into this?
Which is, I'm a moron, which is very relevant to this case.
How?
How?
Yeah.
Because we believe that that's exactly what she did, is she ran into things like she always does. She was asked if she ever said that. She said no.
She's not
And
fangirling
we have
now.
impeachment evidence that she has.
But you've got your accident reconstructionist did not testify that she was, that her clumsiness somehow had played a part in the cause of the accident.
It's not just clumsiness, it says she's running into things, or that she's accident prone. Absolutely, that's the heart of this. And the point is, she was asked a number of times in her deposition, were you...
And that part I think I see as collateral impeachment, so I don't see that as, I don't see that as your avenue to get the evidence in. The closest, I guess, is your theory of the case, but you've got no expert and no one that testified that clumsiness somehow played a part in the accident. So it would just be argument based on kind of fringe impeachment.
It's not clumsiness. It's being accident prone and always running into things.
Okay.
Which is what we contend she did in this case.
All right. Let me hear from Mr. Owens.
This is a sidebar. The jury's not present.
We shouldn't pretend
I
that
think that's
we have
Danny who
not
just came
had
into the
this
courtroom
fight
right now.
before. I'm in deja vu from 2 months ago when the
Danny?
judge when you already ruled on this. The judge, Your Honor, said the ruling will be revisited if defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence at trial. That's part of page 13. I didn't even have the motions around because we've already had it granted, so why would we need to go dig and find out what our motion said? So, Your Honor, Ramon didn't testify that she looked clumsy, for instance. Ms. Paltrow never says, did not say, I've never been clumsy. Anyway, you've ruled, and we're in deja vu here.
I've ruled, under Rule 404, evidence of a person's character or character trait is not admissible to prove that on a particular occasion the person acted in conformity with the character or trait. And under the court's motion in limine decision, it indicates on page 13, motion 14 pertains to her public appearances and previous unrelated injuries. That's the previous instances of that I believe that Ms. Van Orman's referring to. And the court's order says it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by these motions, and the motions are therefore granted. The ruling will be revisited if the defendant opens the door.
I'm so
if
glad.
If that occurs and the plaintiff wishes to present any of the categories of evidence, he must first address this with the court out of the presence of the jury. And I guess there wasn't any request. Is that what your motion that is pending relates to, that you want a clarification?
I'm so glad they're not showing the Jimmy
regarding
Kimmel
the
show.
ski expert.
Okay.
But what about prior inconsistent statements, Your Honor? I'm entitled to ask her if she's testified that she's lied under oath a number of times, and I want to be able to show the jury that...
Slanderous, and I want it withdrawn this moment.
Well,
there's a lawsuit.
She has testified
just a moment.
inconsistent.
Just a moment. Well, counsel, I'm talking, okay? Have a seat.
She's lied under oath is what she said.
The statement that you just made, do you want to rephrase that?
Yes, absolutely.
Before you get sued.
She has made prior inconsistent statements. During her deposition, Ms. Paltrow was asked a number of times, 3, 4, 5 times.
That may be on this issue. That
Yes.
may be, but to me, without some witness tying it into the essential elements of this case, or the essential issues in this case, I see it as collateral impeachment. So.
Even the fact that Mr. Ramon has testified that she skied into Mr. Sanderson, as in she is also walking into walls, etc.
The ruling was, my understanding was that the plaintiff was not going to inquire into the areas covered by the motions, which included that the previous unrelated injuries or other instances of conduct. So I'm going to stand by my ruling. I haven't revisited it. I think it's a good ruling. So.
I'd like an apology, Your Honor.
There was, and I am sorry, all I'm saying, there were inconsistent statements. I am not trying to slander Ms. Paltrow nor say that she's lying by any which way.
We'll need your address for the bailiff.
My client says she accepts that.
She accepts the apology.
Thank you. Let's take a short break and come back maybe 5 after.
Oh, wow. 5 after, so we get a 10-minute break. This is crazy. The counsel in front of the judge slanders Gwyneth Paltrow. Tells her, flat out says that she lied under oath. Gwyneth's lawyer immediately jumps up and is like, no, I'm not going to stand for that. Withdraw that immediately. Had she not apologized, and it's nice of Gwyneth to accept that, there would be another case. there would be another suit, and it might be for more than $300,000. This is the spiciness we like. But you did call her a liar. Yes, she did. No, it was just there were prior inconsistencies. Okay, that's a nice way of saying it. Under her own line of questioning, she tried to get Gwyneth Paltrow to admit that that would be considered a lie under oath. So yeah, she called her a liar. Oh, good times, good times. You can't make this stuff up. Whether or not she lied under oath, I think that's still up for interpretation. The jury gets to decide a little bit on that front. I don't think the judge feels that she's committed perjury at this point. If we were just to compare, say, like this witness to the prior one, I think Gwyneth might be, in the eyes of the jury, a little more believable. Her presentation does not seem as hostile, and maybe that goes towards her believability. But $300K or $3 million. It started out at $3 million. I believe it's dropped down to $300K. I can't find anything on that, but I heard that because the whole hit and run accusation was sort of eliminated, that it divided the damages by a factor of 10. Mr. Sanderson just needs to cowboy up and drop this horse crap. Litigation privilege and exception to the cause of action. Is that nationwide, or is there's no case for defamation in trial? So maybe the best he could have gotten was an apology, which he did receive, which might not have been necessary. Luckily, it did not happen in the presence of the jury, so they didn't get to see that happen. I hope that that feelings aren't so hurt between the two, between the plaintiffs, the female attorney, and the defendant, that they can still pose for selfies and signatures and stuff afterwards. Can still be friends. Okay, we've got.
There's a lawsuit.
Why is she treated so entitled? Gwyneth Paltrow has a lot of money, and the more money you have, the easier it is for you to pay people to do things for you. Pay people to drive you around, pay people to fly you places, pay people to, have your dinner ready for you when you show up, and the brands you like and the flavors you want, and get you that difficult to achieve a reservation at that restaurant, and book very expensive ski instructors. That comes with the money, and it's very difficult for somebody who has that money, I think, to stay down to earth. There are a couple notable people who have quite a bit of money who managed to do that. Mr. Beast is one of them. A crazy kid here on YouTube, happens to be the top YouTuber in the world as far as just subscribers go, millions and millions of subscribers, and still lives in just a normal house not far from where I am right here, and still just lives his life normally. But I think movie stars and musicians typically tend to have a lot of agents, like Gwyneth Paltrow spoke about, people that act on their behalf, and it sort of trains them that way. Okay, this guy's a loon. She made this guy's a loon. She made an inconsistent statement. That was a privileged statement in a court proceeding, not slanderous. I'm not sure how the privileged statement in a court proceeding. I don't know what the umbrella is. It any time you're in a courtroom? Is it during a court statement? This is during a break between in a sidebar. Televised. I don't know. I wonder if there's other factors that come into play on that. Keanu Reeves is humble, though. The judge is doing a great job. What happened, Andy, is that the female attorney on the plaintiff's side accused Gwyneth Paltrow, and it just said she's lied under oath type thing. It just said she's committing perjury. And then her Gwyneth's representation, Mr. Owens, stood up and objected quite loudly, and begged for an apology and received it, and Gwyneth Paltrow accepted the apology. So all is swept under the rug. It's good. Keanu Reeves lives a normal life. Yes, he's another good example of that. Fantastic gentleman. Mr. Beast is really good at flashing money without seeming like Gwyneth. Yes, Mr. Beast's goal is to die without any money, and he gives massive amounts of it away. So, but he does have a substantial income. Terry, we know Terry has been divorced twice from the testimony previously. I don't know if it's his current marital status. Emma D, GP looks very calm and quiet on the stand, but do not forget she is an actress who is trained at being able to portray different personalities or characters, even adopt their traits, and oftentimes in acting, an actor or an actress may, anytime they're on set, maintain that same presence, so as they're in the rhythm and act in that way. So we might be seeing an elaborate acting act on behalf of GP. Maybe there's no bone in her body that would ever apologize for yelling at this guy on the stand or on the ski slope. Did Judge Schroeder wish you a happy birthday? I've got a missed call from him. I just haven't had time to return it. He may have. RA doesn't even have 10,000 subs, and he already has people bringing him food and chairs. Adam, you're right. Well, that's a privilege that comes on your birthday, though. Mr. Beast has 138 million. I was off by a couple million, Philip. A couple million. So he's number one, and I'm number two by my count.
Are we going to address that?
The litigation privilege, thank you, Nicole, for this. The litigation privilege applies to all the aspects of the case, irrespective of trial or oral argument. She could call GP a six-toe troll, and there's no cause for action. All right, so I was completely off base on that. I'm now a smarter person, thanks to Nicole. Nicole Goodman, one of the wonderful friends of the program. Licensed to practice law on the western side of the nation, and does so very effectively. Thank you, Nicole. I stand corrected. Current marital status, not rich enough to overcome a traumatic brain injury induced behavior. Andy, I think that Terry is exhibiting actual symptoms of a few things, that whether or not this happened from the TBI or was made worse because of a TBI, I think he's experiencing, unfortunately, some symptoms that oftentimes go with aging, and can be accelerated by injury. So I don't think he's faking any of this. Obviously I don't think he faked the broken ribs. I don't think he faked the concussion or anything else. We've heard some interesting testimony in the cross-examination from his daughters about his how he was before and after, and I guess that's up to the jury to decide now. Georgia, you missed the last hour. It was the good one. Got to hang out with people from TV. They were humble and cool. When I worked in the news industry, almost everybody was just awesome. Off camera, the cameras go off, they're done. You're hanging out, you're talking, whether it's in the green room or whatever. I got to hang out with several bands as they'd come in, and they'd sort of do their tour. And when they go on tour, they sort of make an appearance at the news station and play a little song type thing. So I got to mic up all sorts of famous musicians and interact with them a little bit. And many of them are just great people on and off their set. A couple of them I would not want to share a state with. And some of those I got to work with on a regular basis. Andy, agree. I did not mean to say he was faking it. It's just no one's going to marry him in this state. I don't know. Love does crazy things. Is the old man Terry taking the stand? Yes, he will. And both the way this is working, imagine this is a chess match, right? You sit down for a chess match, and each side has a timer. They each have a timer.
Jury is on its way.
When one side is up, the other side,
Okay.
their counter is going. They have the same amount of time as the other side, and so they're on this time schedule, and they're playing a game very much so with the clock. But both Terry and Gwyneth take the stand in this. I'm thinking this guy is insurance defense and not someone she would have gotten on her own. This guy's lacking some key skills, in my opinion. Talking about his lawyer, Steve Owens, or her lawyer, that might be provided by the insurance company. You think the insurance company would be invested in the outcome enough to maybe make sure that they're, had a top-notch attorney do their representation. Do you want the ice cream guy in the other corner? I can do that. I think they're still on verdict watch. Oh, now I'm not even seeing a feed from them right now. I've got it pulled up, but it's all we get from them is this right here. Sorry. Nope, I'm on the wrong screen. That's not going to work. Hold tight. Hey, dinner has arrived. Oh, fork would be great. Thank you. This is hamburger stroganoff. So I need to share it with you. Okay, this is all I'm seeing from the court.
Richard Harrison just sent a super sticker with 1.49.
Richard, thank you very much. There it is, and birthday cake. We'll have the cake after I eat this, which is hamburger stroganoff with curlicue noodles. Delicious. Bite Me says, I was on the stand in a stunt double for Kathy Bates in American Horror Story Freak Show season 4. She's so nice. Everyone I met on set was very genuine. You were a stunt double. A stand-in and stunt double. That's awesome.
Can my client retake the stand?
Yes, please.
Gwyneth is going to head back up.
I think the jury's coming.
They're waiting.
Okay, you can bring them in. Ms. Van Orman, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Paltrow, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about this was where my whole...
Get on the record that my objection was sustained.
I'm sure it was on the record whenever it was there. I don't recall.
Okay, I think we just said that now would be a good time for a bench meeting, but...
The objection was sustained.
Okay, I'm moving on, shifting gears.
Right.
So, Ms. Paltrow, the reason I got involved in this case in the first place was your counterclaim.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk with you about the counterclaim. Is it true that you feel it's unfair that Mr. Sanderson has brought this case against you?
I do.
Okay. And he has deterred you from enjoying the rest of what was a very expensive vacation?
Well, I lost half a day of skiing.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And I think that's what your counsel has argued as well, that you you had a full day pass, but you can only ski a half a day.
Yes, I went back down after lunch.
Okay, right. And that's when you had lunch and you got a massage?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't get your knee checked out, didn't have any kind of medical attention?
No, it didn't feel acute in any way. It felt just like I had overstretched my knee and I had sustained a blow, but it didn't feel like it needed medical attention.
Okay. And you're bringing this claim for $1.
I am.
Okay. In fact, your counsel, Steve, do you still have that dollar bill? That
I'll let you use your own.
I'm not going to even respond to that.
She doesn't have a dollar.
Nah, I don't need it.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't need it. You saw Mr.
He's like,
Owens
"Oh, I only
wave
have
that
$100."
$1 around, right?
I did.
Okay. $1 in symbolic damages. Is that accurate?
It's an actual dollar that I'm asking for.
Okay, but you also have testified when I asked you questions in your deposition that $1 is symbolic. Do you remember me asking you
It's
about
symbolic because the damages would actually be more.
that? Okay. But remember me asking you, is it symbolic? And you said, yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you as well, you learned about that through Taylor Swift because she asked for $1 in symbolic damages, right?
And I think I said at that point I had not been familiar with it, but I since am.
Now you are. Yes. But at the time, a couple of years ago in 2020, you didn't know anything about Taylor Swift's $1 symbolic damage lawsuit?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
Taylor Swift on the bingo card. Taylor Swift.
Because I asked her about it at the time, and she denied it.
Okay.
Correct.
Can you answer the question?
Relevance.
I was not aware at the time.
Are you good friends with Taylor Swift?
No.
Relevance.
Overruled?
You're not good friends with Taylor Swift?
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before, but we don't talk very often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal, intimate gifts for Christmas?
Your Honor. Relevance, or I would like a bench trial?
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
Ask her about Oprah. I mean,
Mr. Owens, sustained. Please move on.
You're telling the jury that you are here asking for $1.
I am.
That's not totally accurate, though, is it?
What do you mean?
Well, the jury isn't going to be deciding this, but you're also asking the judge to award you attorney's fees for over hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't that true?
Your Honor, the judge has made a ruling on this issue that it will be a separate event.
Sustained as to relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, that they have...
If you want to argue the relevance, we should do it up here.
Absolutely.
It's getting good. Here I am eating my favorite food, my favorite dinner, and it's getting spicy in court. Ask her about Oprah. Ask her about Oprah. Apparently she gave Taylor Swift some gifts. I'm not going to Google it. I'm sure there's information out there. You know Taylor Swift is on her speed dial. Let me put it this way. She didn't stand in line in the pouring rain to get those tickets. Okay? There's no way Gwyneth Paltrow even had an underling, a helper, a personal assistant stand in line for pouring rain. A call was made, and the kids got great tickets to go see the concert. That's what happens. The female attorney is actually, I think she's, from what I hear, decisions were made prior to this trial, pretrial agreements that she's flirting with the edge, and this is dangerous territory. Because if the judge says you can't go there, and she goes there, now what? Now what?
You're talking about stuff that is
not relevant. Yeah, I want to hear. We've got Oprah, we've got Taylor Swift, we've got Jimmy Kimmel. Wrong answers only. What are the next celebrities who will be named in this trial that have not so far? I mean, obviously, Coldplay. Let's leave that one out. But who else? Who else is going to be brought up? Howard Stern, Madonna, Jim Carrey, Pee Wee Herman. All good guesses. All good guesses. Renee Terry did not admit to crashing into her. There was a point where he said sorry. Johnny Depp, that would be good. Kanye, I'm gonna let you finish. Carrot Top. Oh, Carrot Top would be fantastic. So I was skiing and Carrot Top was there. He's my key witness. Dr. Phil, Tom Green, Marilyn Manson, the Kardashians. Let's bring them in. She is coming off as rich. I will say this. Stuck up and entitled. It definitely has that. I would say she's not trying to be. She's not like, oh, you poor peasants, all you little people. I can't bother with you. She's not coming off like that. Her life is different than many other people's. And so what is normal for her,
Yes.
others cannot relate to.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. And I'll restate it because I know it's been a little
We were
while.
gonna go there.
So it's not true, Ms. Paltrow, that you are just asking for $1. You are also asking, and this is not for the jury to decide, but this is for the court to decide later, you're asking for your attorney's fees in this case, which could be quite substantial. Is that not true?
So
It's a
I'm
yes- it's a
asking
yes
for
or no.
$1 for me and then reimbursement of attorney's fees, which is a separate thing,
And that could be a substantial amount, correct?
potentially.
Okay. And when your counsel got up waving that $1, don't you think that's a little bit of a mischaracterization?
I have one more question on this issue, and this is now 3.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Don't you think that that's $1? That's a mischaracterization, isn't it?
I took it as I would receive that $1, which is all I am asking for.
Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true that you've misrepresented a number of things today to this jury?
Absolutely not.
No other questions.
Mr. Owens.
He needs to shine right here.
You've been here every minute of this jury trial. True?
True.
And you're intending to be here every minute next week?
I am.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've learned a lot.
Who hit who?
Mr. Sanderson hit me.
The comment was that Mr. Sanderson doesn't take criticism well. Do you take criticism well?
In my profession, after all these years of being in the public eye, I think I take it relatively well.
You keep sending me notes. I didn't cause these damages.
That's
right?
absolutely correct.
Do you feel some empathy for Mr. Sanderson and his declining brain?
You know, I really do. I feel very sorry for him. It seems like he's had a very difficult life, but I did not cause the accident, so I cannot be at fault for anything that subsequently happened to him.
So his daughter got up and said he was cursing out her daughter. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Did you cause that?
I did not cause that.
Did you give him brain injuries that were evident on his MRI in 2006?
I did not.
All right, let's start on a happier note. Let's bring up that picture of you and Moses. And while that's coming up, did you personally take a selfie with you and your son?
I take selfies with my kids all the time, yes.
All right, and we're going to pull it up in just a minute. You know what picture I'm talking about. Did you
Yes.
personally take that photo?
I did.
On the day at issue?
I did, before the accident.
Okay, and it's hard to tell who the 9-year-old is there.
Thank you.
Are you on the right or left?
I'm on the right.
And Moses is on the left?
Yes.
And are you going up the ski lift?
It looks like it.
This is Defense 86. If we haven't moved for its admission, I would like to do so.
No objection.
Defendant's 86 is received.
And I notice, do you have a helmet on there?
I do.
And goggles?
Yes.
Did you always that day while on the slopes?
Yes.
Mr. Ramon testified, for instance, you were not wearing a helmet or goggles or any face covering whatsoever. True or it's not true?
I think you can see the evidence that I was wearing a helmet and goggles.
So answer my question, please.
Sorry.
Is it true or not true that at the time of the collision and in the aftermath, you were or were not wearing a helmet?
I was.
And goggles?
Correct.
Did you ski at all that day without a helmet?
No.
Is that for anonymity? I'm saying
Anonymity.
It wrong. Thanks for saying that. And also for safety, or both, or what?
It's for safety primarily, but yes, I like to, when I'm skiing, try to keep a low profile.
You were asked about. Well, let me back up even further.
Okay.
You told me you learned to ski at Alta.
I did, actually.
Tell me a little about that.
My father was...
That's another Utah ski resort.
He loved skiing, and he had learned later in life. And so he was determined for my brother and I to learn how to ski when we were young. And he used to do these really sweet one-on-one ski trips with us where he would take us to various destinations, and Alta was one of them.
And then he died young, true?
Unfortunately,
and
yes.
Did you stop in his 50s? That's how I'm in my 50s, but...
I'm in my 50s.
Did you stop skiing for a while?
I did. I was pretty devastated by his death, and just being in a ski resort and on a chairlift, it was difficult for me. So I avoided it for a few years until I had my own kids, and then I heard his voice in my head thinking I should teach them how to ski.
And Brad Falchuk, you were dating him at the time?
Yes.
And now married to him?
Yes.
Were you skiing with the Coldplay guy, according to Ramon?
No.
Who's the Coldplay guy?
The Coldplay guy, I believe, he's referring to my first husband, Chris Martin. He's the singer, and he's a guitar player and a piano player in the band Coldplay.
Thank you. And did this kind of blending of the family's trip have some significance to you?
Yes, this was a significant trip for us. It was the first time Brad and I were introducing our kids and doing something together as to see if we could blend families.
There's an implication that at the time of this collision you were distracted. Were you distracted?
No.
Were you paying attention to where you were skiing?
I was.
Was there anyone in front of you?
There was not.
There's an implication that somehow you're looking at Moses up the hill to the left while you're skiing downhill. Were you doing that?
I was not.
Carrie Oakes of Deer Valley does say something in her deposition about the kids wanting you to see them or something. Were you in fact, did you all meet at the top of the hill?
I think we were 6 in our group plus our ski instructors, so we would always meet that day at the top of the chair and kind of plot out where everyone was going.
Great. Okay, the 6 people, let's just make sure we know who they are.
Myself, Brad, my stepdaughter Isabella, my daughter Apple, my son Moses, and my stepson Brody.
Okay. And then you had paid for each of the 4 kids to have their own individual instructors.
They were all very different levels, so Brad paid for his kids and I paid for mine.
All right. The $1 that I'll probably waive in closing, but not this minute. Were you planning to ski the whole day?
I was.
And did you send a little text after lunch?
Yes.
Can you bring this up? And I'm going to get this board. Has it been admitted? So good question. D110 is the text.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 110 for defendants is received.
These are kind of hard to see, and James is going to bring it up. D110.
James is like, which one? I don't have it here. It's not here.
83A is the better copy, I guess.
What are you showing?
So, Gwyneth, do you have a defense binder there?
I just have my deposition.
And so, let's give her ours. I'm going to hand you this binder. Can we move to admit 83B?
No objection.
Defense Exhibit 83B is received.
It's a little hard to see.
Okay.
And James, can you blow up the last sort of, yes. I think we need to go back just a little more to put a date on it. Do you recall I asked you, hey, did you text anyone that day? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And this is your own personal cell phone copy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and there's a date. Sorry, it's a bad copy. February 24. Sorry, February 26, 2016. Is that in fact a true and correct copy of your
This is like a copy of a copy of a
phone
copy.
screen?
Yes.
And who were you texting with? Do you recall?
Eric Christensen, the ski instructor.
All right. So we went down Bandana. So you'd already been down that very. Oh, my board. I'm going to get my board in case this is better copy. All right. Okay, cool. Which one's you, on the right or left? Do you know? The green?
Eric is the green and I'm the white.
Okay, cool.
Happiest of birthdays, R.A.
We should take
Thank you
north
for
side
being
out,
you.
question mark. That's you?
Thank you, Share Bear.
Okay, let's go back
Appreciate
out. And in the afternoon, let's go with the... Okay, let's keep going down. Oh, let's go Ruby left. So you're coordinating a little bit?
Yes.
On the mountain in real time, correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry, James, I'm testing you
So
out
was she
here.
texting and skiing?
Moses wants to know if you are still skiing and where. All right, so it's 2:29, and this is, no one's thinking lawsuit yet, right?
No.
And that's you on the left with the G, and
Yes.
it says, can you read it?
It says, I came in. That guy sort of hurt me. I'm going to get a massage at 3. Gigi is here if he wants to come.
Okay, Gigi was helping with the kids?
Yeah, Gigi was our babysitter.
All right. Did you go in earlier because you had been hit?
I did, yes.
Did you personally pay for a ski pass at Deer Valley?
I did.
And was it a full day pass?
It was.
And was it, is the monetary difference between the full day pass and the half day pass more than $1?
It is.
She doesn't care about the dollar.
Miss Van Orman kept saying when you were allegedly hit. Were you hit?
I was hit.
The definition of an assault is an unauthorized touching.
Yes.
Did Mr. Sanderson touch you in an unauthorized manner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ooh.
May we approach?
You may.
Ooh. Spicy. They're now alleging that Terry assaulted her. The definition of assault is a touch without permission. What did she say there? The judge is like, bring it. What you got? What you got? I might need to open the spicy maple bourbon pickles here. We've got this much spice going on.
And you should disregard the question.
Oh, doesn't get to go there.
Did he touch you without your permission?
He did.
The sexual part, by the way, that's just for a split second. You're thinking, what's going on here?
Yes, I was trying to put together what could possibly be happening behind me.
A scream. I think there are a couple witnesses that said they heard some noise.
Yes, when we fell.
Is it impossible you let out a noise upon being hit?
I think it's impossible that I let out a noise upon being hit because it was a very slow move. It wasn't an impact. The impact came when we fell on the ground. So it's very possible that when the impact was made, I screamed. But I do not recall making a sound until we were falling or on the ground.
Okay. So a collision, when I think of two skiers hitting each other, I think of a hit and then a sort of separation between the two.
Yes.
Is that what happened with you?
No, this was very strange. It was a slow in between my skis with his skis, and then like 1,000, 2 1,000-ish, and then a fall.
The defense has prepared an animation exhibit that will be shown next week. Have you personally reviewed that?
I have.
And does it accurately state what you believe has occurred that day?
Yes.
Now, it's not precise in the sense that it's not actual video of the event, right? But it does a good job of sort of setting the stage and animating what occurred.
There needs to be some clarification as to what part of the animation he's referring to.
Agreed. It's sustained as to vagueness and therefore relevance.
Sure. Have you seen the animations?
I have.
All right. Not every witness saw everything. Fair to say?
Fair.
All right. For instance, you didn't see anyone in front of you, but you felt someone behind you?
Yes.
So you wouldn't possibly know, for instance, where Sanderson was coming from?
No, he was behind me.
I'm trying to satisfy the prior.
Sustained?
Does the animation fairly represent your story?
It does.
One thing Craig Ramon said is that Mr. Sanderson was out cold for 2 or more minutes. Do you recall that testimony?
To be honest, he said so many different minutes so many times, I don't recall exactly.
All right. Assume that he said minutes, that he was literally unconscious for minutes. Did you observe that?
That Mr. Sanderson was unconscious for minutes?
Yes.
No, he was not.
Or unconscious at all?
I don't know. Based on what I've heard from the doctors, you can be unconscious for a split second, so it's possible he was for a split second.
So where were you as you go down the hill?
On the right side of Bandana.
Was there a reason you were there?
I just tend to try to, especially on a crowded run, I was trying to ski, a little bit to the side and make turns.
Were you being an aggressive skier? Like, I'm going to go
No.
as fast as I can to get
This
down.
is a green run with lots of families. Absolutely not.
It's a green run, but it's not a bunny run, right? It actually, it's one of your favorite runs?
It was one of my kids' favorite ones. They were learning.
Gotcha. Because it comes down quite a ways.
It does. It's a nice long run.
And was this toward the top, do you recall?
It was toward the top, but not at the top, if that makes sense.
Would you have observed, first of all, did you personally look and see Mr. Sanderson?
On the ground?
After the event?
Yes.
And was he unconscious when you saw him?
No.
Then they're saying Eric Christensen, the Deer Valley person, came over. Mm-hmm. Did you observe that?
I did.
And they're saying that he yelled aggressively toward Mr. Sanderson. Did you observe that?
He did not yell at Mr. Sanderson, no.
He's going to testify on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday, Eddie.
From your interactions
Happy
with Mr. Christensen, is that consistent with his personality to be aggressive like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for character evidence.
Sustained.
How many times before had you interacted with Mr. Christensen?
Well, it's a while back now, but I know that we had him teach my son Moses on at least one other occasion. He was always incredibly kind, very patient. My son was a beginner and frustrated that he couldn't ski better faster, and Mr. Christensen was incredibly patient and sweet with him.
He's a high school art teacher, I guess, on the side, or
Yes.
one of the other?
He makes pottery.
There was an early comment about a hit and run. Did you hit and run?
Absolutely not.
And Deer Valley was dismissed on that. It was a prior
objection.
party and was dismissed. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
I think there was an allegation that Eric Christensen did some funny business with the paperwork to protect you, his paying client.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
There's the objection.
Sustained.
Did you
We have a poll up.
expect Eric Christensen to falsify his paperwork?
Of course not.
Agent and representative in the legal world, I can tell you, is a little different maybe than in the acting world.
Right.
This idea that when Eric told me to leave, I felt okay to leave.
Yes.
Just comment on that. Was that a cover-up?
No, certainly.
Your Honor. Relevance?
Sustained.
Was Eric Christensen your legal representative on the mountain?
Objection. Relevance?
Overruled on that.
Go ahead.
No, he was not.
Did you stick around for a while after the collision?
I did indeed.
Going back to the $1, Eric Christensen, you had paid Eric Christensen to take teach your son how to ski that day for the full day. True.
Yes.
And was his attention diverted as a result of your collision?
Yes, for a while.
And that $1 of damages, does that also take into account that fact?
I haven't quantified, if you break it out, what a Deer Valley ski instructor makes per hour, but I think it's more than $1.
The comment was the word symbolic was used, but did you in fact lose $1 or more as a result of the collision?
I did.
Did you hurt yourself? I'm sorry. Did Mr. Sanderson hurt you by hitting you?
He did.
And please explain.
Well, when we fell over, my right knee felt like it had been overstretched and my back hurt.
All right. And you got a massage but did not seek medical care. Is that what I understand?
I did not.
Eric Christensen's going to testify on Monday. He's going to say words to the effect that he heard and turned.
Mm-hmm.
Ramon similarly said that, didn't he?
I believe he did.
He wasn't focused just on Terry right before the incident. He heard and turned and saw them a group go down, correct?
That's what he said.
Sustained.
We'll let the jury remember then.
You can't do that. You can't say the jury remembers after
The
that.
answer and the comment afterward are stricken. You should disregard.
The jury can't remember.
Moses and Apple are coming, and Brad on Monday morning.
They are.
The whole family will be there on Monday.
Missing school to do it.
Apple will be missing school, unfortunately, and Moses will be on spring break, so he will not be.
you've heard, next week you will hear from our experts, but do they 100% support your version of what occurred?
Yes.
And I said your version of what occurred, but I do mean to say what occurred. You know what occurred, right?
I absolutely do. I was there.
When they say, did anyone witness this, and Mr. Sanderson doesn't really remember things, you remember things, don't you?
I do.
Sustained?
Were you knocked out?
I was not knocked out, no.
Do you have memory loss of the event?
I do not. I mean, it was a long time ago, but...
That's fair. One moment, please.
I'm almost caught up replying to all your birthday well wishes.
We're going to bring up a Deer Valley receipt that actually shows the amount paid.
Any objection to this exhibit? What is it? Which number is it?
I'm going to go ahead and close out the poll as her testimony is just wrapping
Any
up here.
objection?
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 85 is received.
Poll's closed out now. As this is as far as how we collectively feel about believing Gwyneth Paltrow's testimony. Yes, they believe. You believe 76%. No, 23%. I believe the next testimony probably will not get tonight is Mr. Terry. That'll probably be on Monday.
We want to protect an address if we needed to, but it turns out we don't need to. So there's been no objection, and James, would you bring that up?
Work your magic, James.
There's an address there, maybe enlarge so D85, move for admission if we haven't, and then is this your actual receipt from Deer Valley?
Yes.
And it's in that binder in front of you if you need to look at it.
What number is the
Yes,
exhibit?
let me come to that.
Is that $8,980 even?
Okay.
Looks like it was paid on an American Express.
I see. Thank you.
All right. It's kind of hard to see.
I can see it.
I'm loving this chair.
The tab
it's amazing.
between the four of you for 4 kids, couple days, nearly $9,000, eh?
That's what they charge.
That's what they charge. And that's what she pays.
I think, again, there's this assertion that because you were paying Eric Christensen, you expected him to lie for you.
Objection. Mischaracterizes questioning, insinuations, or evidence.
Overruled. The jury will recall the evidence or the questioning and the answers before.
All right.
Does that mean I don't?
You can answer.
So.
Did you expect Eric Christensen to lie for you?
Absolutely not.
But he was on your payroll, wasn't he?
But this is what Deer Valley charges. So anytime you go and you ask for a private instructor, that's the fee, unfortunately.
Okay, and we'll let Eric talk about this on Monday.
Okay.
It looked
Those
like
are all of my questions. Thank you.
It looked like that $8,000 was just for
Van Orman?
the 2 kids. Did I see that wrong?
I will be quick, and I promise that actually will stay the case.
First of all, can I have
If I
your
can find the
autograph?
document. All right. Just to follow up on a couple things you were just asked about. You were shown the text message, I think that's on that board there.
Yes.
And counsel had asked you, that text message was made before there were any lawsuits going on, right?
It was.
Okay. So are you aware that Mr. Ramon reported to the ski patrol that you hit Terry in the back about 10 minutes after the crash?
I don't understand the question.
That's not in evidence.
Are you aware that Mr. Ramon, about 10 minutes after the accident, reported to ski patrol that you struck Mr. Sanderson in the back?
I don't think so.
Okay. If that report was made, 10 minutes after the crash, that was long before a lawsuit was even contemplated as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned about keeping a low profile. You like to keep a low profile
When skiing.
When you're skiing, correct. Does screaming at the top of your lungs profanities at Mr. Sanderson when he's on the ground keeping a low profile?
After an incident like that where you feel hurt and violated, unfortunately, adrenaline can take over and emotion as well.
Okay. And counsel had asked you about touching you without your permission. I just want to make clear, we didn't do the little
dance.
Thank you. Yeah, the little dance. But when I tried to reenact it with myself, which is, I'm sure I'll get crap for that later from my children, it was the front of his body that you believe touched you, right?
Yes.
Not his arms, not his hands.
Correct.
Okay. And when you guys fell to the ground, you landed on him. He did not land on you.
That's right.
Okay. All right. You screamed when you fell?
What I remember, the first time I remember yelling was at Mr. Sanderson after the accident, but it's possible that I could have yelled when we were falling.
Okay. And then you've described and you've kind of put with your fingers how Mr. Sanderson's skis went in between yours. Do you have any explanation how somebody, if you're moving, because you were moving, right?
Yes.
He's moving.
Yep.
How somebody could, I'm just going to call it thread the needle, stick. How can somebody, as they're moving down this hill, have the ability to put their skis in between yours when they're like 18 inches apart?
I don't know, but that's what happened.
Okay. You testified that this was a crowded run?
There were people on the run.
Okay, but you've just said when I asked you questions earlier, nobody was in front of you.
Nobody was directly in front of me, no.
Okay. Were there people in your vision in front of you?
There were people on the run.
Okay. It was crowded.
It was, I think it was moderately crowded on that day.
Okay. And some of the people were your daughter and Carrie Oakes down below, and your son and Eric Christensen to the left and up a little bit.
I believe so.
Okay. And you've mentioned that Mr. Christensen was kind and patient with your son.
He was.
Okay.
Very much so.
All right. You did pay him a lot and tip him well.
I paid Deer Valley Resort. I don't know what the resort pays their instructors, so that would be a question for them.
Do you tip Mr. Christensen well?
I hope so.
Okay. Me too. But I would hope also if you're going to use this, you'd had him as an instructor before, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would expect him to be kind and patient with your son.
Well, he was kind and patient the first time, which is why we asked to have him again.
Okay. Great. You said that you stuck around, but while you stuck around, you never asked Mr. Sanderson if he was okay.
Correct, because he had hit me and I was very upset.
All right. You still didn't think it would be appropriate to ask somebody if they're all right?
Mr. Christensen asked if he was okay, and he said he was. Meaning Mr. Sanderson.
I think you said that he mumbled it.
He said, I'm okay.
You've been asked a number of questions about the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked in your deposition, were you not, to your understanding, you're making a claim for the sum of $1 as a symbolic loss, right?
Yes.
And you said correct. Yes?
That's right.
Okay. And then I also asked you in your deposition, are you telling me now you're making more than the sum of $1? Do you remember what your response was?
I don't remember.
You said no. That's not the case, though, is it?
Your Honor,
it's a yes or no.
That's an improper question. She gave the answer.
Overruled.
It's a yes or no. Are you making a claim more than $1 in this case?
Now I am, yes.
Thank you. No other questions.
Mr. Owens?
Actually, sorry, before that, one more. What's changed
Last
between
question.
now and when I took your deposition in 2020?
What do you mean?
Well, in 2020 you said, no, I'm not. Now you said, now you are. What's changed?
Well, you're making so for me, as I said, there's a delineation between the $1 that I would receive and the lawyer's fees being reimbursed, which is not.
Okay, so then you're not changing your position.
No.
What's the weather like
Okay,
in Utah?
So you've
Why is
always
the feed
been
dropping?
seeking more than $1.
At the time of the deposition, I was seeking $1 for myself. And I don't recall at the time of the deposition if we were also asking fees reimbursement.
Well, I'll represent to you that that was pled in the counterclaim. I could show you a copy if you'd like.
I'm sure.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with
That in the counterclaim where you have sued how I
having
got
problems
involved
with
on
the
this
feed out
case,
of
that you had
the
asked for
courthouse. Sorry about this,
$1
guys.
plus attorney's fees?
I am asking for $1 plus of attorney's fees, or that they're being paid.
And from day one since you filed the counterclaim against Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Light snow in Utah, messing up the signal.
We're going to pull up P3, which I think has been admitted. It's the Deer Valley report by Eric Christensen. And for Gwyneth, do you know what the number is?
What kind of glasses are those that have the blue tint on them?
Can I come?
Those just like blue blocker type?
D3 here.
Okay.
Or is that a reflection of the monitor in front of her? I think it's the reflection. They're very expensive glasses. That, Jenny says, is the right answer.
Deer Valley. I'll tell you what. Would you come down?
Oh, now she wants to act it out. Here we go.
I have a laser here.
Ooh.
If I need it. It's a little red thing. Did you see this on the first day of testimony? And James, maybe do the top third. This is Christensen's report.
Yes.
It says male skier took her out from behind. Is
Yes.
that what happened?
Yes.
This report is accurate?
Very.
I didn't see it, but heard her scream as she went down. Do you dispute that?
I don't.
I skied directly to her. Did he do that?
He did, yes.
The man was behind her. Both were in discomfort. Is that all true?
Yes.
During lunch, she talked of being stiff and sore. Is that a true statement?
It is.
Can we go to the second, third now, please? I'm glad you can see it on your monitor. We had a hard time getting those going. All right, I'm going to look here.
I had a hard time getting the monitors working.
It says on the right there, a patroller came by to check on everyone. Do you have a memory of that?
I don't.
All right.
I'm afraid.
And then the bottom third, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that this goes beyond the scope of my read, direct, cross, etc.
Your Honor, I'm addressing this because she was asked additional questions about sort of who hit to. First thing male skier stated was that she, meaning you, appeared right in front of him. All right. Did you hear that?
No.
Do you dispute it occurred?
No.
Thus admitting he was the uphill skier.
He was.
she never saw him because he came in from behind.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Sanderson in front of you?
No, he was behind me.
Did you have a lash in your eye or otherwise have some eyesight problem?
Nope, I still have 20/20. I need reading glasses, though.
Were you blind in one eye and limited in the other?
Oh, there's a jab.
All right. I think there's a reference here that given your height and Mr. Sanderson less height, being less tall, that somehow you couldn't have felt him against your back. Can you just comment on that?
Well, he was uphill of me, so he was higher than me, and he pressed whatever of his body against my back when his skis slid between mine.
Were you standing still when the skis came between you?
No, I was gently skiing, and he kind of gently skied right into me.
Does that mean Mr. Sanderson was going faster than you were going?
No, it wasn't an impact.
Okay. Well,
until we hit the ground.
To come up upon you.
Yes.
I guess he had to have been skiing a little faster than you. Fair?
I don't know because he was behind me, so I don't know what he was doing.
All right. Ramon said that Sanderson had his head downhill, spread eagle, out cold. Did you observe that?
No.
Was his head downhill?
Your Honor, objection goes beyond the scope.
I think you're going beyond the scope.
Your Honor, she asked about, I'll move on, but she was asking about where people were.
She did ask for people landed in her redirect or recross, so you can go into that.
Thanks. So you heard Ramon say spread eagle, head down, right?
I did.
Out cold.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have noticed if he had been spread eagle? First, just comment on that. Yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained?
Just comment. Like, I did see him.
Just answer. I can't ask the question. Just talk.
Eagle, or he did not. I'm trying to be as broad as I can on that.
Well, that's leading.
Okay.
It's made on Friday.
It is? That is true. Was your head, when you came to arrest, downhill?
Both of our heads were in the same direction, uphill.
So Ramon said they were both downhill.
That is incorrect.
Podcast in an hour.
The expert today even said it was impossible for him to get lift off, and so that's just not what happened.
The comment was that you cursed at him. Why didn't you say, pardon me, sir, I think you inadvertently ran into me? Why didn't you do that in a nice, calm manner?
Again, I felt violated. I was upset. I was worried about my knee. My back hurt. It felt violating to have somebody press their body against my back. I was full of adrenaline. I was really upset, and I'm sorry that I cursed.
I think Ramon said something like someone gave him the stink eye. Your Coldplay buddy, who wasn't your Coldplay buddy, but gave him the stink eye or something to that effect.
I don't remember that.
A mean look.
I don't know who that would have been, and I don't remember.
Brad probably wasn't too happy that someone had hurt his girlfriend. Is that
beyond the scope?
Speak in unison.
I'll let it go. Who hit who?
Oh my gosh.
I want it.
What a waste of time.
Sustained.
3 words, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
Seriously, you're going to walk away without your final question?
We'll let it go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, let me just give you the same instruction that I have given you a few times. So we're recessing now until 9 a.m. on Monday morning. And so you'll be on your own over the weekend. Before we recess, I need to remind you of the following instruction. Please do not discuss this case with anyone, including other jurors. Please do not attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, internet, and newspaper reports on this case. Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence, and please do not form or express an opinion on this case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. And the final instruction is have a great weekend.
Oh, that's an order. The judge has ordered them to have a great weekend. I think we will. Okay, as we wrap up today, those of you who have joined who might be here for the first time, I would love it if you would click the subscribe button. Not that you have to. It is free today. I'm maintaining that still. Let's see. Why is this not working? Let me switch over here. That's why. Give me a second.
Yes.
We may call our client in our case. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay. And
I mean, I don't know if they have an objection, but it would be proper because you're limited by the scope of cross before.
Thank you. Can we sit for a minute? Because I'm not quite
Sure.
done.
Please be
Is
done.
there anything we should address before the weekend? I know there's a brief that's due by the defendants by noon on Sunday.
That's right.
There is one other thing we should probably talk about is timing.
sorry?
We need to talk about timing on witnesses. I know
Yes,
that
that's
you've
what I
got.
wanna talk
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Let's talk.
Let's talk, everybody.
Anything else for the court?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So how are we going to...
donuts for the...
in
the
theory,
bailiffs?
they were supposed to rest today. I'm not complaining. I mean,
But I
there's
am.
one more witness, as I understand it, which is Terry Sanderson. Can the plaintiffs confirm?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
All right.
So on Monday morning, we'll start with Mr. Sanderson.
No.
Okay.
I need to be heard on this.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't say no to you, Your Honor.
He
We
did,
have
though.
7 witnesses lined up because there was no question that plaintiffs were going to rest on Friday. So, 7 people
he's going to cut
are
them
all
off.
lined up back to back. And Mr. Sanderson's here, and I didn't expect them.
Spit it out.
We sort of flip-flop this in a way because they've heard from plaintiff, they've heard from the defendant before. We've never even heard from the plaintiff. But I have back-to-back witnesses Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, which leaves Mr. Sanderson to testify on Thursday next week. It is possible that almost all of these people have flown in from out of state to be very precise on timing. And
It's gonna
I
cost a
don't
lot of
think
money.
we should be
That's it.
punished. I think I raised this several times, like I need to set up our witnesses. And I'm talking about 16 witnesses, very busy physicians out of state. My client's
7 or
family
16?
is coming in just for this and then leaving. So I'm not critical. We are where we are, but I made it clear multiple times that and I don't want to be limited in my time for Mr. Sanderson.
And Your Honor,
So what's the request?
Yeah, please state your question. What's your remedy?
That
That we take witnesses out of order?
We work in Sanderson when we can.
All right. And what's the plaintiff's position on that request?
Object to that.
What do you propose happen?
We have a case, and we'd like to have it finished so that we can rest appropriately. Terry Sanderson is an important part of that case. We have a right to put him on. Now, I don't want to throw stones here, but there's a lot of reasons why this took longer than it should have, okay? And it's not our fault. We worked as hard as we could. So,
Oh, man.
we take Terry Sanderson on Monday. We will have him for about an hour.
Yeah, I'm taking his direct, and I will commit to the court that we will be done with direct in an hour.
Okay.
And so I think we do that, and we fit him in as we
I think
can.
the judge is going to comply
We
to that.
had problems too. You know, we caught a witness short. They get out of town. That happens.
And after that witness, then you'll be resting?
Yes.
Okay.
So this puts me at a a bad position, Your Honor, with my witnesses. I raised this multiple times. We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday. Some of these are Deer Valley people. This is the best snow year in 20 years.
Fantastic.
They're losing income by coming. And some of them, for instance, can come during a 2-hour window. That's how tight it is.
Is anyone in the 9 to 10 window?
Yes. So it goes Moses. It's probably going to go this way. Moses
Apple,
is
not a 2-hour window.
Brad. Eric Christensen.
The other side is writing these down so fast.
Whitney Smith, Steve Graff. Right now, we're not calling Carrie Oakes, and she's not under subpoena.
And why can't the family members be called later?
It's true that Carrie Oakes, actually, I don't think we've made a final decision on. Your question once more, I'm sorry.
Why can't the family members be called later?
They're missing school. They're taking flights in, flights out. I promised them they'd be on and off that morning. And I did that on some good faith basis here that we're going to start our case on Monday morning.
Only one of them is missing school.
Here's my ruling, is that I agree with Mr. Sykes. The plaintiff has their case. They're entitled to put their case on. What I'm hearing is that there's one more hour before they rest. You don't have to cross-examine the plaintiff at that time. If you have witnesses that you need to put on right away, you can call the plaintiff in your case. And it sounds as though
we're gonna leave this because I've got a podcast that's going to start here in less than an hour.
I think it's a reasonable way to look at it.
And I've got to brush up on a couple things.
Sure. I mean, I've ruled. Do you?
It's something related to what Mr. Owens just said.
These guys just can't.
It was our understanding Carrie Oakes was subpoenaed by the defendant.
Yeah, we were counting on that.
She's a very key witness, and we understand she's subpoenaed for this trial. We are counting on her being called.
Oh my goodness!
Called when? Oh, okay.
There's
well,
no
I don't think he's outlined all the witnesses he's calling.
He did represent that he's not sure if she's been subpoenaed.
I know she has not been subpoenaed.
Well, you've got the weekend to subpoena her.
Well, we relied on them.
On
we didn't
who?
want to have to call her and have her here twice. We relied on their statement that they would call her, and that's the problem.
We coordinated with their counsel too to that.
If she's unavailable, then we'd ask to read her deposition.
Yeah, see if you can work it out over the weekend and get her here.
Oh my
If
goodness!
not, we can do the deposition.
That really is because we relied on that. We relied on that.
So I don't represent Deer Valley, just so you know. Deer Valley has a lawyer. He's been involved through the whole thing. You've seen my correspondence with him. You can show me any emails. I'll stand by whatever I said.
Yeah, I don't think
I don't control these people.
It's Friday afternoon, past 5 o'clock. I only want to
Just
hear
take
what
it
I
out in the
absolutely
parking
have
lot
to
and
hear,
settle it like
so that I
men.
can prepare for Monday morning.
Can I just say one last thing?
No.
The defense told us Carrie Oakes was in the case, going to be heard on
right over my head. Hear about it formally, rather than, I guess, just comments flowing back and forth, lawyer to lawyer. I'd like to hear about it. I'd like you to lay out what is the issue, what do you want me to decide, and what are the facts that support that.
Fair request. We'll do that.
Okay.
I want to put one thing on the record. We have provided to plaintiffs highlighted testimony of Jenny Sanderson, who's our witness on Tuesday, March 28th.
So have you provided the
like they're
plaintiffs
worse
with
than
your
children.
expected witness list for Monday?
I just outlined it.
Have you got everything you need over here?
Dented my head with
for
my
Monday?
microphone.
What was that list one more time then?
Okay.
So the order might need to be jostled.
And then the other thing is that the parties are going to get together about
Trial by
redacting
combat. That's it, Joe.
any personal information.
We're going to solve this once and for all.
And what I'd like to do, Judge, is have both sides, so we don't have to admit everything and take extra time. Let's just do one motion to admit all the exhibits, both sides. Fair enough?
One motion.
Unless there's an objection, obviously.
If
There are
they've
gonna be
been
objections.
referenced in the trial, not if they haven't been.
You guys work that out, and we'll address it maybe at 8:30 on Monday morning. Actually, I
Finish
have a
him.
hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning.
Mortal Kombat.
I do. I have a hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning. So it'll have to be at 8 o'clock if there's anything that the court needs to address.
Okay. There we go. Please, Judge, just stand up and walk out of the
Your
room.
Honor, do you plan to address that motion that we're going to send you some briefing on?
Do
by
I need
Sunday
to
afternoon?
before we start on Monday, or could it be done after hours on Monday?
I'd say
Huh?
after.
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
not
you
one of the
need to.
witnesses.
That's correct.
All right. We'll look at doing it after hours then.
All right.
All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
You guys misread me. I can go for another 6 hours. I'm fine. I'm just frustrated at the fact that these children can't seem to work out the details and forget how to lawyer and work with each other over these details. The judge should not be telling the players how to play. He's the referee that if there's a foul, he'll call it, right? The players should know how to play the game. And right now they're acting like they don't know how to play the game. Oh, look at this. Look at that guy. Right in the face of the camera, leaned right up to him. Holy cow. Terry, not happy with the photographer taking his picture there. I believe I've actually been at an event with that photographer. That's interesting. Okay, so here we go. We're done with that. Yay! We're done. That means we get to go here. Those of you who are new here, who have loved what you saw, I'd ask that you please subscribe. I'm so close. I'm so close to 10,000 subscribers. I hope to hit it here in the next week or so. Right now we have 9,819 subscribers. It looks like this right here. Boom. That's how close we are. It's amazing. If you liked what you see, please click the subscribe button and then come back. It's that simple. Speaking of come back, it's my birthday, but still we're doing the podcast tonight in 15 minutes. Be there, be square. That means I get a very, very quick break, and then I'll be back here probably on Zoom with Thomas lining everything up. I don't know how the podcast is going to go tonight. Normally we have some time to talk and just finalize some things. It's probably going to be a little more casual than normal. It is my birthday. I'm gonna claim that as like a birthday gift to me. So that's what I'm going to have you give me is allowance to have a casual podcast tonight. Should be fun. Should be great. It's always a great time hanging out with you guys and with Thomas and chatting back and forth. We've got some good things to go over as well. So please come back for that. That's going to be fantastic. We're going to play some music that means that I get a break. Hopefully, if I can find it. There it is. We've been live for 10 hours and 13 minutes. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And my day's been fantastic. Thanks to you guys. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Thanks to the amazing mods. Thanks to the amazing people who've been gifting memberships throughout today. Super stickers, super chats. All of you have been absolutely wonderful. New memberships as well. It has been great to be here with you and through the thick and the thin of this trial. I love it and I hate it at the same time. And I think you guys can relate to that too. So tonight, please be safe. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll be back 45 minutes for the podcast. Go, 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 go. We'll see you guys.
Alex stole it as well.